got no one above you, and so they say you're free. But that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. My shell just keeps on breaking. Inside I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? stop this get right. Stop this get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. Called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been scared to look in my soul. I've been afraid I would follow the road. Yeah, afraid of the things I've been told. So can you help me out? Oh, yeah. Can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or are you speaking now? Are you speaking now? Oh, I think I can feel you say, dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. Oh, come on, come on. had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. I stand behind a tidal wave of men in mind to tread the line like me. I saw your life and you saw mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by. The black crow swoops on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast, then it turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Lower the hill, lower the hill.
Hello and welcome to Blast Rising. What a game we have ahead with Sangal taking on the likes of Nexus. We thought we would have a bloodbath, and it's exactly what we're going to get here. Sangal, the unproven Turkish team with Sensei now coming into the mix, and someone who only in the last couple of games has just filled his role, woken up, and proved to deliver, which means that for Nexus, who too have had some roster changes, bringing in Sound and Blights to really get into this groove and hope that they can topple the success of Sensei and the remainder of Sangal, who are on a tear right now, 5-match win streak. All the cards are in their hands. That doesn't mean we won't see an upset. Of course, I'm your caster, Crema 3. I'm joined this time by the wonderful Sneaky Beaky. How do you feel about this one, Tom?
Well, I feel that I'm very excited to once again be casting with you, Crema. It's an absolute pleasure to have you as a fill-in for White. It has been a while. It was, what was it? It was August 27th is the last time we casted together. And that was my first ever Liquipedia tournament. So we did go back a little while. But going into today's matchup of Sangal versus Nexus, Sangal was all the way back in Group A. They had a bit of a bumpy ride to get through to, this third place playoff. Like this is the actual final chance. Last time on stream, I said there was one playoff spot left when it was Budapest 5. I do have to apologise. That was misinformation. We do have a third place playing right here, right now. And today it's between groups A, D, and E. So Sangal versus Nexus is the matchup we have on the cards. And going into the game, I am not really sure who's going to come out on top here. Statistically, Sangal have been doing better recently, but they've moved down in the rankings as Nexus have moved up. There's still quite a broad gap between the pair of them of about 41 places. But Sangal, whilst being statistically favoured, we've seen what Nexus are able to bring to the table, pushing Copenhagen Flames to their absolute limits. And if they can bring up that kind of performance today, we have a scary Nexus side on our hands.
My worry for Nexus, though, is that, well, Copenhagen Flames, that was an incredible match, and they almost beat a really quite significant Tier 2 team. They also really struggled when it came into Spirit Academy. They struggled when it came to TTC, and they haven't really been able to respond with a massive comeuppance from this roster change. For Sangal, when Sensei first joined, they had some really bad performances, but since then they've been building up, and we can see the growth as Sensei kind of fills his role. And yeah, this is supported beautifully by Logic Man and Engine, who are both just consistently hitting those insane flashes, those insane entries, just deliver. And for Nexus, losing Seminci, losing, I think it was BTN as well, is, not BTN, I apologize, losing Seminci is tough. And for Sound, very strong replacement. But have they been able to find that rhythm similarly to how Sangal have been able to do? So far, I don't know. As you mentioned earlier, a quick glance at statistics definitely put Sangal out on top. By not much of a margin, though. I wouldn't separate these two teams by much. And, of course, the veto is going to mean quite a bit. the instant veto on either side is overpass. So actually, I would consider second veto or second pick actually the advantageous one here, because we see it doesn't matter. There is a veto, they're not playing it. So now you have both teams playing 6 of the remaining maps, both of them with relatively similar spacings in win rate. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see any map there. I suspect Dust 2 will be removed instantly, simply because that is Sangal's kind of head and shoulders above everyone else's map. Probably the same for Inferno, but I think on any other map, it's about equal.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It would be very funny if one of these teams picked Overpass.
It would
that
be.
would be quite the showstopper. I feel like not quite, Vertigo at the major levels of surprise, but we'd be getting up there, because obviously neither of these teams have touched that map in a very long time. But I agree with your. I think the instant ban of Dust 2 is a strong possibility. Yeah. Bear in mind, Nexus's win rate on Dust 2 has gone down to a measly 17% now. That's 1 out of 6 wins in the past 3 months. And on the Inferno, in the meantime, they've had 13 maps played. Admittedly, a 23% win rate. It's still pretty poor, but it's better than the 17% over 6 maps of Dust 2. I think Sangal do have the stronger map here. And there we go. There's the immediate Dust 2 ban there from Nexus. And actually a train ban from Sangal themselves, meaning that Nuke is the first pick for Nexus. And that is a map that got a 25% win rate on over the course of 8 games. And Sangal choose to start on their CT side. But we have to bear in mind, this is also a map that Sangal got 16-0'd on in this very tournament. So hopefully they've, bounced back a little bit from then. They did lose 16-13 to the same team on another day. So there's, definitely a bit of wiggle room there. And with the map pick of Vertigo for Sangal, that's an interesting pick. They played it 9 times. They won it 33% of the time, losing again in this tournament to Ikla Brugge. But hopefully they've bounced back from that performance and have improved on a lot of the places that were going wrong. And also Sensei wasn't quite showing up until the end.
Here's the thing. I really like this veto for Sangal because you have 2 first maps of Nuke and Vertigo. As you mentioned, they did get 16-0'd. That is a big kick to the teeth. However, past that, they statistically have a pretty good win rate when it comes to first 2 maps. Nexus, though, head and shoulders better than Sangal when it comes to Mirage. For Nexus, this becomes a war of attrition. If they get to a third map, they're in a perfect spot. I think that if it does go to a third map, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 2-0. However, getting to that third map is where the battle is. Also, a 2-1, I apologize. But getting to that third map is where the battle is for Nexus, because they're going to have to try and topple Sangal, either Nuke, which I think they probably have a better chance there than they do on Vertigo. But either way, this is going to be, I suspect, a long one.
Well, I also suspect this would be a long one. And Nuke is that map where the 2-0 upset against Copenhagen Flames almost happened for the Nexus boys. It went to, I believe, a 19-17 overtime. It was very stressful. They were 15-10, 15-11 up at one point. And then that's when the comeback kicked in for Copenhagen Flames off the back of a 2-5 round victory. Just the MP9, a flashbang, and an M4 to do it all. But if, I don't know, if Nexus can pull off what they did before that comeback happened, it was a very strong Nuke game, very impressive stuff from the squad. And that's going to be very dangerous for Sangal. Sangal are a team I feel take quite a while to warm into the server, especially their All-Prof Sensei. I admittedly haven't watched him since Group A too much, but he took a little while to warm up, and when he did, he was playing absolutely brilliantly. But the rest of the team actually did struggle to rise up around him. So it's going to have to be a proper team spread performance today from Sangal on Nexus's map pick and on their own, of course. But Nuke should be quite the battleground. And if Nexus take Nuke, I feel like this is a 2-1 for Nexus.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Here's the thing. This is very apparent for Sangal, maybe not so much for Nexus, which is Turkish teams, they are just passionate. So when they start losing badly, then their mentality, once it kind of goes down to the dumps, it really struggles to recover. However, when they're riding a high, that high is insurmountable. They genuinely will just run around, and even if it's a bad call, they just go click on heads. When they're feeling it, they play CS like it's a point-and-click adventure game. It is absolutely their kind of home ground when they're riding a high. But when they're not, it's pretty dire. It's pretty dire indeed. And we saw that 16-0. That was kind of embodied.
Yeah, that was quite the match to watch. Definitely that's going to go down in esports history somewhere. It's not every day you get 16-0 by Club Brugge. Yeah. But Sangal, they've definitely, despite the rankings saying they have moved down 3 places, I feel they have improved as a team. Statistics, again, can be a little bit misleading because they had a 3-0 win against Istanbul Wildcats and a 2-0 win against, I believe it's called Kamelkia or something. Both of those were in ESL Turkey. And obviously ESL Turkey is just not at the same caliber as Blast Rising, for example, some of the other events they're playing in. Yeah. And whilst they did get a 2-0 against Apex, who are also in this tournament, Apex are a wildly inconsistent team. Like, we saw them really show up in this tournament, and then less than a week later, they fell completely flat on their faces. It's hard to really predict an outcome with this Apex squad. Like, they are so good, but so bad at the same time. And Sangal had them on one of their really bad days.
Something I do like look off though, they've actually 2-0'd Infinite, and that means they've had a taste for Romanian blood. Like when you see a lot of teams in quite what would stereotypically be isolated regions, the UK scene's very, very obvious for this. You've got the same for the Icelandic scene, Romanian scene. The Czech scene used to be quite a bit like that, maybe not so much anymore. But when you have teams with a local following, and that local following is where what used to be a lot of the practice done, they're very similar strategies, and they have what would be like a national play style. So being able to beat Infinite means that they've probably already seen similar strats to what they're going to see against Nexus here, because of course you have Infinite, who the people they look up to go, damn, who's the next best team in Romania? Who do we copy? Nexus. So they go after Nexus, and they will probably see a repeat of strats, that is an outlying statistic, which I'm actually quite interested in see if that kind of follows through. Yeah. Nexus on the flip side though, they have got, even though they have been losing a lot of their games recently, they're not clean, they're very messy losses. They're consistently getting maps off their opponents. They're consistently taking it to overtimes. And because of that, I think they're a team that actually shows quite a bit of tenacity, which is something that teams like Sangal struggle with.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Their mentality just looks so much stronger going into these games. Admittedly, I believe it was Nexus that were playing at their gaming cafe or gaming bar. So they were, like, as a group, all sitting next to one another, which both has positive and negative effects. It means that you can, bring each other up as a team a lot more easily. Words of encouragement, the coach is right behind you. If you have any tech issues, it's a lot easier for a team to sort out than, you're struggling on your own in your bedroom, like I'm sure both of us have had to do so many times on these casts. But going into the opposite side of things, if one person gets a bit angry, slams the table, it's not the most pleasant to be sitting next to. And that's something we actually picked up on the player cams last time for, I believe it was Nexus. Someone hit the table and all of the webcams were shaking. Like you could tell it wasn't the best working environment there. And that definitely dampened the mood after that nuke loss to Copenhagen Flames. And then they got, I believe, absolutely run over in the last map of Inferno. But yeah, going back to your point a little bit there, they do have tenacity. Like, they don't give up as a team, and Sangal, they look defeated at times. Like, they look properly defeated, because we do have the player cams here, and on a couple of instances it has looked pretty drastic for them. But I'll tell you what doesn't look pretty drastic: these roller coaster camera angles. I really like these.
These are great, aren't they?
I would love
panoramic.
Oh, gorgeous.
Tell you what, before we get into the sneaky, let's see a prediction. Who's going to win? What do you think the map score's going to be?
Oh,
I'm all ears.
Okay, for a prediction, I'd have to say if Nuke goes the way of Nexus, we have a 2-1, otherwise 2-0 Sangal. That's not a very helpful prediction for you, I'm aware. If Nexus are warmed up, which I'm hoping they are, I'm going to go 2-1 to Nexus today, because they have a lot of fight to them, and I know they want to continue on in this tournament. And Sangal, from what I've seen so far, they just don't have the mental fortitude, I suppose, to keep up a losing scoreline.
Fair enough. I actually think it's going to be Sangal. I think it's Sangal 2-0.
Okay.
Simply because of the high they're going into on this. Already on a 5-match win streak. NEXUS, don't get me wrong, they're good. I suspect we'll see overtimes in both maps. But I'm fairly certain this will be a Sangal 2-0.
Okay, that's fair enough. And Sangal are actually very warmed up coming into today, because you mentioned their 5-map win streak. I had written down on my sheet that they lost to Fiend, but I realised they beat Kova this morning, actually, in another tournament. And what was the scoreline on that, Kremer, if you do know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I know it was 2-0. No, sorry, it was 2-1, actually. And the score lines were a 16-9, they lost Mirage, 16-10 win on Train, then a 16-5 win on Inferno. So what I find interesting, actually, sorry to interrupt you,
no
is the second ban for NEXUS was Inferno. So Sangal, they want the second map to be Vertigo rather than Inferno, when they are statistically astronomically better on Inferno, which I'm kind of interested by that. I want to know what thought process is behind it.
Yeah, I mean, as do I, to be honest, now that you brought it up. You can tell Mirage is a bad map for Sangal. Like, they lose that map consistently. And I'm surprised that they even have a 30% win rate in the 13 maps they played on it. Because it's not fun to watch Sangal on Mirage, of all the maps. Sensei is a beast on it. But Paz and Engine, though, with the dual Berettas are going to start things off, and Paz finds a second. Good lord, NEXUS, they've just walked straight into a meat grinder. BTN taking heavy hits towards the vent position, and it's a flawless pistol round for Sangal.
So they're going to be pretty damn happy with, to say the least. Over towards NEXUS, you notice that without any kill at all, an eco's got to come out. I can't imagine there would be a buy of any form, as, well, they've got nothing to buy on. However, they go for it anyway. That's interesting. Deagles come out. We see a couple of bits of utility. It's fragmented, but it should be enough for outside control. Maybe enough for an execution wherever they dare please. But those dual barrettes on the pistol round, they are ruthless. However, towards outside, Major deploys that nade early on, does a bit of damage. And for NEXUS, it's just a matter of trying to charge into Secret. Maybe an initial kill would be great. Sensei, bit of damage early on. Sangal, what can they do to respond here?
Well, they can do exactly that. Paz mows down with the M4, and S6E falls prey. 5 versus 4 situation netted, as Sound does continue to hunt for this scout player. Sensei's in a bit of a rocky position if he can't find at least one here. And him making all these sound cues means, well, it's going to be Blitz walking up towards his position. And, oh, Logic Man, that's perfect from him. I didn't even see him behind that wall. X-Ray has bamboozled me. And Major follows up onto a kill with Zello. Blitz finally pulls off the frag towards Sensei, but this is a 4 versus 2 now. A very weird round to invest in for NEXUS, as Logic Man picks off another, and it's down to BTN in the 1v4 on that forced up Deagle and Armor.
You mentioned it perfectly. It was a surprising force to go for. Likelihood is from here, Sangal to go 3-0 up. They use MP9s, 3 MP9s at that. What was initially probably quite a greedy investment to go for a second round buy of that. Now going into a third with it against the full eco means we're going to see the Sangal economy just skyrocket. And once they hit that economic prowess, you need to bear in mind, CT side, it's a side where all it takes is 2 or 3 rounds in a row and you just lose all of your money. And now that they're able to build it up, NEXUS, what do they hope to do with this complete eco? There's the odd flash, there's the odd nade. It's probably going to be a fast push towards A, but that's all they can really establish with it.
I was going to say off the back of your point before, everyone on NEXUS starts getting mowed to pieces. Major, Logic Man finding more sound on the Glock. Finds a nice frag to Engine, but Major quick to trade, and Zello. That's an M4 player and a MP9 player removed by just a Glock. Goodness me! They do more damage on the near full eco round than they do with their force in the second. And Sangal are going to be a little shocked by that, no doubt, as am I. That's actually a brilliant round, all things considered, from NEXUS.
It will be. And you see Sensei there with a BM, just spamming that body. He's not getting up, that's for sure. Here's the thing, though. The players who died were the MP9 ones. I believe Sensei, he's able to just retrieve the M4.
Yeah.
We move into the next round, Sangal. It's a fairly standard buy-on by NEXUS. Not bringing out an AWP, though, favouring the extra utility. And it does mean that the outside control is eased a little bit with it. For SXC, ready to Logic Man and ramp, expecting a bit of a fast play, and while Logic Man goes close to smoke, realizing that he's alone for the time being, instead just backs away. Making noise as he does so, means that for Nexus, they craft their way forward. This may just chime in for a first, sound to trade, and now we might see a bit of a faster hit forward.
SXE finds another, but Logic Man goes down to a Molotov as Sensei flies one straight on back, and Sound is caught in the danger zone. How has he survived that onslaught? Molotov dropped towards Secret. Eventually, Sensei running straight back up finds Sound. BTN in heaven makes this one doable. Already a kill to his name. 1 versus 2 situation as he hops back down the ladder. He's heading... Oh, he sees a man. That's going to be Sensei. Falls back towards that A bomb site, and actually... BTN still has a pretty good position here. Paz is going to be acutely aware that Garage is, where BTN will be hiding, and down BTN goes to a lovely running headshot on the M4. But as you said, Kremer, earlier, on Nuke, it only takes 2 or 3 rounds to shut down the entire CT side economy. And that's why Nuke has become increasingly T-sided in the past couple of years with pro games, I feel. Because pros are just so good at their executes now that CT struggle to thread rounds together, especially when they're getting bombarded by T-side momentum.
Said it perfectly. We're going to see Nexus attempt to do just that, though. And from the casualties they've been able to inflict to Sangal, 3 players falling that round means that their money, it's still on ground zero. And for Zello, this initial kill, if he can follow through, then Sangal, even if they win this round with 4 players dying, their buy is going to be awful. For Nexus, looks like it's going to be slow ramp control, shifting forward, looking for an initial player, and well, they haven't seen anyone just yet. It means that for Sangal, they are just going to await a push, and they may be caught out by surprise here if they're not careful. Sensei, up in hand, once that smoke goes down, that will cue him into the fact that B's about to be besieged. As the push comes through, Sangal, can they hold?
They sure will try. They've got 1 man on the front lines. In fact, they got a crossfire on the front lines here. That could be dangerous. But Logic Man doesn't realize there's already 3 players behind him. BTN strikes, and Major's left in a precarious position. He's lingering around the vents and does have Pass to help him. That flash could be big. But instead, it's BTN and SXE to find frags. And this is looking like a stellar round for Nexus. Sensei misses a crucial shot. And despite the low health of 3 of those Nexus players, Sensei really can't do much because he's on the big green.
Sensei realizing exactly just how dire his predicament is the second he fired that initial shots. And on the topic of initial shots, it only takes 1 for BTN. Crisp, clean, and professional at all times, as is Blights with a clean bullet straight through the skull of his opponent. Provides Nexus with their first. And for Nexus, this is where the momentum establishes. This is where they try to get into the head of Sangal and try to scare them out of that mind. At 4-1, Sangal for the next investment. What do I do next?
I mean, I'll tell you what you can do next. You can take control of your economy and tap into the world of crypto with Coinbase. Over at Coinbase.com, you can earn money, or cryptocurrency, my apologies, just by learning about it. Reading up on guides by the experts. And, oh, that's a smoke I don't think I've ever seen thrown before.
It's an opening, so at least it's quite a groovy one to say that. And for Sound, getting capitalised off it. There's aggression outside, there's Pass to fall, and for Sangal, left in a fairly uncomfortable position now with only a couple of pistols here or there. Damage is all they're after. 2 or 3 kills makes this worthwhile for them, but will they even be credited with that? As Blight's good for the first, he knows there's a second to worry about, dives down, commits to the Executioner Major, leaving Frenja and Logic Man a fairly, well, what should be a quick cleanup for the remaining members of the Nexus.
That's good damage dealt by the Deagle there, though. The USP unable to capitalize. Logic Man back in for more. He comes so close to 3 kills. But it's Nexus to win out the round. No bomb plant, but every single player survives. And if you look at their economy now, it's slowly starting to creep into a bit of an economic boom there. They're going to be able to invest for the next 2 rounds or so. As Sangal, if they don't win this one, they're going to severely struggle. And their buy is not the best right now.
Really isn't, and for Nexus, there you have it. 2 rounds, a complete reset on Sangal's economy. They win this, they make it 3, follow-up eco gives them 4, and we see instant comeback where they get their grip straight back onto the game. For Sangal, once again, it's aggression over on ramp by Logic Man, really pressing his face up to that smoke. He's spammed down relatively low for it, and while Sound also takes a bit of damage, it's a almost equal just exchange. No one dies, both of them are just scared a little bit as they back away. For SXC, he'll look to join the remaining members of Nexus with a complete execution towards outside on what, from the positioning, looks like a subsequent hit towards A. But for Logic Man, his aggression, if he's caught out on ramp, that may completely throw a spanner in the works as Nexus continue to hunt for an opening. But SXC, positioned in lobby, poised for an attack. There's the spam, there's the damage. Through, that was incredible. Through Secret, there's actually a hole in that smoke which Major exploits. Damage once again, but still no kill for either side. And at this point, Nexus, with about 50 seconds left, they need to show some form of plan fairly soon, because it does take about 30 seconds to clear a sight on Nuke. And for Paz, he seems more than happy to lay in wait like a coiled viper ready to strike. 40 seconds left, ticking down even lower, and Nexus still without any real outlying plan. The sound shifting to ramp, that looks like the opening, and as he pushes forward, can Logic Man stop him? Yes, he can. Good for one.
I think Nexus should just go for a save call here, honestly. They've left themselves only 20 seconds to go for a sight. Blitz is clinging on by a thread, and Zella, that's an excellent ult frag to find, but SXE finds another, and SXE follows up. Sensei unable to find the shot. Oh my goodness! Nexus leaving Logic Man in a 1 versus 4. Oh, this round has been spun on its head. I can't quite believe it. Logic Man now left with an AK-47 and no utility for the retake. Just has no option but to fall off.
That is a round and a half by SXC. He is going to be very damn happy with that. And as you mentioned, it should have been a save if SXC couldn't get those kills. But little did... There's a factor we didn't take into account, Tom. And that is SXC, he was still alive. Our mistake won't happen again. SXC alive, still a chance. And it was Nexus to make it 3. Sangal moved to what should be an eco here.
SXE's readjustments there as he entries onto that A-bomb site are magnificent. He finds the MP9 player on top of Hart, finds another man just chilling in the site. I don't know where the third person was, but the amount of angles this man solo cleared is just startling. And the fact that he does it and survives is even better. Like, nobody can rule out the level of confidence from SXE, especially after that one. And I don't know how Sangal are going to react. They are going to have an investment to 2k here around that AK-47, but that's not really saying much. It's just the upgraded pistols around what is the hope and saviour of this round. I don't know how much are going to get done here, though, because Nexus, they're in fighting spirit, but Paz starts with a 1-deke.
We await the hit, and SXC spams. Oh, it's close to engine, and the readjustment's perfect. Flicks up to head heights. Removes the skull of engine, then into a 4-on-4. Paz, the eagle in hand, will attempt to trade. He shifts forward. It's damage, but it's not enough. Blight to make sure that the Nexus defense is ironclad, and the execution, and with the util raiding towards A, it looks like that is where Nexus are destined to be. Retrieving that bomb, ready for the hits, and as they funnel the charge, the lone man to defend will be Sensei here.
And Sensei starts off strong, finds a 1D gone to Sound, but will fall to the AK of Blitz. Now it's down to Major and Logic Man. They still have their hero rifle in their possession, but whether or not they want to waste it on a retake is definitely something that should be playing on the mind of Sangal. Major will be backing up his rifler, and they look to be still going for this now after Blitz fells Logic Man. Major doesn't have a massive amount of hope here. He will peek straight back in. After not finding an initial frag, I think he may have seen Zello hiding next to the vents, but time is ticking. There's no defuse kit on Major, and realistically, he just needs to leave and get that AK-47 somewhere safe. He will be going for exit frags, though, and oh my goodness, SXE doesn't check his corners. That's not even a corner. I don't know how he doesn't see the player. Unfortunate timings, and Major now left in the 1 versus 2 to save this AK. Drops off the building.
Really nice volley.
Yeah, that was a great Molotov.
Molly single-handedly prevented the remaining members of Nexus from hunting him, and it's all that was required. Paz, that was actually a really nice 1D to start things off. I didn't realise how quick it was until we saw the replay, and Sensei, yeah, Sensei, just some nice shots for both sides, really. And for Nexus, here's the thing, we haven't seen anything consistently flashy from them, like wild flicks and 1Ds. It's just, it works. They move forward, even though it's only body shots, it's enough to kill their opponents. That's, at the moment, all that's required. At 4-4, they've equalized. SXE for the dive straight down into vents, and for Paz, will he be able to stop them? And with Sangal, having to reposition pretty quickly, they realize that Nexus are looking to up the antics here and up the tempo significantly. as they delve into secret and get ready to assault this site. Major, the lone defender, will he be bolstered with a defense? So far, he's unable to do so. Sound on ramp, gets 2 quick kills, traded out by Paz, and into a 4-on-3. SXE looks to cement this advantage.
I mean, it's always SXE, it seems. He's so good on those entries, but instead Major's met with BTN, finds the first, tries to transfer, doesn't quite land the shots. Instead it's Sensei with a different scope weapon this time, dealing with Blitz, and that leaves us in a 2 versus 2. SXE knows there's a man towards ramp. He's going to try and look for this kill. And Zello, in the meantime, deals with Sensei's teammate. That leaves Sensei in a 1 versus 2 and a rather disadvantageous position. There's a man on site, and Zello at single door means they have the perfect crossfire. Sensei, though, he can isolate these fights. Needs to be so careful. And does he see the top of the head there? No, not quite. Time is ticking down. He doesn't have a defuse kit, and he walks straight into the crossfire. AK of SXE deals with him quite comfortably. And NEXUS now take the lead by a round. It's 5-4. And Sangal, they've not looked hot. But if you want to look hot with a fresh inventory, why not head on down to CS.money, where you can buy or trade your skins to get these skins you lust for. And also, there's a 30% deposit bonus when using cash, thanks to our friends at CS Money and Blast.
Do you have a favourite skin, Sneaky?
I've always... My dream skin is an Alt Black Emov, a StatTrak Alt Black Emov with Virtus Pro Katowice 2014s on it.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. That's actually quite precise. I was expecting something like, yeah, I don't mind all AK skins. Yeah, I like that. BTN, he's got Logic Man to duel here, and there's an opening. For NEXUS, they're going to be pretty happy with an established advantage towards both outside and under. Sound, great spray control to double down, and by God, he's just ruthless. Grim Reaper providing only death, and well, like the shadows at dawn, Sangal just collapsed, and for NEXUS, that'll be a 6-4 lead. A quick round with ruthless efficiency. Yeah,
the Vampire Hunters aren't really well equipped to deal with the Romanian squad here. It's actually more Sangal that look like they have the vampire-esque imagery in their squad. But no, NEXUS, they're just really coming to play today, and it's looking worrying for Sangal, who are, I believe, better on their CT side. Because it was it was against E-Club Brugge that they performed far better on their CT than their T. At the moment, NEXUS aren't giving them the opportunity, and if this carries on, we could be looking at a very rough series for the Turks.
Yeah, NEXUS' 30 side has just been irreconcilable ferocity, and with Lights just cementing that, he just shows time and time again that Sangal are his to destroy for Paz. He opens that door, peeks out, hopes for a trade of some form, but you think NEXUS is going to leave an angle unoccupied? Of course not. That bomb goes down, Sensei with the kill onto Blights, leaves it into a 4-on-4. And unfortunately for NEXUS, with time ticking, I think Sangal just have to go save.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say I'd love to compliment NEXUS's post plants, but Sangal's retakes have been just non-existent in their efforts.
Can you call it a retake?
Yeah, they're like, we lost a man, we got to run now. And also, like the previous round, there was, what was it, Sensei in the 1 versus 2. He doesn't get anything done. They've been near incapable of keeping the bomb sites in the first place, though, let alone retake them. And this has just been all NEXUS's game. Admittedly, it was a weird decision in the second round to go for that low money force. They do good damage there, and with just the Glocks, they find 3 kills. Ever since that round, they've just been spiraling everything in their favor, and Sangal have no real reply to this. And now that NEXUS have momentum, I don't know if Sangal are even going to find more than 5 rounds in this half.
You said it perfectly. Sangal, even though they've saved there, they've tried to follow through, the reality is they have no money whatsoever. And with this buy, even if they lose now, there's just not a reinvestment. Blights dives straight into vents, even runs past the AWPer there, and not that it matters with Sound once again on the entry. For Sangal, they need something to go in their favour. For Sensei, that's quick. That is definitely something going in his favour. Can he convert it and elevate it for the rest of his team? With SXE posted towards this squeaky smoke, we'll have to see.
It's Paz to find a frag onto BTN with the... Oh, Jesus Christ, SXE! Give me a moment to breathe! Already he's in with a double entry, and now a 3 versus 2. Major Molotov out of heaven, but Engine is there to secure the site, but no! SXE again! This man is all-powerful! He's omnipresent on this A-bomb site, and Major in the 1 versus 2 has to win it, but no! It's Ella with the AWP, removing him from his position, and Nexus are now 8-4 up! SXE, you are a god on this map!
That he is. And for Sangal, the Butcher's Bill comes through, and every single man having died means they have to reinvest around the board, and it's down to 0. However, this time, Tom, we see a double up setup. Is this what Sangal needs? Is this what makes them take the lead?
I don't think so. I really don't.
I mean, we're clutching at straws, aren't we? But there's hope. And for Nexus at 8-4 up, they've won the half. For the remaining rounds, the question is to what extent. And with a hit towards Squeak, or I think towards Secret, Major, there's an opening. And with Sensei positions waiting for the follow-up attack, he might be able to double down here. With Blights peeks into it, that's 2-man advantage. And for Nexus, this is where things get a little bit hairy.
Perhaps I was wrong, Kremer. Perhaps it is the double up setup that they needed. A great entry onto Sound starts this round strong for Sangal. Paz follows up with the 3rd kill for them. It's now Zello and BTN. There's no SXE here. So, you know, the miracle worker has been put down for the time being. BTN, though, gets a convincing frag. 2 versus 4 is winnable, but I'd like to say it's unlikely. Given the way Sangal have been playing, though, it is now a 1 versus 4. Yeah, I think this is a comfortable 5th round for Sangal here, and they've finally broken what was an 8-round losing streak.
The objective for BTN shifts from winning the round to doing damage. Now, for Sangal, with no money, every single death is going to be felt significantly in the wallet. For BTN, he's going to swing into both of them. Paz finishes the job, and that's exactly what Sangal needed. A win with 4 players staying alive, backing up a full buy. Nexus, they go for a reinvestment, but with SXE sitting on 16k, I reckon they could be able to afford it. As 8-5, 3 rounds separate the two sides, and honestly, that's not much. For Sangal, it's recoverable, and they're going to attempt to do just that as they move into round 14.
I mean, Nexus have won the half, though, and that is their T half that they're on. I did say earlier that in recent times, Nuke has become more T-sided, especially at the pro level, due to just the nature of how professional these guys are with their entries, with their just raw aim, their very well-rehearsed strategies. So I don't know if Sangal will be able to pull it back on their own T-side, though, because their T-side is sloppy at best, especially up against opponents in this tournament. I don't know what it is about Blast Rising, but Sangal seem to fall to pieces quite consistently on Nuke, even when it is their own map pick. I mean, going into this round, it was really good for Sangal, as they had kept near full utility on every one of their players from the previous round, despite winning the gun round. Nexus, though, was still hungry to maybe even put up double digits on the board in this first half. Excuse me.
So you're right, Tom. That was Nexus.
Oh dear.
As they push forward, Major, he's the one to stop them. Going through Squeaky, awaiting Sound, and he's going to try and glaive this smoke. Nexus, they're going to burst straight into him with this attack. He's good for 1, make that 2, make that 3, on for 4. Can he make it the ace? Not quite yet. Zello's able to trade, but it's only a momentary breath in the aggression, as Sangal, with a very convincing 6th now, show Nexus that they are nowhere near done.
Good lord, that was a massacre. Look at this. Major is... Well, he's back on form, rolling back the years a few with that play. That was so intelligently done, hiding behind the smoke. Nobody expects him. They all have util in their hands, and it's not often you can say you get a 4K spray down in Squeaky. That's such a... Well, it's such an impressive feat to pull off in the first place. Major now is in the danger zone a little. Got 3 players outside heading towards him. Molotov will delay for the time being, and he does have backup, and Major sees the shadow, sees the head, finds the frag. Engine deals with BTN, and now it is SXE, the man we can never rule out of these situations, towards Lobby, attempting to find himself another. Instead, he heads towards the roof, and in this final round of the half, Zello claws one back. It's still a 3 versus 4 for Nexus.
It feels like Sangal have found their rhythm. They found what's required, and they're just capitalizing off it. Maybe the double up setup was exactly what was required. SXE, though, out from Squeaky, good for 1. He knows there was a second man there because he saw Major was boosted. for Paz. In the smoke, there's Sound to fall. He's tagged down in the process. SXE to trade. 2-on-2. Zello easing his way into Mini. Waits to see what Sensei can do. Sensei up from vents, shifting forwards. What's out Zello? There's the kill. 180. Expecting SXE to come out from Squeaky, and that he does. But here's the trigger discipline. This is masterful. He's good for one. Swings one. Make that two. And for Nexus, that 1v2 is exactly what's required. As SXE, he just rides Nexus to victory, going 17-7 in just the first half.
The man is a carry machine. 17 and 7, and all of these like important frags, all of the impact kills have been SXE. I don't know what his sensitivity is to consistently find the frag onto top of hut. It must be like 3 million DPI. Either way, the way he walks onto these bomb sites with no fear and so much trigger discipline on top of his insane fragging skills, it is a pleasure to watch. And look at him there, a quick sip of the old water. Is a well-deserved break for the man as we head into half-time.
What's your selected beverage for playing CS?
For playing CS I am water all the way.
Really, honestly, same. I actually once almost gave myself a heart attack at a LAN because it's a story for another time. But I've learned energy drinks only get you so far.
Oh dear!
I forgot to book anywhere to sleep. So my kind of thought process was, I know if I just have so many energy drinks, I won't have to sleep for 4 days.
4 days, Kremer.
I pretty much got to the point where I almost collapsed, and well, I pretty much did actually, and I got carried to like someone else's place, and I just slept for the rest of the event.
That is quite something.
Take it from me. 48 cans of energy drink isn't what you need.
Sorry,
need sleep.
48, Kremer.
Over the course of 4 days.
I am quite stunned that I'm actually sitting next to you here today.
Me too. Look, I do this so you don't have to. This is my lesson to you: is you don't need another energy drink. You need sleep.
Well, on that revelation from the man himself, don't drink 48 energy drinks in 4 days, kids.
Yeah. Happy.
Hotel room probably would have cost the same amount as 48 energy drinks, Kremer.
Hindsight's 2020, Tom. It's a slaughter outside. It genuinely is. Nexus a clean pistol round as they just decimate Sangal off the back of that. And honestly, that is where they try to hit that. This is where they go, okay, if we can convert this, this is where we try to close out the map and try to push us to our second. And honestly, if we hit something like 16-6, 16-8, that is enough momentum for them to have a pretty good chance when it comes to Vertigo. Don't get me wrong, with SXE popping off, my worry is, can he repeat it? And if he can't, will Nexus still have that same success? Sangal, with outside control, deploy those smokes, but it seems to be an elaborate ruse as they stack up in lobby and brace themselves for a quick little hit off the back of this.
I still think Nexus have every advantage going into this round, though, in the fact that they've had, such a strong T half going into, again, the advantage on the early T side. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Sorry, I had a bell in my ear and I lost track of thought, but BTN hasn't lost track of kills. Instead, Sensei, he's going to find a 3K on the Tech-9 as they line up for him. And now, 4 versus 2 situation for Sangal. Sound is going to be pushing out through ramp. Will he get taken down by Engine? Yes, he will. The Tech-9's wreaking havoc in round number 17. And it's a brilliant scout shot from Cello. But he's now left in a 1 versus 3. And Nexus, it's not looking too hot for them after they had every advantage to start with.
Yep, Sangal, their conversion, it's there. They're full spy, it worked out for them. Tech-9's proved to be ruthless, and Logic Man demonstrates exactly why. The retrieved M4 on Engine, the retrieved MP9 on Sensei means that they're going to play bonus regardless of what Nexus spy here, and they go for a full spy. The best way to answer a force is with a force, and this is a to and fro, out of waltz that isn't anyone's first rodeo, and we expect what should be the first team to win 2 rounds forces the other to an eco. Sangal, will they be that team, or are we going to see Nexus force us into another force on round 19?
We've seen a lot of force spy battles in early games, especially in second halves in this tournament. And Engine is the man to strike first on the T side with the CT zone weapon. Bit of BM there. Really drives it home how successful they were in the previous. But now in the 5 versus 4, I don't see Nexus being able to do much here, especially as Paz is going to get surrounded, but deals with the surrounding quite aptly. BTN is very low on health, and, well, Sound just doesn't expect to be swung back on by a Glock. Paz finishes the deal, and Sangal survive with all 5 players and the round win. Their economy is going to slowly creep in to the upper echelons, and if your economy is good enough, then why not head down and buy yourself a Red Magic 6 Series phone? Stay in the lead with 165Hz refresh rate. It is the world's smoothest smartphone, Gremmer. What do you think of that bad boy?
I would love the world's smoothest smartphone, to be honest with you. It actually looks very nice.
It does. It has a case that cools it with fans. It's very epic.
Sometimes things just look like future. Like, you know what I mean, right? That's essentially what that is. And I quite like it. I would consider getting one as Nexus. They might need to consider doing something with this economy, because on an eco, next round will be the only round where they're able to continue a lead. And for Logic Ben, can he just farm hit? No, he can't actually. That is a bit of a whiff. However, it seems there to clean up. Engine with 3, Major with 1 of his own, BTN with the util all around, and realizes that he's a rock in a hard place. Major to execute him. Gives him a 4K there, so I think he'll be pretty happy with.
It's free real estate.
It is free real estate. It's free cash. 10-9, Nexus, with this investment, it's the only round they have left now, which separates them from Sangal. If Sangal actually take this round, we see massive momentum shifts, and more importantly, we actually see, this is a fun statistic for you, Josh. For Josh, I apologize.
I
knew I was going to make that mistake. I knew I was. I'm sorry, Tom. From the bottom of my heart.
I'm not good enough for Cremmer. No. I'm sorry.
No, but, it's a fun statistic for you, Tom.
Okay.
Hey, alright. Did you know that more comebacks happen on the T side than the CT side? It's because to reset a CT side economy, it's fairly easy. Anyone can do it. You can do it. I can do it. You probably have done it before.
I have.
And yeah, I think I've done it a few times. And for Sangal, the pro team, just be another walk in the park for them. We see that hit towards A. It's absolutely perfect. The entries from Major and Engine just work admirably. And for Nexus, back away, save their weapons, and hope that'll take them into the next. With limited economy, saving these weapons is actually really, really important.
Oh yeah, 100%. And Sound and BTN are going to have a tough time of it. They have walked past Sound for the meantime. If Pass doesn't check his corners, that could be quite costly. Or instead, it could be Logic Man running into Garage unchecked with a knife, as Sound picks up another frag and does get hit by a grenade. That will effectively seal the deal. BTN does live on. Damage is done to Sangal, but it's not going to matter. Their economy is just... It's boomed too much from their success in this second half. Yeah. And now we find ourselves at a 10-10 equalizer, and Nexus are heavily on the back foot. And that is a very needed tactical timeout.
I actually like how quickly this came in. Lost 3 rounds straight to timeout. Yeah. And we see a lot of the time teams who favor the momentum literally just don't use a timeout up until the absolute final, last 2-3 rounds where they go, okay, maybe we should have used that a bit earlier. They try to make up for it by timing out every round. I like how Nexus called it one instantly. I assume this is the Nexus timeout. I think it would be foolish to think otherwise. And for these members, what on earth can Sangal do to stop them?
That's a great question at this point. And, well, the answer for Nexus is not much in this one. They have the AUG saved over. They have 2 Desert Eagles and a P250. Zello hasn't bought into anything, being the AWPer. He wants to keep as much money as possible into their next gun round, which is, I'm assuming, going to be the next round. But Sensei immediately shuts down Blitz. Meaning already this investment around the AUG is not looking the hottest. Major doing some fancy antics towards ramp. BTN scared me for a second there. Perhaps I've spoken too soon, but they're back in the 2 versus 4. And already a dive down towards this B bomb site should secure them the round. SXE, you can never rule them out of any situation. Does only have a P250 this time. Molotov doesn't quite do what it's supposed to, and he will tuck in behind the smoke. Can he be a nuisance here?
That's all he can really hope to be a nuisance. But Sensei, he makes sure that nuisances are tossed to the side. For BTN, the AUG definitely means that saving is a viable option, but they forego the lead here. And with limited economy moving into the next round, we'll see an investment. Sure, it'll be another buy, but there'll be nothing behind it. And for Sangal, they're going to be acutely aware that all it takes is a successful hero play by either Paz, Major, or even Sensei, all three of them having fairly good games, and that'll just reset Nexus once again.
Yeah, Nexus are certainly back in the danger zone. It's a sort of repeat of what we saw against Copenhagen Flames, but they were able to get to 15 first. They no longer have that 15th round as a buffer, and Sangal have just hit that scoreline that Copenhagen Flames came back from. No doubt this is it's a bit of a sorry throwback, as much as SXE might be determined to not have a repeat of their last crash out in Blast Rising. The rest of the squad just haven't really been performing to especially in the second half, they haven't really been performing to the level they were to start off with, and that's going to come back to haunt them, especially if they can't pick this one up. SXE, though, he's looking determined, finds one, does huge damage with display, but it's instead Blitz to pick up a second. Now a 5 versus 3 as Logic Man barely escapes with his own life.
Escaping, though, means they can turn their attention elsewhere. 5 on 3, and for Sangal, I actually look towards outside, something that where usually to attack towards outside you need a heavy manpower. However, maybe you want the element of surprise, and unfortunately for Nexus, if they lose this round, they might be approaching their apoptosis, because they've just... how many have they lost in a row now? Considering they went 8-4, and then since then they kind of flatlined pretty significantly, and for Sangal, what's the punishment?
I mean, the punishment is already, no doubt, psychological. Nexus are going to be fearing a repeat of their Copenhagen Flames crash, as I mentioned just a moment ago. But, oh, good lord, Blitz. That's a lovely double, leaving everything down to Major in the 1v5. And their economy is still pretty fantastic. Major will want to try and deal some damage to a struggling Nexus. Will he even get away with one, though? No, he won't. SXE through the smoke, spams him down. And that's the equalizer that Nexus absolutely had to ascertain.
It's exactly what they're after, and it's exactly what they're able to deliver. For Sangal, this is where they start to sweat a bit. This is where they realize, okay, this isn't looking too good. Just because they hit that massive comeback and they've equalized doesn't mean they're out the woods. Nexus, they demonstrate that, and at 11-11, the investment comes in once again. But for Sangal, you need to remember that AWPs are quite expensive, and they've only got about another single investment left in their economy. As smokes go towards outside, this leaves Nexus with a gap in their vision, something Sangal look to capitalize with. As they shift forward to Garage, Paz, does he walk through this and does he look to engage onto BTN? As SXE hears the utility land around him, he looks to hide, and as BTN runs away, the flank should come through. Zello good for one, Major to trade. Now, 4 on 4, this is where things get scary. Engine chiming in as well, leaves the remaining 3 members of Nexus in a very uncomfortable position.
Especially now that... oh, no, okay, Sound and SXE... just take back everything we just said. Major has crept in towards Hell, and the CTs and Ts have had a role reversal here. As good old Major comes in from the wrong side of ramp. They don't have the bomb in their possession at the moment, though. And this round is immediately looking a lot better for Nexus than it did about 3 seconds ago. Sound still holding down the angle. Molotov ready. Could catch Major. And I do believe the bomb is still towards Trophy Room here. Yes, it is. Meaning the only way Sangal can get it back is if they group up and go for some incredible push. But the util is continuing to delay this, as is that headshot from Sound. Paz now swings on in. Doesn't even catch off the first man. And Sound, statistically the highest rated player up until this week for Nexus, does all the damage.
Yeah, really strong stuff from them. For Sangal, it looks like we might have to see another investment here.
But if you want to invest into the world of cryptocurrency, perhaps you can become the next cryptillionaire. Why not head on down to Coinbase.com, where you can invest a little or a lottle into as much cryptocurrency as you like, and take on advice from the experts, all provided free on Coinbase.com. Are you a man of crypto, Kremer?
I dabble. I dabble. I know when Doge did a massive takeoff, I remembered that I had, like, a couple of years ago when Doge kind of
Oh
first
yeah.
became a thing, a friend of mine went, "Yo, do you want Dogecoin?" And I kind of thought, that's kind of funny, sure. So I had about 5, which cost me, I think, 1p, which I kind of gave
Nice.
to him from like the cash I found in the back of my wallet. And
Nice.
I think my 5p, or is what this 1p turns to about 5p now. So I think that makes me a cryptillionaire, really.
I mean, I would have to agree with you on that one. But talking about the economy of these players, Nexus are now out of the danger zone. Instead, it's Sangal looking a little bit rocky.
It really does, actually. And for Sangal, they're running out of rounds to play with. They lose this, they go straight into another round, and as it does go, well, what would be a 13 to 11, they have to go to an eco 14 to 11, and then they need a 5-round comeback just to secure overtime. Honestly, this round is quite important to them, more so than the previous one, and for Nexus, also wary of this, having to go for a bit of a slow take towards the main. However, Paz spotted out. Paz, that's a great reaction there. The sound is taken down. 5-on-4, and now with B site under their control, Sangal, it's just a matter of getting to the site in time. BTN, the AUG, it tries to cement a kill, and, well, unable to do so. Major. He and BTN have a little exchange with Engine, showing exactly what the exchange was about with a kill onto Zello. For SXE and Blights, what on earth do they do from here?
Is it Blights or is it Blitz?
I have no clue.
Fair enough,
No.
but oh, SXE. Oh, there's no way, but Major, he looks up and cuts him down. 1 versus 5 now for poor old Blitz. And he sits in lobby. He could be good for 1 or 2 here, but if he survives the onslaught of 3, I'd be rather impressed. Down goes the first. Logic Man swings in from behind him, and there's too many angles to deal with. That's another round on the board to Sangal, and again, we're at an equalizer.
Nexus are feeling a bit scared now.
Oh, yeah.
Look at their money. Look at their money, Tom. And if you take a good look at their money, I'll give you a moment because it's quite hard to see because there's not much of it. Zello, BTN, and SXC all dropping to triple digits. And for Sangal at an equalizer, now's the perfect time to do so. Winning this round not only gives them a lead, but it gives them a run at taking the map.
I mean, it does. It does. In a sense, they can find this opening pick. They could be on for it. SXC taking a lot of preliminary damage. Ain't looking too hot over towards A. Engine now in from the high heavens. Looking to capitalize on any aggression towards lobby. There won't be any coming from this Nexus squad. They haven't quite been bodied into submission, but they're not playing as risque as they were in the first half, or at least the start of their CT side. And I don't know whether that's going to be a positive or a negative towards their round total. But SXE, he's quietened down a lot. I believe only 4 kills in this second half so far.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. He actually significantly has. A player who maybe prefers the aggression and prefers the tempo of the T side means that his teammates have had to chime in. Luckily for him, Sound, Lights, Blitz have all been able to really deliver. Sensei, can he deliver for Sangal now? With this entry? No, he can't. Blitz, there's an opening.
And the money to reinvest into that AWP, it's not going to be the end of the world for Sangal, but they don't want to have to consistently keep reinvesting. That is a heavy investment with utility as well. It comes to about $8,000, which is something Sensei will not have in the next round. Either way, still a 12-12 scoreline, still a 4 versus 4. It's pretty damn even until Blitz. He's going to line up the double. It's big towards lobby, and now the 4 versus 2 puts Sangal in a rather drastic spot. And, well, SXC and Blitz, they're going to blitz through those last 2 players as Nexus now regain their lead at a 13-12 scoreline. And a very impressive number of, lack of death on Nexus squad, as they only lose 1 man in round number 25.
As mentioned, when SXE falters, Blitz is there to assist, and he is really quite strong, and I'm starting to feel a bit worried for Sangal. With only a couple of members left standing, they're having to worry about Nexus, who, at the moment, are at least on an economic high. Yeah, it's not the greatest of economies, but it should be enough to invest next round, and for Sangal, that means they need on-the-bounce rounds, which is something they're seriously struggling for at the moment. With position towards main, they get ready with another hit towards A, but Paz shifting out. Can he spot out an initial man? No, he can't. Instead, Nexus, who hear the gunfire, hear the steps, realize that actually an A hit is almost imminent at this point.
It's as if Sangal got overconfident when they started to thread some rounds together. Paz, though, that's a great frag towards SXE, and a man who's already struggling in the second half is going to have his confidence shaken ever further with that one. Major finding Blitz as well means the A-site retake is going to have to come in thick and fast if they want to stand a semblance of a chance. And Sound is doing his best towards Lobby. He's being watched by a lurker. Engine, what can he find here? Or maybe even Paz as he swings in through a Squeaky. And BTN in the vents could have a lot to deal with in just a moment as Sangal have 100% secured themselves again. Another equalizer at 13-13.
God, it seems almost indistinguishable at this point. Nexus saving 2 members means that, so actually saving the AWP means that they still bear a lot of teeth for the next round. But will it be enough to topple Sangal? I seriously doubt it. And while they do deliver the repartee, can they convert it? And Nexus, as a team who seem to have quite a nice flush hand of hero plays, I can't help but think that Sangal is still in trouble.
But yeah, SXE going down through that smoke towards Squeaky as the opening kill really put a dampener on the efforts of the CT side there. He was not a man they could afford to lose. But if you can afford to upgrade your inventory, then why not head on down to CS.money, where you can get the skins you lust for. Look at that Desert Eagle blaze in all its glory. That's gone up by quite a bit in recent times. It went from about a 90 pound gun to 360.
Wow.
I mean, CS skins are like a cryptocurrency. It's a shame that you can't get them on Coinbase.com, to be honest, but that's why we have CS.money for you.
Yeah, that was really good. That was like 2 plugs in one. I'm so impressed by that. Logic Man opening up with the kill as SXE. Leaves Zello. Ooh. Oh, that's a response and a half. Logic Man plucked out of midair like a bird in flight as Sangal get ready and brace their hits towards ramp. Sound, the man to stop them. Will he stop them or will he just delay them? Will he kill or will he just be a mere hump in the road? And
ouch.
Looks like it's hump in the road. Loses his head as Zello. He's going to have to be the one to deliver, but instead, the smoke means he can't even consider a usage of this AWP. They beat Yan in all the more pressure as he's good for 1, turns around like that 2, spots out Sensei. While it's messy, he's panicking a little and Sensei punishes it. Blights though, set the sight, good for another. Ooh. And Blights as he doubles down. Gives Nexus 14. Once again, Sangal unable to double up means that Nexus take the lead and continue to pull forward.
That's a saucy round for Nexus to take there again at a disadvantage. Sound, whilst he was a bit of a bump in the road, doesn't have too much impact. It's all down to BTN on that B-bomb site. He plays it to perfection. And Zello, that is a nice AWP shot there. It is important to keep your head on when retaking or taking his site. And that was denied by the tag team of BTN and Blitz. Excellently done. And with Nexus pulling ahead here, again, Sangal in a bit of a danger zone. They have a lot of loss bonus. Well, actually, do they have a lot of loss bonus? It's been a bit up and down. So their economy isn't going to be fantastic going into the next, especially if they lose this one. They need to try and get a very clean round on the board here. And if SXE goes down, no, he won't immediately. It's a game of trades. That's already in Nexus's favor. Look at the health on some of these Sangal players.
But the damage done to Sensei and further damage done to Engine means, as you said, the health is cumulative damage. And for Sound, the util deployed towards control just means that BTN, again, has to just tank this nade. Zello, the kills Paz elsewhere, means Sensei has to trade. Sensei able to deliver. But Nexus once again in a 3-on-3 with the remaining members turning their attention towards ramp. Engine spotted out, dinked down by Sound, and with very low HP on Engine now. Once, as you mentioned, that damage, it accumulates, and for Sound, it's just continued peppermint. Eventually he falls, but with 48 seconds left, Lights on the other side of this wall. Good for 1, make that 2. Tries to make it 3, but Sensei's there to trade. Sensei on for a 4K now to duel Zello. And Zello, and hand shifts forward, spots him out. And as that bullet goes skull wall, unfortunately it's Sangal to fall. And as Nexus continue their tyranny, are Sangal able to stop them? At this point, I'm starting to doubt it.
I feel like we haven't really referred to how late in the game we really are. It is 15-13 now to Nexus. Yep. This is match point for them. We're in round number 29 of the game overall. Sangal are not looking hot right now. They're on pistols. They don't even have they have a single MAC-10 on Sensei, who's miraculously been able to pull one out of a hat. Their utility is dire, and Nexus they could be taking us to a map win here and now on the map pick of Sangal. And Zello starts off very strong. A pick towards Squeaky. He now has full control of that position. And as the hut rush comes on out, Blitz has a huge raid-down. And it's all down to 2 players. It's not going to be enough. Blitz cuts another down with SXE in tow. And Paz in the 1 versus 5 gets nothing done. That is a 16-13 scoreline to Nexus. And Sangal have been stunned.
That is incredible by them. Seriously well played by Nexus there. And that was just recovery after recovery after recovery. No matter what knockback Sangal hit them with, they responded instantly and ruthlessly. And you can see on the player cams, they are happy about that. They're with good reason to be. All of them played out of their minds. And look at the passion from Sound there.
Wow.
Great stuff. And you need to remember, though, this is only a first map. They still need another. And their next map will be the pick of Sangal, one of which they're going to be even more hard-pressed to win.
But just saying, Nuke is the map they faltered on before, so this is a warranted reaction, to say the least. They worked so damn hard to pull a Nuke win out the bag, and Nuke is actually the favoured map for Sangal. That's their 20th map played now, with about a 35% win rate, with Nuke being played 9 times now with about a 28% win rate on Nexus. Just doing the maths of that last game there. But as temporary Josh, I put my name badge on down here. I will wear that with pride whilst working with you, Kremer. I would like to say in the post-game analysis that Nexus, they had the drive to take that over the line. They weren't disheartened when Sangal picked up, 5 rounds to start off that CT half of theirs. And yeah, they drive it home in fantastic fashion.
You said it perfectly. Really, really strong stuff. And for Nexus, that's something to be proud of. That was a really close game, and it was, for me, man of the match is SXE. That T-side wouldn't have had nearly as much success if it wasn't for him.
Yeah.
The man who just continuously delivers. And while Blitz had an amazing game as well, his CT side presence and SXE's T side presence was just an amazing wombo combo that Sang just couldn't stop. Really strong stuff. However, that's not the end of it. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, let's see who's able to take Vertigo, and let's see who's able to triumph here in Sangal versus Nexus.
Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. I've been called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've said friends in class never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the colors freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the verse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. I stand behind a tidal wave of men in mind to tread the line like me. I saw your life and you saw mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by. Black crow swoops on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast and he turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. dying tree, fantasy. Come talk to me, how did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day, I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ, you're not Jesus Christ, you're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me, stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is
Welcome back as Sangal take on Nexus. We just saw a hell of a first map, and now as we move to Vertigo, can Nexus deliver the 2-0, or do we see Sangal push us to a third? Nexus, we said in the pre-game that if they want to win the series, they need at least one map to push it to a third and fight this as a war of attrition. They've done just that, and now, will it be enough to beat Sangal? Sangal, a team who took it to 13 rounds. It was a long game, to say the least. They're looking to take it the full length. Can they do so? We'll have to see. I'm Newcastle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Sneaky Beaky. Tom, how do you feel about this one?
Well, going into this one, I don't know how Sangal are going to bounce back from that loss, because I'm not going to say the game was in their hands at any point, because it was definitely Nexus's game to lose, especially when they won out on the T half, and then they made it so damn competitive down the home stretch. But yeah, as we said, Sangal are a lot worse at getting mentally back into the game. And after that level of, well, after that close of a match, to lose like that, it's quite depressing, especially when you fought so damn hard to keep on equalizing. You win out rounds at, no business winning. There were so many hero plays on both sides. But yeah, going into Vertigo, I honestly don't know who's going to be the stronger team here, because Sangal, again, they weren't very impressive when they played Vertigo in this tournament previously. Again, Club Brugge, they clapped them about, I think it was a 16-7 scoreline by the end of things. And Nexus, this isn't one of their typical maps. They've played it 4 times. They've won it once. It's been played a lot more times in 9 for Sangal, but again, they've only won it 3 times. It's not the best map for either teams, but Sangal do have the advantage in the overview going into this one.
Something to bear in mind, though. Nexus, this is the teams they played against. You need to look at the caliber context. For Sangal, they've been some decent teams they've been playing against. They've been playing against Pact, Lingby Vikings, Motor Riders, Sinners. These are some good teams that they're playing. Over towards Nexus, exactly the same story. Little Mix, Copenhagen Flames, Honoris. All of them are teams that absolutely you need to fear. And what's interesting is these are some close games. There's double OT, there's a 16-14. All it took is 3 rounds, and suddenly we would have a 75% win rate. This is 2 fewer maps to base them on, and right now, for Sangal, they're the ones who need to be scared, because there's a lot to extract here. These are all very close games with lots of rounds, and the fact they play the map consistently means that there's something that maybe Nexus can exploit. Of course, we were told a few minutes ago that it would be 2 minutes to restart, so we should be able to get things underway relatively soon. Honestly, having seen map 1, who do you think wins this, Tom?
The series, I think, is definitely going to be Nexus.
This map.
But this map, ooh, that's a good question. I think since Nexus are inexperienced on Vertigo, and Vertigo is not one of those maps you can just, walk onto and, be like, yes, we have the perfect T side. Because the T side takes a lot of work for Vertigo. The amount of util lineups you need to learn, especially if you want to go towards either site, really. B site without utility is effectively a no-go. Mid, you need to, have decent smoke and flash lineups, and then the A bomb site is where the main onslaught of this map really happens. If you don't know your smokes, your flashes, if you're not experienced on this map as a squad, you're really going to struggle.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. This is a map that really comes down to execution and practice. And for these members. What's the response for them? And as aggression comes through, Lights spots out the first member. There's Major to finish the job, though. Opening secured for Sangal. They bow their way forward as they brace for this hit straight towards this A site. Lights, there's one. Traded out by Logic Man. Is there a follow-up from Nexus? Yes, there is. BTN, he's the one to chime in and recover into a 3-on-3. Engine, though, makes it a 3-on-2 with a beautiful shot onto BTN there. The remaining members of Nexus thrust into a retake. What do they do from here?
There's a bit of a stunning shot there, and that does net them the man advantage. Now 2, as kills just fly all over the place. Sangal get it down to a 1 versus 2, and they will win that one out with relative ease. It looked like a very closely contested round is the word I was looking for there. But no, in the end, Sangal shut it down, and already Major straight into that AK-47 buy as his teammates buy up utility around him. Nexus will again force into this round, as they did in the previous game, and I believe this is going to net Sangal the opportunity to put their second on with relative ease here.
Well, for Zello, that's an opening and a half. Logic Man, he'll lose his head to that aggression, and that's a retrieved rifle, just like that. Lights will be bound to go pick it up. With a Mac-10 of engine, a bit of damage to BTN. It does keep him at arm's length, but it doesn't stop it. And for Nexus, as they brace themselves for a hit from Sangal, a man down, realize that they can't risk giving up any more weapons, completely stagnate their tempo, and go around a more pick-oriented setup than what would have been initially a straight hit towards either A or B.
I think I just need to stop giving predictions here, Kremer. I was like, oh, this should be an easy round for Sangal. And as you said, their tempo has just been crushed by that entry. And for the scout to be like aggressive entering like that, and for the shot to land convincingly, that's a massive credit to just Zello's skill on that weapon. It's what White and I like to call the scooter peak, where you just run in with a scout and just decimate your opponents. It's a play on Zantare's peak, because you are so damn fast on that scout. Your movement is quite unlike the AWP. Now the CTs, they managed to whittle the clock down to 40 seconds, and Sangal will finally begin an execution. Smokes a great flashbang as well, forces Zello off the angle. Will they now be able to capitalize off of the territory they've gained?
Well, the back 10 through the smoke delivers just that. Sensei to full, ended the trade. And now, with a just complete slaughter onto the site, I think it's safe to assume that Nexus have just that opening kill. It was more of a silver lining of false hope rather than an actual opening they could exploit. Sangal, they now go 2-0 up as they force Nexus into a really scary spot. And as a scout, the SXE does a bit of damage to Sensei. They'll deploy that flash just to try and help him swing. And, well, I think he didn't even mean to kill Engine there, but he does anyway. And for Sangal, that'll be a 2-0 lead as Nexus move to an eco.
They lose a rifle, but it's not going to be the end of the world. As you said, it will be Nexus on the eco. And now the bonus round comes in for Sangal. In fact, they're not really going to go for much of a bonus round. 3 AK-47 investments and only 2 Mac-10s. They are going to want to send the Mac-10s in first. They want to be the hunters, the ones to get all the money farming, so then they can afford an AWP as soon as possible, as I'm assuming that's the aim, to get Sensei back on the AWP. But yeah, Nexus on just a couple of upgraded pistols and a flashbang. This isn't looking like too much of a good round for them. And the Mac-10 should be able to do more than enough to seal the deal here.
It can seal the deal. That is as flash goes through from Sensei. He does keep him back, and BTN hasn't really taken engagement just yet. He waits to see what pushes into him, and for Sangal, as they tease the odd push here or there, it is a matter of just getting a feel for it, and Pazzi does just that. 2 quick kills, forces the remaining members of Nexus, well, into their deaths, and while SXE eventually gets one, that's all they'll ever get. And as Nexus, they completely fragment. Sangal, going 3-0 up, looks to make this as quick a half as possible.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they can keep... I mean, this is what we saw on Nuke, though, isn't it? We saw them go 4-0 up and then lose 8 rounds in a row. Nexus, this time on the CT side rather than the T side, are struggling to control the tempo, but going into the first gun round here, I mean, it's up to them to deny a capitulation on their front. Zello has gone for the AWP, no head armor and a flashbang. Admittedly, you don't need head armor against the likes of the AKs. And Paz eats a grenade there as Blitz seals the deal. Flashbang over the top as Sandbags doesn't go unchecked, but they don't have enough time to clear it. As we continue in this round, the 5 versus 4 situation will result in a boost from the CT squad. Major sees the head, tries to finish his way through the wall, but instead it's Sensei to get the job done. And now the 3 versus 3 as Zello chimes right back on in. Can he find another one over the top of the headshot boxes? Needs to be careful here. It's a dangerous game he's playing. And the grenade is dangerous for Zello as well. But Sound swings on into the bomb site through the smoke, finds Logic Man. And 3 versus 2 is where we find ourselves as NEXUS are doing a far better job of controlling this bomb site now that they have the buy. And Engine eventually shut down, leaving Major in the 1 versus 2.
Zello, open hand, looks to respond, but with only 5 HP, he needs SXE to deliver here. And with limited util, in fact, no util on either side, it's all coming down to Angel's timing and maybe even a degree of luck. I don't think that anyone on Nexus has a kit, though, and that is where things get scary. Now, bomb taps. Major, he looks to swing off the back of it. And as they realize that the only applicable place that Major can aggress from is the side, there's the first kill. Out of time, SXC, he's unable to finish the job. Major, that kill is all that's required. And Sangal, it's a well-recovered 1v2 as they go 4-0 up.
Oh, I thought Major had jumped off the edge of the map
even
there.
Survives.
That was quite close. Yeah, the bomb radius on Vertigo is, I believe, the smallest in the entire competitive map pool. It's Vertigo and Nuke have very, very small bomb radiuses compared to that of Inferno, which is one of the biggest, which will kill you from half the map away. And that is what allows Major to save that rifle over there, and quite comfortably so. The AWP is picked up and dropped back over to Zello. Will that really be a saving grace, though? Especially after they can't win out that last round with the heavy advantage in their favour.
Well, there's an opening. Engine onto Zello. Instantly puts Nexus at a disadvantage. But you need to remember that this is a game of 2 halves. This is a game in which people have preferences for each half. Unfortunately for Nexus, Sangal have a preference for their CT side. And unfortunately for Nexus again, they don't really have a preference for their T side. It's a negligible percentage difference. And with that, I fully expect to see a fairly large push from Sangal. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a significant lead established for themselves. Yeah,
I think I'd have to agree with you on that one. And, well, this round looking almost sealed in their favour already, as this B aggression comes on in. SXE will really be the man of the hour here, unless Sound can pull off a nasty 1-dig. An Engine, as he creeps over towards the rest of this site, does have to be careful of SXE on this angle. The MP9 is lethal at this kind of range as well. Now, as the utility rains on down, will SXE go for the swing? He plays a bit of anti-flash, instead looks straight into it. But there it is, it's Major to capitalise. SXE picks up one on the MP9, not another as Paz runs on in. Now the 2 versus 3 in BTN, it's a lovely shot. Major shuts him down, and Blitz, despite being on the rear flank, the unexpected positioning does go down to Paz. Now it's 5-0 to Sangal Esports.
Paz looking to expect the unexpected. Sangal 5-0 up. Nexus, I'm really worried about what they do next from here, Josh. I do apologise. It happens again.
I'm out of the office.
I'm sorry, Tom. For Nexus, what's the response?
As I sit back down in my chair after that absolute abomination of my name once again, dearie me, Sangal, they have a significant lead in Nexus. They're not looking too hot right now. This isn't a typical map pick of theirs. And whilst I was sceptical of them going in, I feel like... whilst I was sceptical of Sangal going in, I feel like they definitely should be able to take this map away. The last map of the map pool that we have today is definitely going to be an interesting one. I know it's very early into map number 2, but I am going to predict off of this performance so far that Sangal take their opponent's pick. This is... So yeah, I feel like we will be going to a third map, and I feel like it will be a very closely contested one. Zello on the AWP, already taking so much damage, as does SXE, but he capitalizes on his Engine, rushes on in, takes a bit of nade damage, but already the man advantage for Sangal.
And it is for a 4-on-3. Things are just looking at slowly spiraling out of control for these members. And Logic Man, he lines up the first BTN to trade. Major, he comes in clutch, really, for Sangal. 6-0 they now lead. And my worry for Nexus is we just haven't seen a we just haven't really seen a single
Anything from them.
yeah, just a response. It's just been a matter of just taking it.
Yeah, honestly, Nexus, they've made, what, 2 rounds close? Maybe the pistol, but they're just not able to finish the job ever, it seems. And that's a massive benefit for Sangal, whose economy is only growing steadier as they are on the T side rather than the CT. And Logic Man, he's just got a 3k spray down. It's how do you even deal with this as Nexus? Okay, obviously this is another semi-eco for them. They've got some upgraded pistols, but Engine shuts another one down. It's all down to BTN on the Deagle. There's very little he can do. If he can pull 1 kill away, save a rifle over, this could make it a worthwhile round, and he does see ahead. But no, it's Logic Man to fire first. A 4k for Logic Man in that round, and he's farming eco frags all day long, putting Sangal onto a 7-0 lead.
We actually missed the Red Magic Club, then.
Yes.
I think let's talk about Red Magic quickly while we can, Tom.
I'm going to count that as the 3rd on the Josh counter there, Kremer.
That wasn't a Josh counter.
Yeah, Red Magic is the world's smoothest smartphone. It's got a refresh rate of 165 hertz, which
That's a lot of hertz.
It's a lot of hertz, and a lot of hertz is being dealt to Nexus right now from the Sangal squad. But that phone has a better refresh rate than my actual monitor, Kremer. So if you're looking to dominate the mobile gaming scene, then why not hop on down to the Red Magic store and grab yourself their brand new 6 series phone. And they come with a very snazzy case if you wish to get that as an add-on. It's a cooling case with 2 fans.
I can't even count that high. 165.
That's a lot of. It's a lot of counting.
I can't even count that on my fingers. So
yeah, we struggle
really
with
high.
30 as casters. Like, oh
yeah, this is 30 rounds are just nightmare for me. Sangal with a overtime's even worse when you have double, triple, quadruple overtime. That's only like an extra 6 rounds. I still struggle with it.
I struggled badly on Saturday trying to piece together what rounds even meant anymore as we went into a double overtime.
I feel that on an astronomical level. Sangal, 4-on-4. 4-on-4s usually just favour the T side, and while Nexus do have a very strong buy behind them, there's no economy behind it. For every player that dies, that we're just not going to see that reinvestment. And for Sangal, this is decimation right now. We did see an 8-round win spree from Nexus over on Nuke. So for Sangal, they're not out the woods yet. Their comeback is very possible. But at this stage, if we don't see Nexus get around soon, I think the momentum and the damage would have already been done.
Again, I'm going to have to agree with you. And Logic Man, oh Jesus Lord, BTN, he doesn't stand a chance. Full blinded, head ripped to shreds as Logic Man drops another flashbang over the big wall. And Blitz is getting a bit more aggressive now, but needs to be so careful of Major, holding the angle with the AWP. And Blitz will swing wide, takes down the AWPer, brings us back to a 3 versus 3, but already with 2 deaths, Nexus are going to struggle reinvesting into the next. And Sangal, they're not out of this round just yet. They have a smoke, they have a Molotov, they have a grenade, which is more than the singular smoke Blitz has for Nexus. They have plenty of util for an A-site execute, and that's exactly what they're aiming for with 15 seconds left on the clock. Time is the enemy. Can they capitalize on the round? So far, so good with Paz finding Blitz.
All it takes is Zello cancelling this plant. As he jumps up, he'll realise that he's unable to do so. The players, they get away. Not only do they get that plant, it means that SXC, he's going to be swarmed. He's good for 1, tries to double down. Engine makes sure it doesn't happen. While Zello trades, he's left on a measly 14 HP against Engine, who, at a moment's notice, can just aggress the kill. And he does that. Sangal, they confirm a victory in this first half. To what extent is what will be on the minds of Nexus, and if they can mitigate the damage, even if it goes 10-5, at least they have something to work off.
Yeah, I feel like if Nexus don't put... Realistically, 5 is a big ask from the way they've been playing at the moment on their CT side. But if they don't put up, I'd say 6 rounds on a CT side of Vertigo in the current meta. But I just don't see a world where that happens. Sangal, I don't think they're going to have a flawless half, but they're not going to be far off from the way they're playing versus that Nexus right now. And this is, of course, Sangal's map pick. I made the mistake earlier of saying that it was Nexus's. I am a fool, of course. But yeah, Sangal showing why this is definitely their map pick and not that of Nexus.
course, you need to remember, the loser of this game, they're out. They don't get any second chance. And
it's a quadruple elimination as well.
Yeah, so for Nexus, they really don't want it to be them. They show that with Zella's kill onto Paz, but it's not an advantage, it's an equalizer. And for Sangal, it just causes them to wait a moment and hesitate with their push towards A. The flank from Engine towards B will instantly see that it's a completely open site. And, well, Nexus, yeah, they get the aggression. Yeah, they re-clear ramp, but it only alerts them to the fact that how open they've left B. And any second now we'll see that trap spawn from Sangal just to show how alone they are. But for Zello, the opening helps. With Logic Man, his fall means that AK can be retrieved. But retrieved to what avail as we get ready for the follow-up.
I mean, this has to be a retake win here from Nexus, and that grenade is already going to put a spring in the step of the post-plant defenders. They have the weaponry advantage, and now they've evened the numbers. Major onto BTN means things get increasingly more difficult, and Major not going to quite find another one. It's Engine to double up, and Blitz in a 1 versus 3. 2 low HP players, not going to matter. Rips the head off of one of them. Has to deal with a 1 versus 2, finds another, but now time is ticking low, and it's a Deagle against an AWP. He might, yeah, he's just going to have to run and grab an AK. He can't save the day. He can save a rifle, but it's not going to be good enough for Nexus, as already Sangal find 9 uncontested rounds.
This is really scary at this stage. This is really scary, and while this side desperately hopes to cling to this advantage, for Nexus, these rounds have been getting closer. Granted, as you can probably tell, Tom, I am clutching at straws here. But the Sangal at 9-0 up, I think it's safe to say there isn't much hope left for Nexus.
Yeah, not at the moment. And again, I believe we did make a mistake. It's the loser of this game isn't out completely. But it's the winner of this group for today, out of Budapest 5, Sangal and Nexus, that goes on to the next round, I believe. This is like the last chance to go through. And Blast Rising has been very generous with their chances. As I said, effectively a quadruple elimination, as Sangal look to eliminate Nexus out of this one as well. Zello needs to find something dazzling here, but no, Logic Man catches him on the crouch walk, and SXE on that other AWP catches one off guard. Now the 2 versus 1, and he drops a smoke of his own, but I feel like that's only going to help Sangal rather than hinder them, as it covers the plant from any aggressive utility.
The only dazzling thing right now, Tom, is the little muzzle flash from Logic Man as he just tears through Nexus. And for SXE, I wouldn't be surprised if he saves here. Look at the money in Nexus. There just isn't any. And as SXE goes through the smoke, Logic Man, he's the first to fall. Now is there a trade from Major? This could be SXE's chance to put themselves on the board. But Major, he's played it masterfully, hiding around the corner. That bomb's sticking down. Yes, there's a kit over on SXE, but is it enough? And SXE's actually got a really good read on where Major could be coming from here. As he dances around the position, Major just doesn't shift. The man has ironclad confidence, though, but this time SXE sticking gets. There it is, Nexus. They get their first round, and he's even able to shut down Major. A 1v2 for SXE, as we finally see Nexus put themselves on the board. They break that egg. Is it enough, though, Tom?
I don't think it's enough by any means. I also don't think that should ever have been a Nexus round. I mean, credits again to SXE. His name has been coming up so much on the Nexus side throughout this whole series so far. The fact that he's the man to put a round on the board is it's almost poetic. Sangal, Major plays weirdly scared there in that situation. I understand why he doesn't peek the first time. You know, it is probably a fake looking for information. Major, though, straight back into his antics as he burns BTN to a crisp. I don't even know how that happened. I wasn't quite paying attention. This grenade could be big, but no. Logic Man immediately deals with Blitz above the smoke. A lovely boost coming through. Whilst the nade damage is pretty significant. Only a single kill from it so far as Zello tags down another one of these players. It's all down to sound now, though, and it's just not looking great for Nexus.
I'm struggling to find something positive to say. I mean, Zello was a nice opening, but he's died, so we won't see that AWP again for what could potentially be till the last couple of rounds of the half.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's not. And Sangal, I'm seriously impressed with them at this point. They go 10-1 up, and here's the thing from Sangal. You look at their kills, no one's really doing badly. They're all pulling their weight, and all of them are just heavy hitting now against Nexus, and it's really quite impressive to see all the kind of cogs of the machine start turning.
I mean, seeing Major 11-3 right now, that's a spectacle in itself. He's not put up numbers like this in a long time. And Sensei as... who's the highest rated? It's actually Paz who's highest rated on this Sangal squad, with himself going 10-4 right now. That's impressive numbers. And I feel like this game is just going to be a bit of a stats booster for Sangal at this point, to be honest. You know, it's always good to have a better HLTV rating. Sound with a brilliant bait smoke almost catches Paz off guard. But no, I say brilliant bait smoke as you know, I'm trying to give the boys something here. They're still alive and not quite kicking. You know, maybe a brush against the shins of Sangal. You know, that one round is, you know, when you hit yourself in the shin with the scooter, it hurts for a while.
Agony.
It's agony for a while, because Major's going to be kicking himself for losing that 1-versus-1 when everything was in his favor. But they've recovered nicely, and they haven't been hospitalized. They're now 10-1 up. There's a tactical timeout called by Nexus. They're third, apparently, in this game. And will it really change anything? But I'll tell you what you can change, though. You can change up your investing patterns by taking control of your economy with Coinbase. Tap into the world of crypto with Coinbase.com. Invest a little or a lot into any cryptocurrency you desire on their platform. And, you know, work your way up to becoming the next cryptillionaire like our friend Kremer here, who made 5 whole pence on Dogecoin.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of what 5 pence is in like other currencies. That
6 cents.
Is about 6.5 cents. So watch out is really what I'm saying to all you big corporations. I'm coming for you.
Unregulated 5 cents of Dogecoin. Oh God.
Yeah. Exactly, that's something to fear. So anyway, something to fear. That's SXE being mollied out, forced away from upper. He's spotted out as he does so, meaning that he should be quickly dispatched. Oh, that's the kill onto engine, though. For Paz, does he chime in? Or are we going to see SXE maybe start crafting a bit of a presence in this round? And I think we just saw Paz chuck that gun off the map as well, so it's going to be no pickup for Paz, or for SXE even, as he aggresses towards lower. But what it does confirm to Nexus is that Sangal are going to hit up from ramp. Smokes go flying as the push comes through. There's a very fast flank now for the Sangal. If they can't trade instantly, then they're left in an uncomfortable position. Sensei, there's the opening. Down to a 4-on-3. Sound equalizes. 3-on-3. Jumps up towards Tetris. Looks to even take a fight on the player's center side. Paz, realizing that the player could still be there as Sensei on the flank holds Blitz. SXE shows his presence. 2-on-2. Oh, make that a 1-on-1 as Paz and SXE both chime in.
He's done it last time.
Yeah.
Will we see the Tasmanian Devil come into life? Oh. No, we won't. SXE, you beast! Stealing away a second round for Nexus there.
Yeah, SXE looks to see around, and Nexus, that'll be 2. They double their round counts. I worry, though, Tom. I still worry because they all died bar 1, and I mean, they can reinvest here, and we might even see a double-up setup, but in my opinion, the first 2 teams can be apart, with the game still being winnable, is about 4 rounds. I think 11-4 is quite a common comeback. Yeah. Anything else is kind of out the question. I think once you hit 12-3, it's pretty much over. And while SXE gets ready to go aggressive towards Pitts, little does he know, the whole of Sangal, they've upped the antics, they've upped the tempo, and now it's going to be once again, that's under besiegement.
Oh, dearie me. Sangal have been ruthless, and I've never seen a double boost towards a ramp used before. And it has worked stellar in about 3 of these rounds where Nexus get over-aggressive. And the best it's done for them is it has netted them 2 easy entry frags on the Sangal squad. But now what needs to happen is, well, Sangal, first of all, need to deny Nexus anything in this game so they can move as quickly as possible onto the final map where they still have the momentum going for them. Nexus, I'd say, need to do the same. They need to just get this map over and done with. Don't invest too much energy into very startlingly difficult comeback on their opponent's map pick, and maybe just start talking about game number 3 of this series. Obviously, I don't want to rule them out just yet, especially with BT and Entry there. And Blitz as well finds the bomb carrier of Major, meaning as Blitz finds a third, this is not a good round for Sangal. They need to fall off and, with their economy, I'd say save some weapons here, because Nexus have at least been making these rounds expensive.
Sensei alone in a 1v4, as suddenly things look actually quite scary for Nexus, and or for Sangal even. Sensei caught out by Zello, that'll be 3 for Nexus, and actually, suddenly this half looks very real for them, and 10-5 is best case scenario for them, but that case is actually looking quite likely at this stage.
Yeah, and Sangal back to the pistol investment for the, I believe, first time this entire second map. So, well, it'd be interesting to see if Nexus can claw their way back to 5, and then perhaps everything I said about them letting this map go, focusing on the third, will have to be chucked out the window as Sound, again, picks up one in middle. I believe he knows there's a couple more behind that wall, so he continues to hold the angle, and that grenade could hurt. Not as much as I thought it would, goes a little bit far, as Sensei tries his hand towards the B-bomb site.
Bit of damage done towards mid, and with Major already falling. Sound, he's got the confidence now, actually, being more than happy to take an engagement. Blights killing Sensei, puts it into a 3-on-5. It's Sound. Pressing on mid, the flash was good. The spray's better. 2 quick kills, leaves it all onto Paz, and with the Tech 9, he's in a bit of trouble here. Finished off by Sound, and suddenly we take a moment to look at the economy of those over on Sangal, and frankly, there isn't any. Nexus, this could be where they actually make it 5.
I was curious as to why they invested so heavily into round number 14, especially with such little reward for doing so. What, they got 1 kill in that last round, if I'm not going insane? Nexus just wiped the floor clean with them, and now with a double AWP setup up against the 5 AKs, when an AWP definitely could have helped them on this A execute, it was a curious investment.
And it is. Blights kills the logic, man. It's exactly what they're after. With a trade there, Zella wants to Sensei. 5-on-3 now, and Nexus seem to have found their rhythm. SXC, can he flick to the jumping up members? Yes, he can. Another quick kill. And just like that, Sangal literally being dismantled now. Every engagement they take seems to just play to their detriment.
Yeah, and perhaps that is an element of overconfidence, or just Nexus finding their stride. It is way too late in the CT half for them to be picking up rounds like this. Where was this quite literally 5 minutes ago? This is a new reinvigorated Nexus squad off the back of, well, back-to-back hero plays from the one, the only SXE. Engine now in a 1 versus 5 situation to put an 11th on the board for Sangal. It's not looking particularly likely. He's biding the clock down as much as he can. He has to go for this swing because they're not going to take the fights, and he finds SXE. Doesn't realise that Blitz is also hiding behind side boxes, and Nexus do pull off 5 rounds. And actually, the top 3 players on Nexus, their scorelines don't look as reflectively bad as this half has been for them.
Yeah, it's really well recovered. Dare I say it, I was actually more than happy to rule them out there. But they've mounted quite a comeback, and while there's still a long way to go, there absolutely is a long way to go, there's a chance. The foundation of a comeback's been laid. Now what do they do as they hit their T-side? As, bear in mind, they favour their T-side. It's by a negligible amount, but they still favour it, and for Sangal, they actually favour their CT side. So, Nexus, things may even just get harder, but at least they have that momentum of 5.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I openly stated that I was ruling them out towards the end of that half. It was when the Sangal squad had just hit their 10th round. I was saying, Nexus, maybe let this one slip. Just focus on that last map. That last map is where you can really take Sangal and make them struggle. But Nexus, now there is that glimmer of hope, and it's a scary glimmer of hope, especially with the tenacity of this squad. couple of young guns here, all very, very eager to prove themselves, and with such high stakes on the line up against, such a team as Sangal, they're really going to want to capitalize. And if you want to capitalize on a collection of old skins, perhaps, that you have lying around, then why not take them down to CS.money and trade them up for a skin you lost for? As you can see there, just 3 of the hundreds, if not thousands, of items on offer on CS.money. Why don't you trade yourself up to that dream skin you've always wanted, or maybe buy your way in with that 30% cash deposit bonus?
I used CS money recently. I like purchased my first ever like semi decent skin. I got a Stat Track AK Bloodsport.
Trey fancy, as they say.
Yeah, I did it on CS money. They were surprisingly easy to use. Like, it's pretty easy to mess up. Oh, sorry, pretty hard to mess up actually. Oh,
Great
really, yeah. So they're really I feel like it's very intuitive. Well, flank towards mid, SXE in a 1v3 on just 2 HP. Good for Major. Unfortunately, that might be all he's able to retrieve of this round, and without the bomb, I don't really know where he's going. Yeah, a flank might help.
And around the world.
Yeah, but he's taken so long for it, of course it'll be predicted.
No, I mean, there's 1 minute and 5 left on the clock. We can never rule out SXE as we saw on Nuke. But in the 1 versus 2, he'd have to hit 2 very clean 1-taps here. And obviously it is the pistol, so a 2 HP clutch is less out of the question, but their positioning is just done as so that they can crossfire any of these angles. And excuse me, SXE probably continuing towards his fate here, as now time ticks even lower, and he has no idea where these 2 CTs are.
Deploys that smoke to help out, and on the jump spot, he spots out the first member. Oh, through the smoke, Logic Man's deleted. Engine jumping up as well, needs to be very damn careful, as SXE not quite able to finish the job. But my God, that looked doable for a moment.
Jesus,
wow.
Lord. That headshot through the smoke was just impeccable. It was godly. I genuinely feel bad for SXE there. I wanted that to be his round. That was his round. And he even lands shots onto the last player alive. Takes another 49 HP. If he doesn't have 2 health in that situation, 100% of the time he wins it.
I think even if he lost that, even though they don't really, they probably won't lose any momentum from that at all, considering how close that was.
Yeah.
He is
but the nade,
so impressive. BTN kills Engine. 5 on 4, but with low HP, as you mentioned, on BTN and SXC. It's fairly punishable. Paz demonstrates why with a kill onto Zello instead.
Well, Paz.
4 on 4.
I mean, yeah, he's just been continuing to cause havoc throughout this game. Admittedly, less so as the rounds have slugged on. Sensei, though, what can he find with an MP9 here? Nexus have again gone for a force investment, and I do understand that it's the meta, but I don't think they've won a single one of these force buy rounds yet. It would be far better to, instead of giving up 3, maybe just give up 2. Sensei, though, finds a headshot. SXE does the same thing, and now Paz with the FAMAS spray continues to wreak mania on the A ramp, all down to Sound, and Paz does give him a Sound cue to work with. What a flick shot! Goodness me! The readjustment is fantastic from Sound, but Paz seals the deal, and now 12 on the board for Sangal. Apologies for interrupting you as well, Kremer.
At 12-5, I think Nexus, if they can't get the next buy round, this round I think is a write-off. Yeah, fair enough. It's an eco, not the end of the world. 13-5. If they don't win the buy rounds, we see 14, 15-5, and at that stage it is just all game sets. My worry for Nexus is this has been really, really strong for Sangal, like significantly strong, and because of that, I fully expect them to be aiming for a victory when it comes to Mirage, something that shouldn't really happen, but because of this, they're looking really damn impressive right now.
Yeah, no, impressive is definitely the correct adjective for a situation like this, or is it an adverb? I believe it's an adverb. I don't really know, to be honest, Grandma. I haven't been to school in quite some time. As we
Because we're old, not because we're uneducated. I thought you should elaborate.
actually, when I say quite some time, it's definitely more recent for me than many. Only leaving school at the age of 18, of which I still am. But Sangal are currently schooling Nexus as they lead 13-5, and there's no real opportunity, bar this round, for Nexus to get back into the game, and even then, they would have to pull off one hell of an 8-round streak to equalise at a 13-13 scoreline.
What was your phrase that you thought was an adverb again?
Impressive?
It's just a verb.
Just a regular verb.
An adverb describes a verb.
But was it not an impressive action? So it would be an adverb.
Oh, so it is an adverb.
You
Then.
silly goose, Kremmer.
I do apologise. That's a touche. An engine. Absolute slaughter.
Oh, God.
Well, Lights Trades keeps it even. Logi Man just chimes in and he just plows through them. 14-5 now. What on earth did Nexus do? That was the round that they needed, and it ain't enough.
That just imploded so damn quickly. Yeah. A Logic Man with I believe that was a 3K again in that round, or at least a lot of assists coming up on that kill feed. Locks down the B bomb site, and yeah, Nexus they've gone on holiday. They win the first map. They take the second one a bit too easy. Will they return from their vacation in the third?
I'm not sure, honestly. Well, it's good for one. Lights, yeah, trades are nice, but trades to what extent? The Eagle of Zello rings out a few shots, and the nade is just perfect. Sensei, he removes the skull of Blights, and 438 damage, definitely something you can turn your nose up at. Sangal, 15-5 up now, and I think for Nexus, this is potentially the end of the line.
Yeah, I think that's quite plain to see at the moment, and that's the 4th tactical timeout call for Nexus. They've got nothing left to do, but I'll tell you what all you can do at home. You can go check out the new Red Magic 6 series. You can stay in the lead with a 165Hz refresh rate monitor screen, because it's a phone, not a monitor. Better than my monitor, I might add, as it is the world's smoothest smartphone.
Do you want to rig it up to be your monitor? Is that possible?
I think it might be possible with modern technology and dongles and all that malarkey. I mean, I'm sure it could be arranged. It would be quite a small screen to play CS on, but
it would be really smooth.
Very smooth
really
indeed.
Smooth.
Imagine PUBG Mobile with a keyboard and mouse on one of those.
I feel like there have to be rules against that, because you would own, like you would actually,
you would
just decimate.
Wouldn't even be
actually,
fair.
Have you seen the people who play PUBG Mobile?
I have.
They're scarily good.
Oh my god, like, especially in the tournaments where they ban the controller peripherals, and it's just them claw gripping a phone. It is nightmarishly scary to watch.
Someone's corrected us to say that impressive is an adjective.
So it is an adjective then.
That's the adjective.
Thank you, Mr. Hoss UK.
Yeah, it shows that exactly why we have not been to school for too long. Right, let's go back.
It's only been about 9 months for me.
I forgot you're really young.
I'm a youthful man.
Yeah, you've got youth on your side.
And Engine playing as if he is back in the old days, taking down SXE. Engine doesn't quite finish off the job.
No.
It is now a 2 versus 3. Sensei pushes on in, finds ahead of Sound, and it's all down to Blitz in the 1 versus 3. And Sangal really have Blitz through this entire game. Oh, the timing on that one for the poor man means he falls to the AWPer of Sangal. That's a 16-5 scoreline to the Turkish squad. Nexus didn't really have anything in that game. That is a satisfying, convincing win for the Turkish squad. Thank you. My voice is slowly crumbling as it's been a busy month for me.
It has been. It's been a busy month for all of us. We've got some great CS happening at the moment. And
oh, yeah.
I mean, this is no exception. Nexus and Sangal. We thought Nexus were playing the attrition game. They're able to do so with that win on Nuke. We see Sangal respond, kind of understandably so, when it comes to Vertigo. Now, as we move to our third and final of Mirage, this is where it really turns into a proper slugfest. This is really where we see both teams test their tenacity and really try to stay true to their name to stay alive here. And honestly, I can't wait. Tom, how do you feel about that last map? And
yeah, going into the last map, I'm also really looking forward to it, Kremer. It's not a good map typically for Sangal. They have been bodied on it time and time again. And Nexus, obviously, as good as anyone's mental game is, coming off the back of a brutalizing of 16-5 on their opponent's map pick, it's not the best thing to be coming off the back of, but at the same time, it is Mirage. It's not Sangal's map by any means, and the veto definitely does favor Nexus. I'm going to stick with my 2-1 prediction of if Nexus win their own map pick, they take the series. Because, and I feel like this could also give Sangal overconfidence going into a map that they're typically not good on. And last time, they relied on Sensei to heavily carry them to a somewhat acceptable scoreline. Not a win, an acceptable scoreline. If they're going to rely on him to do all the heavy lifting again, he's not had the most standout day today. It could be a little worrying for them.
You said it perfectly. Honestly, I can't wait for Mirage. I think Sangal might have a few tricks up their sleeve. Whether that's enough to beat Nexus, we'll have to see. We're going to go to a quick 10-minute break. When we return, the action will continue. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. We'll be back soon.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when watch me sway, darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man is filled with shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river. Sing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek, yeah. Oh, kerosene creek, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river. I thought you'd leave me, but you never tried. I thought you'd gone and left me here to die. On and on, you keep staying on by my side. But it's me who's going for a ride. Don't leave me now, don't leave me then.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to Blast Rising. We just saw a hell of a match in which Nexus were decimated by Sangal. Sangal, a team who, having to recover from how Nuke went, are now looking to respond with what will now be Mirage. And now Mirage, a map which both teams have had rocky passes with. Nexus definitely better here. Sangal, however, the team who have, in the games they've lost, they've not been stomped. These have been really close games, and because of that, I expect this will be a bit closer than the statistics look to suggest. Of course, when we cast to Crabber 3, I'm joined by the wonderful Sneaky Bicky, or Tom. Tom, how do you feel about this one?
Well, actually, it's interesting. Both teams have played 13 maps on Mirage, and it's a 30% win rate for Sangal. It's a 46% win rate for Nexus, and one of those wins was actually a 16-4 decimation against Copenhagen Flames. And I believe they beat them on Mirage again the second time they played them. And it was in Nuke that they struggled and they lost in overtime. So it's a promising map for them. And as you said, Copenhagen Flames is no laughing matter of a team. Sangal, on the flip side, I would argue are not as strong as a team as Copenhagen Flames were when they had a silly in this tournament. And it's not looking fantastic for the Sangal squad going on to Mirage here. I don't have high hopes of them winning. I think they can make it competitive, but this should be Nexus's game.
Before their two victories against Infinite and Istanbul Wildcats, which is games they should be winning anyway, they were on a good 8-9 loss spree. And these are against teams that I would actually rate them a bit higher than. Little Mix, they probably should have beaten them. Fiend, when they were first started, for Glory. Even the games against Infinite and Istanbul Wildcats, they actually went to overtime. They shouldn't be going to overtime like that. Infinite, they've been decimated by teams at the same caliber as Sangal. The fact they went to OT there isn't something that Sangal are going to be very happy with. Kova, they lost to them. I believe they lost them this morning. So for Nexus, they're going to be pretty happy with this, to say the least. And while they too have had a few troubles against Trident, Esports Club Bruges, and Spirit Academy and Trident are teams that are really on their comeuppance right now. So I understand those losses. While they're a bit more one-sided than I think I would like to admit, the reality is Nexus, they still have an advantage here, even though it may not be by much.
Yeah, completely. As you said, Trident now, they got an invite to the Epic League CISRMR tournament, so they've more than proven themselves. And of course, they've got CEST on the squad. He's a name that rings a couple of bells throughout history. Former Na'Vi IGL, I believe he was. But coming into the match with Nexus versus Sangal, again, Sangal, great vertigo. We can't take that away from them. A 16-5 finish is so dominant, so impressive. Nexus, though, this is Mirage. Mirage is where they're really going to thrive, especially against a team like Sangal. And you've already talked about how they went to overtimes against, what is Istanbul Wildcats, and without wanting to be rude to them, I've never really heard of this team. They're not going to be big outside of Turkey. Tier 3 is the highest you could pin them at. Whilst these two teams are definitely, trying to stick themselves firmly into the Tier 2 scene at the highest level, for them to still be struggling this badly on a map like Mirage, it's a problem for Sangal, and it's one that Nexus have been able to overcome.
That they have. I'm interested to see what this overcome will consist of. Having seen Vertigo, having seen how one-sided that was, I can't help but think that potentially we see a Sangal who go with a lot of momentum. I expect an early lead from them, and then from that, I suspect Nexus make a bit of a comeback. Nonetheless, though, to get things underway, let's go straight into the pistol round. For Nexus to go into this with arm around the board, apart from SXC, who has, I assume, will be a bit of util. Over on Sangal, we see 2 smokes, 2 flashes, 2 nades. Or not even 2 nades, sorry, 3 flashes and 1 nade. Over towards Nexus, there's that kits and smoke on SXC. I expect retake set up towards A, meaning that the nades may be destined for ticket here in this execution.
And those flashbangs indicate a very fast play towards a say bomb site, and that's exactly what's going to happen. A BTN left in a 1 versus 5 on the A bomb site, unable to find an early headshot, and now forced back into the depths of CT. This bomb site is well and truly Sangal's to keep here. Cello now coming in to help SXC on the retake. Sensei will be holding down CT for the time being. He will have backup on Logic Man. And actually, the CT's come out on top in this CT engagement. And I keep saying CT, it's tripping me up. But 4 versus 3, as Nexus continue surging towards this bomb site. Engine from the backlines, from the sneaky position in Firebox find another. Major follows up. Now the 2 versus 2. Smoke down on the bomb. Zello finds another head. Can he find the last player? Yes, he can. And against all the odds, Nexus pull off a stellar retake despite Sangal's initial brilliant take of the A site.
Really, really strong retake at that. And being able to just cover the diffuser of SXC was just phenomenal. Really strong stuff by Zello, so he's going to be very proud of. And for Sangal, they, with a bomb plant, can definitely have a fairly strong buy next round, but that kill from SXC is just heartbreaking. And while the spy is actually pretty strong from Sangal, Nexus, realizing they're against a buy, don't even bother with SMGs. We got rifles around the board. They're looking to try and refute Sangal as kind of vehemently as possible.
I think that's the first time we've seen a bomb plant in a pistol round in this series as well, and that will allow a comfortable second round investment. Well, due to the nature of the current economy, Zello, though, is the man to start things off. Finds his 3rd kill of the game in round number 2 and wipes Engine clean from the server. Again, BTN getting aggressive in connector, finding Logic Man as Sound capitalizes onto Major. 5 versus 2 for the CTs, and Paz finally claws 2 back with an excellent little transfer. Zello then shuts him down in his tracks, and Sensei in a 1 versus 3 with the worst weapon of the bunch. It's going to be a nightmarish situation for him to recover.
Deagle in hand. He tries to engage with Zello. Zello loses his head. Sensei to open it up. 1v3, well, 1v2 now. And 4 in hand and armor to support it. And with the bomb as well. It's the best situation he could possibly be in. Light spots him out towards Palace, though. He's got to engage both members at once. Sees them both. Runs away, knife in hand. And little does he realise that the players pushing on ramp, he'll hear them as he does so.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take that fight in T-spawn, does he?
It's all about taking this fight on stairs. As Famas rings out, but he's able to get to default now. Taking a fight with the first, he knows the second stair. But SXC, that is ruthless. Quick kill to Sensei. Gives Nexus their second. 2-0 Sangal. They have to force themselves onto a bit of an eco now. Nexus, with the players who've fallen, will probably upgrade to SMGs, looking to rebuild that initial economic loss.
SXC with 2 huge multi-fragging rounds there, and admittedly, it was just against Deagle as the last kill of that second round, but his impact already is back to sort of start of nuke levels, while Sangal are struggling to get out the starting gate despite fully investing in that second. Again, they're on the upgraded pistols. They are talented players, especially on these hand cannons. But what can they do with Desert Eagles against the might of some of their own weaponry in the AK-47 on BTN and the SMG on Sound, cutting Major to pieces. Logic Man sees one towards short, doesn't find the frag. Instead, a frag grenade finds the players under window. NGN goes down as a result. And whilst I think finds ahead of Zello, only puts him onto 80 as it's through the edge of the wood. And Blitz and BTN, well, they just decimate the rest of these pistol players. Paz 1v5 with a Desert Eagle. Would have to make the clutch play of his career to pull this off in a 3rd round.
Well, even good for 1. BTN finishes the job. Nexus at 3, look to plow ahead and establish as big a lead as they can. But that test of a lead will be on Sangal. They go for an investment. The AKs come out with utility to support it. Nexus, if they can't beat them here, this is where things get difficult for them.
Yeah, Nexus's economy has already grown as such that they can invest in the next round, however dicey that buy will be. Sangal, if they lose this one, because of the loss bonus, they will be able to buy, but it will never be a convincing investment. And Zello does miss a bit of a crucial smoke there, and runs into connector and actually falls away before Sensei can find a frag onto him. SXE now, will he push through this Molotov to find a kill with the MP9? Chooses against it, instead smokes off short, and has a pretty good idea that there's a man hiding in ladder room.
Major in apps attempts to shut down SXE, and well, he attempts to do just that. Nexus, they seem to have a pretty good read that actually B could be under siege here, and as the flashes go out, here comes the attack. Major, he deploys the first BTN though through the wall, shuts down Sensei. That's an opening he'll be pretty happy with. Into a 5-on-4. Aggression from Major, good for 1, turns around, make that 2, tries to make it 3, makes it 3, and that's into the 3-on-2. BTN will be the one to trade with position control towards short. Nexus, this kill onto Paz will be the kind of make or break for the retake, and Well, as BT unleashes that charge, he's caught out by Short. Major on for the ace now, and while Logic Man finishes the job. It's a very clean round by Sangal, who make it their first. My worry, though, is if Major hadn't consistently hit those 3-4 kills, would they have got to the site?
I think they would have got to the site, but it would have been heavy casualties. Major is a savior, a hero for Sangal in that round, and NEXUS, although they can reinvest into this one, are no doubt going to be a bit more cautious of a play like that, as he just decimates all the defense on the B-bomb site. And whilst you said they were actually preparing for it, a Molotov even thrown towards the apartments, stopping Major from over-aggressing in his tracks. I mean, in the end, that could have been their downfall, as Major comes and destroys them either way.
Sangal, expecting a hit towards A, slowly shift up. As that smoke is chucked towards this position over on jungle. Follow-up smokes go down. And with the further than sound forced away, Paz catches him out. BTN to trade, good for one. Dances around the smoker's engine falls. And now for the remaining two members of Sangal, center sight, 2-1-4, but they're just deleted. NEXUS, they make it 4 and a 4-1. Sangal looking really damn strong.
Oh, someone called in the extermination squad for the Dragons of Sangal, and NEXUS answered the call quite nicely. 4-1 in terms of rounds in the early game, and the start of the first half has been, despite the previous round lost by NEXUS, very dominant for them. And Sangal back down to the pistol buy here. I'm not massively hopeful for their prospects.
Here's a question for you, Tom. How do you get rid of a dragon?
That is a great question. What type of dragon are we talking about here, Kremer? There's many types of dragons.
I feel like the dragon on the Sangal logo is more like a serpent, I think.
I feel like a Chinese style dragon,
like a wyvern
from that one.
Yeah.
How would I mean? I'm assuming a lot of bodies and some pitchforks is the only answer we can have for that style of dragon.
There must be like it's negotiation. Like we'd kindly ask you to leave.
Negotiation. You offer him like a cursed sword or something and hope he goes away for a couple of centuries. Trap his spirit on the blade or something until it's somehow shattered by the protagonist of a B movie.
Yeah. this is my grandkids' problem. They can deal with it, yeah.
Wrap him up in some scroll.
The weary parchment, that's absolutely going to fail at a critical moment. Sangal.
Set the Dragon Warrior on him.
BTN over towards God. Spots out every member. He's got Zello to support him. Zello spots good for the first. BTN assisting. It's a quick clean-up pass. It's a nice kill onto the first player. He tags down Blights, but that's all she wrote for Sangal. NEXUS, they make it 5-1. So they shut down that eco pretty cleanly. And with only one casualty, it's the exchange they'll be happy to make as they look to topple the next buy from Sangal. If they do so, their economy is going to really start getting padded out. If it doesn't, then we're going to see them still struggling a bit here. And I believe we have a timeout.
I would say this is indeed a timeout as the clock is frozen. And from the fact that the clock is frozen, I'm assuming that this is a technical pause rather than a tactical. And there we go. Technical pause from the NEXUS squad. We can see the...
Let's see. We can probably see from whoever it is trying to, like, scramble around their PC who it is who's, like, broke something.
Yeah. Well... Actually, or it might be... Okay, no, Blitz doesn't look too happy there. He's signaling some motions, and they are actually on a LAN again. I don't think it's in their internet cafe this time. Oh, Sounds left the chair. He's gone to get something. Bear in mind, a technical pause in the online era does constitute a toilet break.
Does it?
It does, actually.
I thought it would be tactical, actually, but...
It's technical for a toilet break. I've found out as my... Well, actually, for one of the tournaments I was casting, they had a graphic for technical pauses that said toilet break with 2 sirens.
That is incredible.
It really was.
I'd say. See, spots out the first. Ooh, SXC. Only showing a grimace of his shoulder before he falls and into a 5-on-4 now. Zello extinguishes that flame over in VApps. Logic Man spotted out and deleted by Blitz there. That is seriously clean. And with the smoke landing top con, with Sangal, they fake a presence to a shot. If they do so, they They just stack up into spawn once again. Trying to maybe just keeping their options open. Into spawn, they can go wherever they want. And for BTN, he's just going to stack up at short. And it looks like Sangal, they changed their mind. Going straight back to B.
Sangal are playing a little bit scared right now, though. I think they're not really going for these opening picks like they were on Vertigo. Despite being on the T side, they're playing incredibly passively. Instead, it was the CTs to get aggressive, as we saw towards Palace on A, and Blitz escapes with a mighty frag on that front. Logic Man couldn't deal with it. As Sound actually deals with Engine and Cello to follow up. Meaning this passive style that Sangal are going for just isn't working for them. Kremer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Sangal needs something explosive to get back into the game here, because that's exactly how Major won them their first round.
He said it perfectly. And for Zello, he makes sure that for Major, that first round was a pipe dream. 6-1 as Sangal move to. I guess they could invest again. I don't want to see them invest again. I'd rather see them go down to pistols and play a bit more disciplined, but they could. So a suggestion to killing a dragon is to, if you see a dragon in the wild, just aim for the eyes.
Aim for the eyes.
That's a good one. Here's the thing. I don't think I'm that accurate, to be honest.
I'm depending on what you give me. I'm quite good with a rifle.
You think with a rifle?
As a former cadet myself, I was not too shabby on the firing range.
It has just occurred to me that this isn't like some ancient time. We're in the modern time. I suppose an NEXUS missile will just finish off a dragon. Like.
Yeah, see if you can get a rocket down its mouth and tries to pre-fire it. He says, "Surface to dragon missile systems."
We'll show that dragon fire. Bring in the napalm. Yeah.
Oh God.
Here's another question then: is conventional fire like napalm? Would that do anything to a dragon?
It could cause it some health problems down the line, but whether or not the fire itself would do the damage, that's a good question, Quimmer. We're really digging into the depths of what it means to be dragon hunters here.
Maybe if casting doesn't work out.
You've got dragon hunters.
Yeah.
Oh, that would. I'd love that endeavor.
That was pretty fun.
If it ever comes up, I would Dragon Hunters Reborn would be the name of our anime.
I don't think we would make it out the box office, to be honest. Engine leading the charge towards A. It's just a straight hit, and for Zello, that opening's perfect. Engine on to Sound there. That's a massive miss by Nexus, and now for SXC, he'll look to hit towards jungle. Obviously, Logic Man's there. Flash goes out. Logic Man having to hide. Caught out by SXC. Nice and clean by him, but they're on the wrong side. It's a hit towards B, and once they realise this, the flank from Major, does it bear fruits? At the moment, it doesn't.
Oh no.
There we have it. Good for 2. Almost good for 3. Lights left alone in a 1v4. It's good. It's taken down 2, but it's only going to go safe. He'll pick up that AWP and he'll head for the high. He'll hightail it out of there. Nexus, 6-2, and for Sangal, a very, very nice fake. I don't think he even expected to get both kills on A there, actually. It just happened to get it. Like, oh, all right.
Yeah. I mean, an AWP save here is great. The economy on some of these CT players isn't fantastic. You know, SXC, he will probably need a drop going into the next, and Blitz will be the man to do that. He can, chuck an M4 to his teammate, or alternatively throw the AWP. And the AWP can buy up instead. But if you want to buy into the world of cryptocurrency, then why not head on down to Coinbase.com. Take control of your economy and tap into the world of crypto with Coinbase. You can invest a little or a lot into as much or as many cryptocurrencies as you like, and try your hand at becoming the world's next cryptillionaire. I do love that word.
Cryptillionaire. It's a pretty good one, isn't it?
It is. And, if you were like me and didn't know how to invest into Dogecoin when it was, back at 2 cents, I am still kicking myself because it went up to 50. I had 50 quid ready to invest, and I just wasn't able to find out how to. With the expert guides on Coinbase.com, I'm sure I would have been able to. And if only I had known about the wonderful website of Coinbase back then, Kremer.
You're way better at these adverts than I am.
Oh, don't you worry.
I'm genuinely actually so bad at them. Sangal, found their next round. They double their round count, sure. It means they get a decent buy next round, but the actually main impact of that round is, look at Nexus's economy. It's not in a healthy place. And Sangal, they can punish that if they win this round. But there's an if there. They need to win this round. And against the full blind Nexus, as history has shown, is quite difficult for them.
Yeah,
So
can the Dragons take flight in round number 9?
Yeah, it's... I mean, some dragons just can't fly, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Still equally as deadly, though.
I don't really want to meet a dragon in any capacity. Maybe a Komodo dragon I could deal with.
Did you know those things are like ravenous? Like Komodo dragons are like massive killers.
They are thick boys.
I wouldn't describe them as thick boys. I would describe them as lean, mean killing machines. They are actually like
Indeed
one of the most underestimated killers in the animal kingdom. Like,
yeah, if they pull up on you, you're probably not gonna
they move
fare too well.
They move really damn quickly, and they just eat anything. They'll actually just tear through you. Like
your leg is gone. Kiss it goodbye whilst you can.
Yeah, exactly. You might as well. And actually, there's another fun fact for you. Actually, while we wait for this attack, Blights. It goes to segue for a moment, and for Blights, as he looks to deploy that flash, what it does here, that flash, it delays the push on short. Sensei, while he does finish the job, we look at the attack from Apps at this point, and it's delayed. Paz on short, finished off by BTN. He knows the orbs there as well by Sensei. Quick clean up, and because of the fragmented push, leaves Logic Man alone in a 1v2. He's got to go out to retrieve the bomb, and in the process, he loses the element of surprise. Diving into the orb, finished off by Zello. For Nexus, that is 7, and that round is all on Blight. So even though he didn't get a kill, that delay was just perfect.
That was a Tom Daly-esque dive into the sightline of the AWPer there.
It was.
Stunning stuff, but doesn't end well for Sangal. And again, it's... you talked about whoever went second in the vetoes has the advantage, but the fact that both of these teams have Overpass as a map ban means Mirage as a deciding map. It was perfect. It was perfect for Nexus.
Yeah.
And Sangal have really sort of done themselves over here. The fact that they're still struggling on Mirage, despite so many games played on it, is a concerning factor. And if they want to be a competitive team, they can't have an instant ban and a map this week. 4 versus 4 now as Blitz and Engine find 1 apiece. Again, it's still not looking great for Sangal.
Tell you what, as well, for Sangal, with little money, I said little money, there's no money, because that round they won, their round loss bonus isn't the greatest here, and because of that, they need to be seriously careful with this hit, because even though Nexus sure they don't have much economy, if they win this round, they go 8-2 up and it doesn't really matter at that stage. SXC isn't really peaking con, so giving up that control for Nexus is something they need to be a bit careful of. Sensei holding the flank, he doesn't. Instead, it's going to be a straight hit towards A. SXC, how does the timing favour him? This case, really damn well. Good for 1, turns around, Sensei to trade. 4 on 3. BTN, low HP with that. It's actually a 3 on 3. Sounds. And CT gets ready for the hit.
With the health that low on Sound and BTN, this round is still up in the air. Sangal have the positional advantage. Admittedly, Paz is watching the wrong angle. But Sound and Zello, they're really struggling to find their way out of CT. And with Sensei holding down the angle so damn well, this should be another round on the board for Sangal. Zello hits a nutty shot through the edge of the boxes. Will he flick onto the head? Not quite just yet. He's waiting for the peek around with Sensei with a no-scope through the boxes. Goodness gracious me, ladies and gentlemen. We find ourselves with Sangal putting a third on the board in a stunning manner from Sensei.
Wow. And I understand the tactical timeout that comes through from Nexus now, because... what? That was nuts.
Yeah, and Kramer, you are a testament as to why Sensei is where he is today.
Yeah, I guess I helped scout him when he... I didn't do much, but like, he started with us. That's what I was.
Yeah, it's good to see that he didn't peak on peak esports.
Yeah, it's like when you see your child kind of grow up and they do their first school play and every parent's in tears. That was essentially what I was like when Sangal had their first game with him. But I'm pretty sure I was casting it actually, so I was trying really hard not to be biased. I'm like a proud father for him. Or mother, I think. I think I'll have the more caring side.
Oh, Kremer, that's all right. You know, you've done well. You've raised a soldier. And Sensei with that last round, pulling Sangal back from the depths, from the brink. It was emotional, man.
For Nexus, so they pull on ahead. They spot Logic Man so far, and with his location known, that may spur on a flash towards ramp, and that flash is good. Are the kills better? Nope. Engine, good for one, Major for the second. Engine chimes in, and NEXUS, they just lose the sight. Falls down to Blights. E2 falls. Zello in mid. It's all down to Blights, and he should just be quickly killed. The Molly should finish the job. At least that smoke was well timed, but well timed for what points? And do you want to hear the other animal fact we had while we were talking about killers?
Go for it.
So, yeah, you know how polar bears are quite scary.
Indeed, especially Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and if a polar bear is chasing after you, it's like game over.
Yeah.
The way to actually beat that is, so polar bears have severe ADD. So if you are running from a polar bear, if you just drop like any article of clothing, it will have to like severely investigate what that clothing is before it can continue chasing you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so chuck my shoe at a polar bear is
well, I mean,
what I'm getting from this.
Well, it's
probably not my shoe, because it's quite
hypothermia.
Cold. Yeah.
Maybe like a glove or something.
Yeah,
I suppose that's also hypothermic. What would be the best article? Yeah, hat would work, I think. What would be the best article of clothing to get rid of?
You could chuck a crampon, perhaps. You know.
A rucksack. Yeah. Yes.
Ah, yes, all my life-saving supplies. Here, polar bear, go feast.
Yeah, I suppose you can try and like loop back at some point, but
try and outplay a polar bear.
Yeah, it's like, would you rather be eaten by a polar bear or hypothermia? I mean, the answer to that is, does it prefer Gucci or North Face?
But in this round number 12, Sangal, you know, they don't need to make a hard choice. They just decimate the pistols, and NEXUS, not quite on the back foot just yet, but they are on the rear end of a comeback. If you don't want to be on the rear end of the skins marketplace, then why not hop on down to CS.money, where you can today get the skins you lost for. As Kremer mentioned earlier, it's quick, it's easy. You can pay using cash, or you can pay using your own skins. If you want to upgrade your skins to something a bit more fancy, like the knives you've been seeing on screen in this game, then why not head on down to CS.money today?
Pros have really nice skins, don't they?
They really do.
Yeah. Let's say, through the smoke, just annihilates Zello. He's sent into next round, and for Major, aggressive from Palace, that kill onto BTN. It's a position he's exploited time and time again. Sound caught out by the Molly. He too falls. And for NEXUS, that is just decimation at the hands of Sangal as they continue to just wipe them.
You know who Zello reminds me of? He reminds me of the Beatles song Yellow Mellow. I don't know why. I just think of him as Yellow Zello.
Yeah,
but moving on from that strange interlude on my part, Sangal now in a 5 versus 1 in round number 13, and NEXUS have fallen quite flat. Like SXC now, if he doesn't save this FAMAS, it ain't looking too hot for him. That Molotov certainly is as Logic Man swings in from behind, and that was set up perfectly. They get the information. They don't give up a kill. No opportunity to escape with that Molotov, and not a single weapon saved over into the penultimate round of the first half. That was so well done by Sangal, and NEXUS, they're really struggling here. They need to win that 15th round, because the 14th round looking a little bit out the window for the time being.
Well, here's the thing, though. Sangal, they actually prefer the T-side. So if NEXUS can just win the half, then they're in a really comfortable position. And we've been told, just call them Blitz. That's whether or not that's someone who actually knows the name or just prefers hearing Blitz, I don't know, but Blitz it is.
I feel like Blitz is probably the more logical. Oh, Jesus, sound. Swinging out from short with the rest of the squad. They're going to pick off two. The Desert Eagles causing havoc, and BTN look at this position. Okay, well, Logic Man did look at the position and will kill him as a result, but Blitz on the AWP claws one back onto Logic Man, and now the 3 versus 2 situation. Grenade dealing not as much damage as I'm sure was intended, but Major and Engine, they have good post-plant positioning. Will NEXUS be able to pull off a masterclass of a retake here?
Engine, I think he's been spotted out towards Firebox, not that it matters. Yeah, he has. Molly goes down. Blitz for the seconds. Really clean retake. And NEXUS, they just win the force buy. Strong stuff as Sangal. While they have money, they'll reinvest the fight for the last, but NEXUS, with 8, secure a victory in the first half. The question now is, will it be an 8-7 or a 9-6?
And that wasn't even a force buy. That was an investment to 2K, Krimmer. That's just to add even further insult to injury on that Sangal squad. They had 2 flashbangs. They flashed their way out into middle, and they find 2 frags with only a single trade off the back of it. Really, really good deagling right there from NEXUS. And, well, the AWP as well, and I believe it was SXE at the time, snags another, causing Sangal to be put straight back onto the back burners, and a full economy for Nexus allows the full reinvestment into round number 15, and despite Sensei entering, it's still a relatively even playing field.
That it is. We await to see who's able to triumph next, but even then, can they hold? Blitz shifting to top mid. Has the man to worry about, and if he can get this kill, he's actually got access to the bomb. SXC, he's good for one. Blitz actually flashed by his teammate there, so he won't peek off the back of that. Instead, he'll just peek anyway. Paz punishes, and well, he's hit. Both he and Sensei have been dinked down, so low HP, even though they do have a man advantage. So 4-on-3, Sangal, get ready with a hit towards A now. Now for Sounds, he's one of the lone defenders. He can call for the help of Zello once required. Will Sangal give him a chance to do so, though? With utility on every single member, we're going to see a firebombed site with smokes cutting off the rotations, meaning Zello, his positioning may be nullified here. The only piece of aggressive util is that nade on Sound. I doubt he'll be deploying it or risk pulling it out from this position. The Watching Man spotted out. There's the kill. Nade in hand. Oh. Will it land? It's sent to the wrong place.
It hits himself.
Yeah, Major finishes the job. Well, Zello kills Sensei, putting it into a 2-on-2. That leaves the remaining members of Sangal with 30 seconds left to get to the site.
And as that bomb timer ticks on down, it's definitely not said and done just yet, especially with Paz on only 12 points of health. Bomb, though? Is Bomb doing a wraparound, or is the bomb just going straight to B? Oh, that's big. That's very big, Crema. As that's an open bomb site, and Marcelo deals with Paz. With 15 seconds left on the clock, Major can still win this 1 versus 2. He also has a Molotov to deny any presence towards Market for a good 10 seconds or so. Major, he could have just won this round for Sangal off the big brain play he's just pulled.
He goes aggressive towards Kitchen, the one place that Nexus aren't attacking from. They go up from short, they stack together. And as they lead this charge up short, Major, the only man who can begin to stop them. As they get onto this site, they look to defuse this while Molly out towards the other side. It's missed, but Major, deploying the Molly of his own, gives his position away. Is there enough time for the defuse regardless? It ticks down low. It's going to be mighty close. Zello on it. Zello holds. He tries to hold it. 2 seconds. 1 second. Almost there. But for Major, a wonderful, wonderful hold in that 1v2. He prevails. And for Sangal, that'll be 7.
A Major top fragging and leading his team to a convincing 7th round on the T half. Will they be able to continue this streak on their CT? We've already discussed how they are better on their T side than they are on their CT. Is this going to be a big problem for them today? I hope not, for the sake of Sangal. Again, this is last chance saloon. They've got to win 2 of their... they've got to win both of their games today if they want to really stand a chance of going through to the next. I honestly don't know what happens if every team wins a single game. Is that even possible?
A round difference?
Round difference? Yeah, no, there's a lot of chances here, as we said at Blast, for you to really get the job done. This is the 5th game some of these teams are playing in Blast now. They've had to win 1 and have been given 4 opportunities to continue to re-qualify as the 3rd place contenders of the 3rd place contenders. So yeah, Nexus and Sangal, they're at the very bottom of where they could be in terms of qualification for playoffs. And now both of them are fighting for that lone spot in a group of 3. Nexus ahead by 1 round. Are they going to be able to continue this streak? There's a lot resting on this pistol round. Oh, Crema. Life is a roller coaster, and I want to ride it, to quote one of the Kemps from way back when.
Who do you see taking this? Straight speaking.
I see Nexus taking this just about. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be very close because there's so much on the line here. I think Nexus do have the ability to take this one in their stride.
We'll have to see. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I won't lie. I think it's safe to say that this first round is going to dictate massively who wins this. And well, for these members, Mollies go out. Nexus tries to hold.
Now, Major from short sees at least a couple of these Nexus players heading towards a bomb site, and Major and Logic Man do a lot of damage to start off
that's
with.
perfect.
The bomb site, though, it has started to be overrun. Can Logic Man swing back in? Yes, he can. Zello will fall to the one-tap. And SXE and Blitz, they are pulling things back together, but it's probably too little too late again as SXE runs with his knife out straight into the loving arms of Engine. The man, the machine, the legend. And, well, that's an 8-8 scoreline, and as we said, there's a lot resting on this pistol. Sangal taking it means this could be a very competitive start to the second half.
It absolutely could be. It means that the likelihood of this going to what I would expect to be maybe a third, even we're hitting 30 rounds here. That's what I'm leaning towards. And, well, for Sangal, starting at the CT site, their least favored side means they're still in trouble. Are they able to... At least, are they able to hold, is my real question. And for Nexus, considering they are going into this with a couple of Deagles here or there is that smoke on Blitz. It's the only thing they have to give them any form of opening. Then for an initial pick, doesn't quite work, and instead, we're going to have to see where Nexus choose to attack, with players found out around the map, just embracing this lull to try and drain a bit of Sangal utility.
Well, they pull a smoke off the back of it, and they do leave one player in apps holding for aggression. Bomb drop, though, and it looks like Nexus set their sights on middle. Look who's waiting for them, though. It's Paz with that M4, and on the B bomb site, it's Engine with an A1S. It's a very strong B hold here, and I don't know if pistols are going to be valiant enough to deal with it. BTN, though, and Paz, a great trade of damage as Blitz seals the deal, but Engine, oh, he's going to triple up. Of course he will. Stunning stuff from him. And Zello rips the face off of Major, but Engine is good for his fourth. Now on for the ace as Sound creeps in towards the apartments. And that's an ace from Engine. A brilliant round from him. A stellar hold. Keeps his cool, and now keeps Sangal in the lead.
Really strong stuff from Sangal now, as they seem to have found their rhythm, and they seem to have found exactly what's required to pull ahead. I think that for the members over on Nexus, while that round was just an eco, fair enough, they need to win this round. If they don't, we see Sangal establish the same momentum we saw over on Vertigo, which caused them to just hit a massive spree, which just shut down their opponents. The Sensei, holding towards mid, he knows full well that Nexus are about to peek into him. And as he hears the util deployed, instead, it's just a very fast hit and a missed window smoke from Nexus. That is inexcusable. And Sangal, they might even be able to punish this. They deploy another one, though, in time. But it's just that extra bit of util they don't have. And if you look at Nexus's utility now, with only a single smoke to attack, they need to rely on their aim jewels here.
Yeah, and Sound does start strong. Logic Man falls as he gets very over-aggressive towards A. It was an information play, but it comes back to bite him. And now the man advantage is netted for Nexus. But off the back of that information play, they are going to realize there's heavy presence towards middle and B. And that's why two players are eagerly eyeing up the apartments push. And, well, it's going to be Major towards middle with that FAMAS, ensuring they cannot be flanked through the A bomb site, which is slowly being given up. And only Sensei really left to defend Blitz. Is he going to be aware? Yes, he will. Major falls to the AK-47. And now the 5 versus 3 begins. However, there are 2 M4s on the B-bomb side to deal with this. Will they come out on top?
Ooh.
No, they won't, as SXE deals a nutty headshot. And now it's Engine in the 1v4. Okay, that got very close. Now a 2 versus 1, and Sensei could still go for this.
Sensei actually switches to the AK, showing he absolutely will be. The movement is phenomenal. And does he have the element of surprise now? I think he made a bit of noise now. Did Sound hear it? For the most part, I don't think he did, but Zello, he was checking it anyway. Quick kill, gives NEXUS the equalizer. And at 99, Sangal, they are seriously starting to run on fumes.
Yeah, Sangal's economy ain't too hot right now, and Nexus on the flip side will be a Galil on SXE, but look at the utility. The utility up against what's already going to be a force investment from the CT side could be a very costly endeavor. We talk about Sangal not having the best CT side, and I believe personally it's from decisions like these. On the CT side of Mirage, you would definitely want to be favoring utility over forcing into some weaponry. And they only have 3 flashbangs left to play with now versus the onslaught from Nexus. And this should never be a Sangal round. I'd be surprised if they get more than maybe 2 frags in this endeavor. And I'm predicting Nexus to hit double digits first here.
That's interesting, because Sangal, without any money, if Nexus hit double digits first, they're going to be deep into double digits first by quite a distance. And for Sangal, they kind of want to avoid that, otherwise they're going to be left in a lot of trouble. Spaz, here's that molly go out from Blitz. Instead, Sangal having aggressed towards Palace, they see full well that Nexus have really got a pivot point on mid. Engine will look to punish this. Ready for the players to not even boost up, but even just make the jump. Expecting it to happen, instead means that for Nexus, as the smokes go out, here comes that attack. They're running straight into the stack of Sangal, and as they see the smoke soar high above them, the molly on short prevents the flank, but the body of Sangal's attack is from the front. Sound, low HP, still survives on ramp though. Engine trades into lights now to get the next say in the matter. Sensei, having made noise, is in a lot of trouble on default. He'll shut down Sound before BTN chimes in, leaving Logic Man in a bit of a lurking position. He has the plant, spots out the first barrel CT, good for 1. Those BTNs on default, the teammate to assist him. It's all onto Zello in a 1v2. On
he
jungle.
Knows where one of them is. Finds a headshot. Oh! Zello in the 1 versus 2. That was stunning stuff from the man. And Nexus find that all-important 10th round. The economy, it's not fantastic on every player, but it's certainly a hell of a lot better than Sangal's, Crema.
That is incredible stuff from Sangal, or from Nexus there, and specifically from Zello. 17 kills to his name now as he leads the charge, and your prediction turns out to be right. Nexus, they hit double digits first, and look what it's done to Sangal's economy. They go into this round with a couple of deagles, the odd pistol. That's about it, as Nexus show that they truly are a team to fear.
Yeah, and I'm still puzzled. I mean, I know it got very damn close, but I'm still puzzled as to why they invested so much into that round, when if they just waited, it would be a 10-9 scoreline, but they wouldn't be on Desert Eagles as their best weapons. SXE hoeing through Logic Man with that MAC-10, and not only is this going to be a money farm for Nexus, it's also going to be an extension of their lead by quite a significant amount.
That is for Paz showing his presence in amps. He spots out every single member. And while that should just trigger Sangal to go, or Nexus to go for the full hit, they do so into the USPs. The MAC-10 leads to charge. Paz and Engine both spotted out. They actually shut him down with a quick kill, and Nexus a bit slow to get out of amps now as they're being punished for it as Paz wields the MAC-10 against them. And it was Zello. Nice shot onto Paz, though. BTN to trade from short. Leaves Engine, one of the last members left standing, but Sensei and Engine low on HP. Sensei peeks into BTN. While it's messy, he gets the kill. All onto Zello in a 1v2. Sensei, having retrieved the AK, goes for the head glitch. Zello in a lot of trouble as he's killed, and Sangal, they eco Nexus.
Oh my! I did not see that one coming. Everyone was but a shot from death on that B-bomb site. And that is the messiest I think we've seen Nexus this entire map. That was never a round they should have lost. They lost to USPs, P250s, and 2 Desert Eagles. That was an onslaught. And now, Nexus, they're the ones in trouble.
They're in a lot of trouble, indeed. At 10-10. Nexus, an eco of their own now, and Sangal, they should be 11. This should be their lead.
Yeah, I mean, certainly should be. And with the weaponry and util on their side, I mean, Nexus admittedly don't do what Sangal did and buy up into this. But they have even less money than the Turkish squad did when it was on their pistols. Major slams down BTN. Paz, good for another. Major, the captain of this team, continues the streak, and that's 4K of eco frags right in his back pocket. Nexus now, they can reinvest. It will be a rocky buy, but they reinvest regardless. And Sangal are at risk of pulling away here on their CT side.
With a very, very convincing opening to their CT side. Sangal 11-10 up.
Yeah, I personally didn't expect that coming.
Yeah, Nexus really looking shaken, as with buying out to 0 again. Sangal, they hit 12, that'll accumulate to a 13th, and for Nexus, that's where they're in a lot of trouble.
They're going to need to take this round, otherwise Sangal will funnel themselves into an even greater lead.
Oh.
Sensei, that's a stunning shot to Blitz. Sees but an elbow and finds the frag on the flick. Major does get forced off the bomb site, but Sound with a double spray down there as Major from CT chums straight back in. Paz finding one as well. BTN and Zello left in with 2 versus 3. But the CTs have rotated away from CT and are heading towards the other site. I'm a bit confused as to what this play is here. The bomb can now go down safely. Not necessarily where it's looking at the moment, but yeah, now an uncontested bomb site as the last 2 CTs are in jungle. BTN has this on lockdown and Zello just needs to get that bomb.
With very little time. That plant eventually should be put through when instead of tapping it, trying to bait Paz forward. And instead, there's Major. Good for 1. All on BTN in a 1 versus 2. With 35 seconds left. Nexus. They are really under the gun now as Sangal. If they can hit 12, then the economy of Nexus, it's in ruin. Even at that, they need a bomb plant to at least make it salvageable for them. As he does punch in those numbers. The aggression of Major spotted out, but there's no way he expects Paz to be this fast on the flank. And as the aggressors to CT, Paz just spot him doing so relatively quickly. Instead, timing curses him here. With Nexus establishing that control, that should be a now very hard pressed take for them.
But why don't they plant in the 2 versus 2 is my question for Nexus. Like, they had full site control, and they keep going for those unnecessary fights. BTM, that's a big frag to find. Is he going to find Major as well? Yes! And somehow, Nexus claw back in 11th, an equalizer again. And the economies of post squads are just on the rocks. It's like a cocktail bar in here. Everything's on the rocks in this game of Mirage. But as another tactical timeout is called, why don't you go down to the Red Magic website and see what the 6 series can do for you? It's the world's smoothest smartphone that helps you stay in the lead with 165 Hz refresh rate. What a major screen. Yeah, that joke didn't land, Kramer. I'm sorry. I was thinking, Major's playing. I do enjoy the adverts, but that one was poor from me. I would like to apologise to the viewers at home on that front.
Really strong round from Nexus. A round they had no equity in whatsoever, and by some miracle they're able to salvage it. With only a couple of members left, their money is still down in the dumps, but it gets a chance to have a bit of a boost with Sangal on a really dire buy. They realise forcing and playing the force game just doesn't work on a CT side, and they hope that Deagles will give them enough momentum to make round 24 a bit winnable for them. But even at that stage, Logic Man caught out by Sound leaves us in a 4-on-5. The util goes out. Sound, Zello, they exchange blows. It's a back and forth, and in a 3-on-2, Nexus suddenly look like they're still very hard fought.
Yeah, this is a very impressive round from Sangal here. Despite just being on Medigos, they bring it back to the 1 versus 2. And I'm not going to rule Engine out of this one just yet. Now I am. S6E cuts him clean through. But Nexus 12-11 with only 2 players surviving does give Sangal's economy the boost that it needs. Nexus, on the flip side, are passing around weaponries as best they can. BTN forced down to a Mac 10, but that's not necessarily the worst thing depending on how they play it. They can find the Mac 10 to get some space for them, create some entries. And maybe B is the play here rather than A. And that is potentially where this Nexus squad is heading to. Potentially a B split here as they leave one to make some utility noise over on A. Blitzstoke peeking in from short as Paz is forced off the angle. Could deal damage to the A bomb site. However, the smoke blocks the vision, and Major, despite spamming through it, won't find a speck of damage. Still a 5 versus 5 as we hit the 1 minute 25 mark. And can Nexus pull off the insurmountable B split here?
Looks like they are bracing for this B split. And for Sangal, Engine on the forwarded position has Paz on the jump spot to bait for him. While that does put a lot of emphasis on the apps hold, SXC, does he clear him? No, he doesn't. There's the first. Sound dinked as well, makes things scary. For Paz on a close angle, he trades onto Sound. Now he has to try and get away in time. Oh, let's make sure that doesn't happen. But do they expect Major on L block? Well, I think Major may have accidentally screwed himself here because they're going to hard clear it anyway as he goes through the smoke. He's good for one. Is there a trade? Oh, it's so messy by Zello. Zello significantly whiffing now, and instead Major, he's able to survive. The rotation from Sensei's there. Zello left alone in a 1v3, and that's cataclysmic for him.
Oh, dear. Zello's been such a top performer for the Nexus squad the entire series through. He's always been reliable admittedly on the AWP and not the AK-47, as we are shown just there in front of us. That is not a round that Zello can afford to whiff on. Pressure really getting to him as another equalizer is just netted, and yeah, he doesn't look best impressed with himself. I'm quite stunned by this scoreline, Kremer. I'm going to be honest with you. Another very, very close endeavor between these two teams. It's looking like the end of Nuke. But I don't know if Nexus are going to pull away like they did on the first map.
This is where things look a bit dicey for either side. Because of this to and fro, because of this back and forth, there's no economy on either side. And because of that, it's so abusable for either side. And Nexus, they seriously are looking like, yeah, they're on an eco here, but all it takes is a buy next round to just decimate Sangal, and even then, they're in a tough spot.
Whereas a Dua Lipa, one buy is all it takes. An Engine is looking to deny the opportunity for them to have anything going into that buy round, jumping around the B apartments. Now, Nexus, are they going back for another B split? What's the game plan here? No, they're heading towards Midland A. As Underpass is taken control of, Logic Man ready with another smoke. Tiki one way, in fact. Could deal the difference. Instead, Sensei to open up this round for Sangal. And SXE probably about to get his head removed by Logic Man in connector. No, narrowly misses him. And Sensei's in the danger zone, misses a no-scope. Sound doesn't miss on that Glock of his, though. And it is a 4 versus 4, but it's just the pistols. Logic Man deals a heap of damage. Just needs to be wary of this AWP now towards jungle. And he very much will be. Paz cuts down Zello, and Sound left in the 1v4. It should be impossible. Paz gets no-scoped, but survives the ordeal as his kneecaps are shattered by ricocheting lead.
This is a really, really strong recovery from Sangal. For a moment, that looked messy. For a moment, I actually thought Nexus had a chance of hitting an eco. And we've seen a fair few ecoing victories this game, haven't we?
Oh, for sure.
A fair few indeed. And for me, that just seriously worries me. Because for Sangal, their CT economy, it's so important. The retake utility, the initial defense of execution, it's all with an emphasis on utility. And if you can't afford it, then you're just screwed. And Nexus' side that has shown that they're happy to take aim duels really makes Sangal worry. Luckily, winning that round means that they have that foundation. Nexus on another poor buy should give them a 2-round lead, and considering we're this late into the latter stages of the second half, they at least have that momentum to work off.
Nuke was a 16-13 to Nexus. Sangal are determined to flip that scoreline on its head and take it for their own, and I think if they continue like this, it could well be the case. Ooh. But as soon as I say that, Blitz rips Major to pieces with some hand cannon action. Engine now creeping through the apartments. If he gets over aggressive, that could be game over for him. Engine hiding in the off angle. Well, sorry, SXE hiding in the off angle as Engine. I didn't think he would have adjusted in time there, but he does, and does it well. Now, back to the 4 versus 4. Blitz, the only man with any semblance of superior weaponry. And, well, Nexus, with 35 seconds left on the clock, they are going to struggle, but the B-bomb site, if there was a site to go for, is the right call. Engine, though, ready for this onslaught, has a man to help him out. BTN picks off Pass, but Engine is so dominant here. Finds another 2. Blitz rips his face to pieces. Can he get the bomb plant and secure a very unlikely round? Sees 2 in market. If he can get this plant down and win out the 1 versus 2, not only will it be a legendary play, it will be heroic. But no, Logic Man cuts him down in his
dream.
tracks.
You can dream, Tom.
Yeah, I can dream, he can dream. The Sangal are now dreaming of a victory.
And they're actually facing themselves up to get it. And while they took a lot of damage that round, it hits their economy. But Nexus, they have one of their own. They buy off the back of it, the bomb plant eases them forward. And as they do so, we look at a full investment. AK's out, Orb on Zello, Util around the board, without much of a bank. But when we're on round 27, they lose it. Sangal hit 15 while simultaneously resetting them. They win it, though. And they start really looking to cover that distance and maybe even taking the map themselves. Overtime, very real possibility here. And as Sensei expects to peek into it, instead, we see Nexus, who fanned out around the map, get ready for a bit of a crunch towards mid and subsequently towards A. The molly, well-timed, well-read by Sangal, won't stop the attack towards A. Instead, it just delays the flank of it. Logic Man, hiding on the ramp smoke, tries to glaive it a little bit. Sound ready to push straight into him, goes straight through. Logic Man, nice recovery, good for the first. Blitz to trade, into a 4-on-4, and as the mollies continue peppering the site, Sangal, they really look to hold here.
Logic Man now getting aggressive through T-Ramp. If he sees BT, he sees the shadow. And that's all he needs. Jumps on top of the flower pot and sends him packing. His engine has to deal with two. Trade right back from Zello and Blitz from jungle. That's a huge frag to find. The B-bomb site is open as well. And if this is where they head to, that's a guaranteed 13th on the board for Nexus. But Logic Man now, he's enclosing on Blitz's position. If Blitz isn't facing the right way, this is all said and done for him. Logic Man, the game of timing, but Logic Man still comes out on top. Goodness me. And they hurtle towards his B-bomb site on the Nexus squad. Are they going to be matched by Sensei and Logic Man? So far, they're tentative as to whether they want to push B or not. But Nexus, they need to pick up the pace. Otherwise, this could all fall to pieces. 30 seconds left on the clock. 2 players in market and TT spawn. They have every advantage here, despite the low health on SXE. And now they're going to capitalize. A plant for short. It's a risky one, but will allow a proper readjustment from SXE as Sangal look to retake in round number 27.
They spot the first player going to bench. Zello shuts down Sensei on the cross, leaving SXE the man to trade. He does just that. Beautiful recovery, beautiful hold by Nexus there. And as they really just reduce the differential to 1 round, Sangal, with very little money, are going to have to scrounge and scrummage for a buy here.
Just as you scrounge and scrummage for pocket change, you too at home can invest with your pocket change into the world of crypto thanks to Coinbase.com. Coinbase.com allows you to invest a little or a lot into as much of or as many different cryptocurrencies as you desire. And with a guide from the experts, you can earn just by learning. And also, they can give you some fancy tips and tricks on how to best invest your cash. As we head into round number 28, though, Sangal, definitely wise investment of their cash, not going for the full buy. They don't want to unnecessarily give up round number 15 to Nexus. Sound deals with Major to start things off. Of course, Sangal will still try and put up a fight with the pistols here, but they've learned from their previous mistakes and know not to full force buy, especially this late in the game.
You need to remember as well that Sangal, even with P250s, is still pretty deadly. We've seen them win, I think, on this map 2 ecos so far. One was on a complete crunch towards B where they wiped Nexus. The other was where they just took Deagle duels towards mid. Now we see them with a defense on A. They get to, the ecos will get a bit of mileage. They get to view the sights. And instead, Sangal, they've rolled the dice and they've gone, okay, it's probably going to be B. It's a gamble. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it doesn't. Nexus, who hit the site in a round that really should be theirs anyway, is going to look to equalize, and I can't really see Sangal having much equity here. As Nexus, they should just go for that plant. Maybe even consider hunting a bit here, just for that extra cash.
Well, there we go. ETN rips Logic Man to shreds, and Paz is good for a trade there on the P250 nonetheless. As you said, this squad's still very deadly with their P250s. But in a 4 versus 3 with this kind of weaponry, this kind of utility, which is actually none, Sangal have no entryway back into this. They are just going to cause as much havoc to the Nexus economy as they can. And with BTN going down, that's already significant damage done, as Nexus don't have the best buy if they lose any more than 1 player. Paz, looking for a weapon, doesn't get rewarded with one. Instead, only sees a fallen USP. And that's the 14th on the board for Nexus. Kremer, again, we're at an equalizer at such a late stage of the game.
This is going to OT. I'm so sure it's going to OT. Both teams, it's indistinguishable at this stage. And while if Sangal win this next round, then we see OT. If Nexus win it, I think we actually see a Nexus victory, because Sangal, they need to hedge all their bets on this round. They need to invest absolutely everything. Saving the weapons helps, but instead we see a tech pause, and that literally couldn't have come at a worse time.
Yeah, you do not want to be having technical difficulties as you head into what is probably the most important round of this game. A 14-14 scoreline. Both teams have at least some semblance of a bye here. Yeah, you want to make sure everything is crispy clean heading into round number 29.
That you do, and I think is it Major? I assume we saw a lot of his camera. I assume Major was the one who called it. He didn't get up.
This is a Nexus pause, not a Sangal pause.
Oh,
it's a tech pause.
Is it a tech toilet break?
It could be a tech toilet break. I too would be wetting myself if I was in their situations.
I suspect that for Nexus, this is honestly what's interesting about Nexus is we look over at Sangal. Instantly, we see who the star players are. Yeah, Major's going huge. Logic Man and Engine are chiming in as well. Awesome. On Nexus, there's such a small difference in kills. It shows that every single player is pulling their weight.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Yeah, 100%. And it's great to see. Slightly worrying for Sangal going into these later rounds. But Blitz eats a dink from a M4 as he flies through the sky. In fact, no, I think it might have been the FAMAS, because otherwise he wouldn't have escaped with that much health. As now, this play could be the difference maker. Finds one, finds two. Oh my goodness, Paz, that's huge. And a flashbang from Major to seal the deal.
Sensei, that kill onto Zello is just perfect. So for BTN and Sound, this is just demolish.
Oh my.
Sensei onto Sound leaves it all on to BTN. 1 versus 5. Major shuts him down before he even considers attempting this. And for Sangal now, match and series point. So there's one round in it. Will Nexus bring it back, take us to the overtime, or are Sangal going to upset Nexus's Mirage with a very, very close game? Major, the old dog, the IGL of Sangal, going 26-20, leading the charge in frags and seriously delivering some heavy, heavy blows onto Nexus, with Sensei aggressing towards mid. Will we see an opening, or are we going to see a faked presence?
This has been one of those games where every single round has had an impact on the overall score. It's not often we get to see a game this close. And Sangal, I did not expect them to be coming out on top of a 14-14 score. I didn't expect them to get to a 14-14 scoreline in the first place, especially with it having to be on their CT side they make the most rounds up. Sensei came into his element in that last round. I believe he picked up a double just when he needed to. And SXC already taking a lot of preliminary nade damage. This is looking very, very dicey for Nexus. They have one smoke, Kremer. One smoke for any execute they want to go for. And not a single entry to show for their lack of utility. Sensei looking to capitalize onto Connector right here. Could get surrounded as Nexus go for the A split, but Sensei, that's a brilliant headshot onto BTN. And this is where the beginning of the end could start. Zello trades one back. Sensei with another Logic Man, finding the header Sound, and Sensei onto Blitz leaves it all down to Zello in the 1 versus 3. He has so much to do, doesn't know where any of these players are, scuffs the short jump, gives a sound cue, and now he's absolutely surrounded. There's players on A, there's a player on short, and they can entrench him as soon as they possibly want to.
"16 seconds left, and while he's good for one, he doesn't have time to plant. Not that he's given that chance anyway. Sangal, they take 16-14. They take the series 2-1, and they show us exactly why they deserve to be in the tournament. An incredible showing by them as they seek out and they perform. Extremely strong stuffs from either side, and well, what a way to start the day.
That is a heartbreaking loss for Nexus, but your son has done you proud, Kremer. Sensei really pulls them across the line in those last 2 rounds. And I understand that you have somewhere to be, so I won't keep you on what is today going to be my talk show, as I have 3 different guests in the hot seat to cover for my wonderful co-caster of White. But Kremer, of course, thank you so much for stepping up today and helping me out. It's been massively appreciated. And as a temporary Josh, it has been a pleasure having you as my co-caster.
I mean, I've been a temporary White. Look at it like that. Of course, been an absolutely incredible game, and wow, that is a just phenomenal performance from either side. And I believe we have a interview with a Major in about 2 or 3 minutes, which we can look forward to.
Well, that's great stuff. Getting to talk to the man himself, the man of the hour. He more than netted them that victory on Mirage with some stellar plays from his back pocket, and obviously being the IGL as well. There's a lot to credit him for on Mirage, a map that is typically a very sketchy map for Sangal. They pull it through a 16-14. Again, it's not convincing, but it's a damn good win to have in their back pocket, and it will so far secure them a 1-0 up scoreline in this sort of 3-team circuit we have ourselves today. They will be very happy to have that going up against Budapest 5 later. And if it does come down to round difference, the fact they have such a stellar second map against Nexus really puts them in a good spot. And personally, I can't wait to see the brains behind this whole operation coming to join us in the hot seat.
Likewise, it's going to be actually quite interesting to see what the thought process was. And what I'm interested in is Sangal, as a team, they don't use many tack pauses. They really do favour what has been quite well known as the momentum mentality, just keep playing forward and use that kind of passion to elevate them. And when they're feeling it, they're feeling it. You know, we saw Major, he had a massive impact in the kind of final stages of that map. And well, I think as he joins the app, we'll have to see what he thinks about it.
Yeah, definitely. And I also want to ask them about, how are they feeling? How are they like feeling mentally when going into the map of Mirage? Because obviously it's probably a bit scary, I'd like to say, going up against Nexus on Mirage, because they beat Copenhagen Flames on it, and Copenhagen Flames, they're a great squad. And it's not, as we keep saying, a map they typically see success on. Also, I want to see how reinvigorated they became after that second game, because Vertigo was a stomp. SXE really the only man showing any signs of life on that Nexus squad. And actually, SXE he had a great start on Mirage, but he definitely slowed down a lot, which no doubt helped out this Sangal squad as we continued on. But we have now been joined in the hot seat by our interviewee. And Kremer, would you like to start us off?
Sure. So, Major, first of all, congratulations on your victory. That was a incredible match. And honestly, when you went into the kind of final 5-10 rounds of Mirage, where you were just going blow for blow with Nexus, were you at any point kind of worried that Nexus were just going to take the lead and win, or were you always kind of think you were in control?
First of all, hello guys. I hope you're fine. Thank you for your kind words. For your question, I think it was head-to-head, so they play really nice. They take control of mid like everyone, so we knew that in the end of the city side that we had to do something to not block them, but to make something on the middle to not let them play there. And we did it with Paz, with the pick flash. He did 2 kills at 40-40, I think. So the goal was to play a little more aggressive on the middle, and after that we did well and we win. But yeah, I think we in our mind we knew that we will win. We was cool.
You did fantastically, as you said, at that 14-14 scoreline with the flashbang, Paz's double entry onto top mid. That I felt sort of sealed the entire game for you, just that play alone, and the fact that you're able to convert that round flawlessly, saving your economy and striking fear into the hearts of your opponents. I mean, that must have been a great feeling for you guys as well. That must have given you a massive resurgence in confidence.
Yes. The things that we did mistakes to read that we did late read, like we needed to do that like way before.
Yeah.
And like when we talk about this, we knew that it was the decision to win the match, and I'm hopefully that we win this match and it's worked. Because sometimes you can do good things at strategy, but it's not working, and I'm just glad that the things working.
Yeah, really, really well. On topic of strategy, actually, you guys, I think, in the whole of that series, won about 5 or 6 eco rounds. Do you guys
Yes.
have a strategy for eco rounds, or are you just do they just work for you?
No, I think we. It's not strategy, but I just try to play default when the guys are echo. But I don't know, guys. Like people with Deagle today, I think, are so strong. I don't know if it's only us or other teams losing a lot of eco like this, but we are losing a lot of eco. This is a main problem for us. We're trying to fix. We told because sometimes I try to do strategy like going somewhere with full Molotov. It's not working. I do default. It's not working. Fuck! I said, well, okay, what to do? And I think the best solution is just to play a stack and make trade kills. Yeah, there is no other solution because people with Deagle on Echo, they don't play like he's in with AK. They play more aggressive and with confidence. Like they pick you with Deagle. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to fight them. I don't know what is the solution, to be honest, because we're losing a lot of Echo. We're gonna watch our match and try to fix it. But yeah, it's a problem.
You've summed up quite a lot of the stuff that you were struggling with there. It was a great answer, I'll be honest with you. But how did you prepare for this matchup overall against Nexus? And were you worried when you saw the veto?
No, but man, like since yesterday we're playing a lot of match, and this morning we played also another competition. We came just 5 minutes when we finished. We played this match. I didn't do the veto. I didn't know the map. I just came and played. Normally, I prepare the match. Normally, I know what the enemy will pick, what they will do. I know because I always preparing my match. But in this situation today, since 2 days, we're playing like right after right now. We have again a BO3 now again. We play yesterday a BO3, a BO5, this morning a BO3, now a BO3, again a BO3, 9 map in a row without break, without break. So I'm just eating in my computer. And to answer your question, no, I didn't prepare, and I didn't prepare also this match again. We're just gonna play our standards, and hopefully we're gonna win.
And one final question, Major. On Nuke, you guys went about 8-2 down. Straight off the bat in the series. When you called a few timeouts, when you kind of broke up the tempo, do you have something that you kind of say to the team, or do you break the pace, or do you actually have just anything to call when you're down that bad?
I think for Nuke as City, we play good early round, but in the late round, we lose a lot of good situation, you know. So when we take pause, we just told guys, actually we're doing good early. We just don't finish it. So maybe just try to finish it, take some runes, and we know that T side we can be strong. That's all. Like sometimes it's just to break also the enemy tempo. Sometimes just there is nothing important to say. Sometimes
yeah,
awesome.
I mean, Kremer, unless you have anything else to add, I think this has been a really good interview.
No, that's all. Thank you very, very much, Major. And of course, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you. Sometimes my English is not so good because
No,
long time I'm not talking, and I forget.
No,
trust
it's
me,
okay.
we've done interviews with all sorts. You're easily one of the best interviewees we've
I think
had,
we play
don't worry.
again with you casting. I don't know. It's the same competition. We play again.
Yeah, I'll be casting. But
You got Tom. You haven't got me.
Okay, be nice with me if I fail. Okay, so good. Thank you, guys. See you. Take care.
No worries. See you in a bit, mate.
See you shortly.
Well, there we have it, Major. He's really good at interviews.
Yeah.
I've done a few interviews in my time, and it has been yes/no answers, and you've been desperately trying to fish for something. But Major's really good. So that was really, really good by him. And of course, congratulations to the whole of Sangal for winning that game. It was a really hard-fought one, but they still triumphed there. Commiserations, of course, to Nexus, who unfortunately faltered, and this isn't something they should see as a defeat. That was a really close game. That was something that they really cement themselves to show that they can compete with the absolute best in Tier 2, and absolutely the way to do so. Really, really happy with them.
Kremer, obviously, we've kept you here for quite some time now. Thank you again for joining me in the hot seat. It's been an absolute pleasure. Can't believe it's been so long since we got our last cast in. Hopefully, the gap is a lot smaller for the next. What a brilliant performance from Sangal. They blew me out the water with that Mirage finish. especially those last two very explosive rounds. They completely changed up the pace, their play style, and it worked so perfectly for them. But for now, we will be going to a short break. I'm not entirely sure of the duration, as Sangal get to choose a duration going up into the next match against Budapest 5. But that's going to be all from Kremer for now, and all from myself. Thank you so much for watching this first best of 3 of the day. We will see you all shortly.
Bye-bye.
Pushing hard against the tides of time, so I can see you as forever mine. I'm standing in the middle of the sea. There washes over all in the passes me. I'm pushing hard against the tides of time, so I can see you as forever mine. Won't leave you now, don't leave me then. Won't leave you now, don't leave me then. Won't leave you now, won't leave me then. I just thank you. I am the worst addict. I suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending. It brings you to your knees. But no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free. But that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. Our shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I feel there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Babe, I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy alert you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. I've been called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been that you know, and be wild in the mystery. Dream big, boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know, and be wild in the mystery. Oh, come on, come on. Be wild in the mystery. Oh, you gotta let go, let go, let go. And be wild, be wild. Yeah, I was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Blast Rising. We've just seen Sangal versus Nexus, and Sangal just right at the end come out on top. As you can see down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens, it is now Sangal versus Budapest 5. Two very competitive teams. Two teams sort of, well, especially Budapest 5 coming out of the works quite recently. Very unexpected matchup here today, I'd like to say. But before we go into any further detail, a huge warm welcome to X-Warrior, who will be joining me on the cast today. He's my second of 3 guests on the cast, and I am very much looking forward to working with you.
Absolute pleasure, my man. Absolute pleasure to jump into the broadcast today and get to experience yet another day of Blast Rising, because yeah, no, things starting to look interesting, right? Especially seeing how close the previous matches are, seeing that it's going to be the second match Sangal Esports are going to be playing in the day. And we also heard in the interview, I managed to hear it during the end, that they've had a busy bunch of days, the Sangal side. And I think the same could be said about most of these teams, because they're participating in quite a few tournaments and everything's just becoming jam-packed. So it's interesting to see, like, without preparation, just jumping into things and seeing how things work out. But unlike Sangal Esports, Budapest 5, this is going to be their first match of the day.
Yeah, so Sangal had a match before Blast Rising, so this is already their third best of 3. Whether or not that's going to play a key factor in this is up in the air, really. It's anyone's guess. Are they going to be mentally and probably physically exhausted after a very early start versus Kova, or are they just going to be even more warmed up, coming in absolutely fiery, swinging against Budapest 5? And, well, if Sangal win this map, then they automatically go straight on through. There's no more fight needed. There's no more, scoreline checking. It's not going to be done on round difference. It will just be Sangal go through, and they've made it to the playoffs. However, Budapest 5 are looking to put a massive spanner in the works for Sangal here. Obviously, this is their first game of the day. If they win this, and then they beat Nexus, then they're the ones who go through. It's really still all to play for in this groups. Nexus currently the only team looking like they could be on the way out here.
Yeah, the only way things would kind of differ would be if there was an all equal ends to the end of the day, right? If every single team win a match against each other, but also lose one, it gets a little bit tough, iffy, and a bit dicey, right? So yeah, the best thing for Sangal Esports to do right now is to grab another win, because that previous one was a little bit too close for comfort. And yeah, I'm sure they don't want to leave matters to the third map, the third match of the day, and see what the round differential is and stuff. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them. So the name of the game for Sangal Esports is to close this series as fast as possible.
Yeah, and well, after already playing a full 6 maps today across 2 best-of-3 series, I think closing it out as fast as possible will be the best for them mentally. Just, they've had their heads in the game for so long. As you said, they didn't even have enough time to prepare, because they've been playing, 3 million maps these past couple of days. It's like mouse sports level of crazy with the amount of stuff they've been doing in these just over the weekend. And, well, they're straight back into the office on Monday morning. I think Budapest 5 do stand a very good chance of taking us to a 2-1 situation here, which could be a huge disadvantage for Sangal. Both of these teams are relatively close in rankings. It's 58 and 79. And when you're in the sort of lower stages of the top 100, ranking doesn't really play too much of a factor. It all comes down to experience and how well you've been playing recently. If we look at Budapest 5 here, they lost to Gorillas 0-2, they lost to Navi Junior 0-2, they lost to Double Pony 0-2, they beat Sinners 2-1, and lost to Sangal 0-2 in EDC 3. So they've beaten them before. Will they be able to replicate it against a no doubt exhausted Sangal?
I don't know, man. And throughout the wins that you mentioned, like they went against Sinners, that was the day where Sinners went 0-2 in their groups here in Blast Rising. So I believe for Sinners, for the Czech Republic squad of Sinners, I think it must have been an off day for them, right? Because you usually see the likes of Oscar and the rest of them perform out of their minds. It's usually a really good performance showing from those guys. And playing against the entirety of Group E, you'd say that Sinners surely would be amongst the top 2. But unfortunately, we didn't quite see that from them, right? And that does make me wonder, perhaps that might have been an off day for Sinners. So I'd love to give mad props to Budapest 5 for taking them on and managing to beat them, because that is a result that not many people expected. But at the same time, you have to consider if if we were seeing Sinner's best performance, right? Because I believe they had 2 stand-ins at the time as well, right? But I think a massive prospect at the time will be these picks and bans. So Sneaky Beaky, why don't you take us through it?
Yeah, sure thing. So Budapest 5 are going in with a pick of Mirage after banning Inferno. Inferno is, as I discussed previously, a very rare insta-ban, but that is Budapest 5's insta-ban. Inferno, despite the meta, straight out of the pool. And picking into Mirage, this is statistically their best map and statistically the worst map of Sangal, despite the performance we've just seen from them against Nexus. So I think Budapest 5 should be able to probably take their own map pick of Mirage. I say probably because we've just seen a crazy game, and if Sangal can replicate the performance they brought to the end of that second half, then goodness me, do we have a show on our hands. Also, Sangal, again, choosing to start on the T side is more interesting. It's their much stronger side. However, they did win more rounds on their CT in that last game. That game is up in the air. I have no idea who's taking that one. 43% win rate over 7 maps for Budapest 5. Over 14 maps for Sangal, they've got about a 33% win rate. Very, very close, but this is the best map of Budapest 5, and they are a dangerous squad, and they did beat Sinners on this map.
Yeah, no, things start to get dicey, right? But I think at the end of the day, it just sort of matters which team just picks up that third final map. I think this is really not going to favor Sangal, especially with the prospect that they'd love to close things out as early as possible to keep their morale high, be able to be as focused as possible. Because let's be frank, playing so many maps in a day, playing so much Counter-Strike throughout it, you will feel that fatigue at the end of it. So coming into this, I reckon that both these teams show a massive prospect of closing out their own maps, which would kind of drive us to the conclusion that Train would be the actual decider at the end of things. And as you said, that is a dicey map. That is a map that you can't really give it to any of them. But if you do look at the grand scheme of things and Sangal's performances today, and I think that Budapest 5 may even have a chance on that as well.
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. I think the prospect of Dust 2, that is the best map for Sangal. They've got 23 games on it, a 70% win rate. That is stunning. So I think if Budapest 5 don't take Mirage, 2 over Sangal. If Budapest 5 do take Mirage, again, I said the same thing for Nexus. I'm thinking 2-1 for Budapest 5 on Train, but then there's Sangal just playing stellar Counter-Strike today, throwing all my predictions up in the air. But for Train, the stats on this one are a 38% win rate for Budapest 5 over 8 games, so that's 3 out of 8 wins. And for Sangal, it is 5 games played, 40% win rate, so they've won 2 out of 5. It's not a stunning map for either team. Dust 2 is firmly Sangal favoured, like 100% Sangal favoured. Mirage is a bit 50-50. It might be Budapest 5's best map, but even as their best map, they played it 7 times and have a 43% win rate. Like, 3 out of 7 is not amazing for your best map versus the 70% win rate on Dust 2 for Sangal. I don't know. I respect the fact that Budapest 5 ban Inferno, which is the second best map for Sangal, but as to why they don't ban Dust 2, they must have at least something in the back burners.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Dust 2 isn't really a map that you can really have too much prep for, right? There are some standard rotation that you can look at. They are, it just isn't that heavy tactical side like Nuke would be, for example. Like perhaps Vertigo would be in a sense, right? There are some bread and butter plays that you can't really, you can't really try and exploit too much over in Dust 2. And therefore, you just start to wonder, it may actually feel that Budapest are feeling very comfortable today, right? It may just feel it come down to the fact, you guys, we're going to frag out. We're going to absolutely devour our opponents. We're nice freshed up. These guys, this is going to be their 3rd match of the day. It's going to be likely their the 8th map of the day for these guys. So, maybe they're looking to come in fresh and take their opponents on Dust 2. I like to see it. It's some confidence showing from Budapest 5 for sure. Yeah,
and excuse me, hopefully that confidence is not misplaced. I would love to see Budapest 5 showing up on Sangal's best map pick. That would give us, a bit of a roar of a show. We saw how dominant Sangal were on Vertigo. And so on their own map picks, it seems to be they are quite safe. They are quite comfortable. That 16-5 scoreline was a brilliant showing from them. The only man showing up for Nexus was SXC because they were just hammering them down time and time again. The fact that we are having another strong map for Sangal, makes me worried that the 2-1 could be going in their favor. Honestly, I don't know who's going to take this one. I'd like to think Sangal, because I'm all aboard the major train after that interview. What a great interview from him. But Budapest 5, you can't underestimate them, as Sinners did previously, and you see where they are now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to put light to another subject here, Sneaky Beaky, right? Nexus, they barely lost on their matchup today against Sangal Esports, right? Technically, it's not over for them, although their chances are minuscule.
Yes.
If Budapest 5 win this matchup against Sangal Esports, and they will have another chance to beat Budapest 5 after this best of 3. Therefore, these guys are sitting right now rooting for Budapest 5, rooting for these guys to win so they can beat them next time around. Because, man, I think Nexus, their whole journey throughout this tournament has been a complete roller.
Yeah.
Right. They had to progress third in their group. They had some weird issues here and there with during the day that they had to play so many games that they had to play for progression. They had to play the elimination matchup. And everything looked so good from them, but at the same time, it was never good enough.
Yeah.
They had so many third mappers. They had so many overtimes throughout their matches, which makes me think that, and they're such an emotional team. It just makes me wonder how they must be feeling right now. And I think the fact that they are such emotional, they are literally just clutching their butts, holding onto their chairs, looking at this match, and they've got the Budapest 5 banners out, looking to support these guys as they have to face on against Sangal Esports. Because, man, I think they're not ready to leave this tournament yet. They've invested so much time and so much energy into it. I don't think they want to leave just yet.
No, I don't think they do either. And as you said, they always bring it to that third map. And even when it has been a 2-0, they at least make one of those maps super competitive. And Nexus, they have all the right pieces. They just haven't quite, slotted them together yet. There's a lot there for them. If they could just make a couple of those rounds that bit more cleaner, we could be seeing such a competitive tier 2 team. Not quite tier 1 yet, but as soon as they surpass those, well, just the issue of closing out games, really. Because imagine where we'd be if they did end up beating Copenhagen Flames. They could very well be through the playoffs right now, because that was such a damn good game. They beat them on, I think it was Mirage, and they lose 19-17 on Nuke after having a 15-11 lead. It was heartbreaking to watch them lose that 2 versus 5. It seems to be the home stretches of their games that they really struggle with, which is why they always seem to lose 2-1.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. But if you guys are just joining in, just tuning into this matchup, we've got Sangal Esports versus Budapest 5. Two teams now fighting for their final chance to enter the knockout stage here in Blast Rising. 2 wins in the last chance stage is what they require. And so far, Sangal Esports has scathed away with a win against Nexus Gaming. But mind you, there are 3 teams battling it out right now, right? There are Sangal Esports against Nexus Gaming that previously were fought out earlier, where Sangal Esports won. Budapest 5 now in it. So, it is going to be a very close affair. And like I just mentioned, if you're just joining in, Budapest 5, they want to put themselves a win on the board here. Try and figure out if they can actually make it to the playoffs and maybe put it all down to a neck-and-neck fight for that final victory. Take it away, Sneaky, because it's going to be an epic matchup, I reckon.
Oh, I 100% agree with you there. And Sangal, they are ready and raring to go. This is their 7th map today. They have fought so hard. They've got 2 victories under the belt. Both of them 2-1 affairs. Can they pull a hat trick together? But Corey, the first to deny, rips the head apart of Logic Man with lead from his USP. Fleab now spamming down onto Engine, who's hiding in that smoke towards jungle. Engine does make it out the back alive, and he's already gone through to jungle. Torzi unable to deal with him as he rushes on through. And now we're looking like a B split coming into play. Coolio decapitates Major as Paz finds his Basher. Oh my goodness me, it's a flurry of fragging, and Budapest 5 come out on top by 2. In the 2 versus 4 now, what will Sangal be able to do?
Early on, the fight did get split in 2, but now it's dedicated all towards that B-bomb site. Fleave closing up the angle, doesn't miss out on that first shot, but sprays it down in the end. Paz has to fall, and Sensei will have the same fate as his teammate. Budapest 5, they take a lovely first round.
Yeah, that was a very clean pistol. And Sangal, they try something new. It doesn't really work. I was very surprised that Engine manages to run past 3 players, hides in a smoke, and still makes it to jungle. But his reign of sort of terror is short-lived as he gets tagged down to 7 HP. And then he's just removed from the server. Budapest 5 are going to be very happy with that opener round in their favor. Sangal Esports have done the thing that is so common to teams these days. They forced up into the second round. They've got that 1 MAC-10 4-pistol buy, and already the MAC-10 eats a grenade.
Ooh, but they're going for the contact play. Logic Man, the first leader charge. He's going to be meeting Fashion. That's a bullet to the head. Found throw on the Engine. Now Coolio holding down the angle. It hasn't been spotted. Oh, that's a lazy king. No way that just happens. Coolio disintegrates Sangal Esports. And Budapest 5 just found a very simple follow-up.
Jesus Christ alive. They don't check the angle. And that was an immense spray down there from Coolio on the MP9. I don't know what else to describe that as other than immense. So much impact in the space of about 3 MP9 bullets, ripping 2 skulls right off their shoulders. And now a technical pause from Sangal. And, oh, okay, it's actually a Budapest 5 player to disconnect.
Yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't just a cool play from Coolio. It was chilly, and it gave me the chills. And not only that, but a player just got hypothermia and just left.
He dipped. No. He's gone. He's not coming back.
No, I'm joking. That's not actually the whole reason about it. But there seems to be some sort of a packet loss going on. That seems to be the issue. But other than that, man, that was very fast from Coolio, wasn't it?
The fact he goes unchecked as well is just an insult to injury to Sangal. He finds one leaping over his head, and then he 180 straight back round to find a player not even looking at him, and the man behind him takes the brunt of the collateral, meaning Budapest 5 go up 2-0, and Sangal are off to a very rocky start. This should be a third round given up now to Budapest 5, as we just have to wait a moment and sort out our technical issues.
Yeah, it should be the third round for Budapest 5, seeing that Sangal Esports did go for that full investment. It's just going to be the pistol round for them. But that sets up Budapest 5 nicely, right? This is their own map pick. This is their home ground. So this is where they want to hit the road running. And so far, they've done just that. Now, what they need to do is kind of pull through with this momentum and take it, make it their own, and potentially like square a few more rounds in a row after that. This round is going to be simple, by all means. But the next one will be challenging, seeing that Sangal Esports will be bringing out the AK-47s. They'll have that U to work with. And I think that buy round is going to be very essential for Budapest's success, at least here on the CT side, to set them up nicely, especially seeing that this is actually their own map pick.
I'll tell you what surprised me about that last round, though. The entry kill from Logic Man was very clean, and like the attempt from Budapest 5 was incredibly messy. But also the fact that they don't realize that that first player is boosted up. Because he couldn't have jumped up on the van, and he wasn't there before. I know it was a little bit of a game of timings with the boost coming in, but surely they must have seen him being boosted up by another player. And then the fact they don't check underneath despite finding the entry frag, that just seals their fate. That probably could have been a Sangal round without that hero play from Coolio, as the rotations were still just about coming in.
Yeah, it could well have been a disaster, couldn't it?
Yeah, I am just... No doubt this is something to do with the fatigue of playing a monstrous 6 rounds. But either way.
Yeah, either way, indeed. We'll be jumping right back into it. Timeout over. It looks like the connections have been fixed up. No problem whatsoever. And as we did previously mention, this should be Budapest 5's round. Though Sangal Esports, they need to hold strong. They've had a tough day, to say the least. Now, they need to find that closer map. They need to find this match under their belts. They need to make it their own if they want to remain in the tournament, if they want to remain in this series. But now, coming up through mid, it's Torsi to find the first frag throughout it. Logic Man takes his opponent out, and it does get a little bit expensive if they do find Coolio, because he doesn't have much health, but it's Fleeve to fall next with a bullet straight to their face. And already, that's 2 players down for Budapest 5.
Yeah, Budapest 5 whittled down to Budapest 3. Now a 3 versus 3 situation, which is winnable for Sangal, but it's going to be immensely difficult. Look at the HP on Logic Man and Sensei. Engine on the Desert Eagle has so much to do here. However, Sangal, they've picked the right site. They've got Coolio on 22 points of health to deal with. He does have backup from Fasher now. And Sangal's slow strategy, I think it's come back to bite them. A full rotation now. Fasher finds it first. Coolio does go down to Sensei on the Desert Eagle. If he can find another one, I still have faith.
No way.
Okay, Fasher, he falls as well. Bomb has been dropped in the apartments. There's technically enough time for a full round the world here. And after Sensei gets spotted by Corey, that could actually be what we're seeing. Corey continues to hold apartments for the meantime. But, oh my goodness, he's going for it. Sensei, he's bolting it to the A-bomb site. Or is he? Oh.
Wait, but that's actually very impressive from Corey. He sticks around. He knows that there's a potential for Sensei to reposition, but instead wraps himself up onto the van. But no, he gets the better timing of it. Sensei realizes it a little bit too late, tries to fall back, but doesn't quite have the time, gets taken out, and it's Budapest 5 with 3 in a row. But albeit that, it was very expensive. They lost 4 players throughout that.
Yeah, I am honestly stunned by the way Sangal are making these rounds so damn close. Off the back of that, they have a great economy. They can invest into this one. And despite it being 3-0 to Budapest 5, Sangal, this is their first opportunity to really get into the game. The pistol was messy. We leave that aside. Sensei, great entry. Fasher will lose his base. Can they continue this streak? A bit of an interesting Molotov. I see now what the aim was. It was to cut off rotation from underpass, so Corey cannot swing on in and help his teammates in the window. He is trapped, though, and Sensei spots him. He goes for the spam down. But I think he will be able to escape into connector from here on out.
Yeah, but look at the movement already onto the A-bomb site. Logic Man, he's found himself in the depths of jungle. Not in jungle, sorry, sandwich. But the trade does come through in mid. And nonetheless, it is 1-for-1. Which does mean that still Sangal Esports do have the upper hand. Already aggressing onwards. What a flash there from Major. Permits Logic Man to aggress on forwards. Now he has jungle control, but he's got 2 players to deal with. And Fleeve manages to get the upper hand upon him. Major, though, holding down his own as Tortzi is left in that 1v3. AWP at hand. I think he needs a miracle if he wants to make anything happen this round.
Yeah, he certainly would do, especially now as he's going to save. He has full utility, full Kevlar and a defuse kit. Like, there is no point in him trying to take this round. It won't end well for him. And it's far better for his own economy and the economy of Budapest 5 for him to save all of that lovely stuff into the next. He just needs to be very careful of a hunt, because if he goes down, that is game over for Budapest 5 going into round number 5.
Man. And remember the previous round, right? That's why that round was so damn important for Sangal Esports, because it never gave Budapest 5 the opportunity to carry that momentum onwards with their economy, at least, right? Their banks are empty. They're just pulling up their pockets and flies are coming out, just like in the old day cartoons. Nothing in there for them. And Sangal Esports, just like that, they're putting themselves right into the driver's seat. That's impressive.
Yeah, you love to see it. Even after, what, it must be 6+ hours in the server today, maybe even 7 if they practice before their first game. Like, after 7 hours of CS gameplay, they are still alive and they're kicking hard.
Very impressive to see here from Sangal Esports. But, I mean, this is a grand chance for them to bring things back to favor themselves. So, Budapest 5, they've got some extra funds that they can facilitate a buy with. They get some extra weapons in the bag. And, of course, when they talk to AWP save up, they'll have that to use at their disposal. They've got some utility as well, and we saw how effective these Eagles are. It absolutely isn't all means to an end here for Budapest 5. They definitely have a chance with this one, but Sangal Esports switching up the tempo, already heading into the B-bomb side. Logic Man again, firstly the charge with a map 10 at hand, in between the smoke, now spots out Coolio. He can't do any more damage at this position, and with Paz grabbing another one, it means they solidify the B-bomb site for themselves. Rotations already in order, already a play in short, but the bomb hasn't yet to go down, which does mean it gives plenty of time for Budapest 5 to reposition.
But Logic Man has found so much information. He knows there's a man who's now tagged up in towards market, and they have a pretty rough idea that the rest of these players are on short. There's nowhere else they... Oh no! Torzi with a collateral! How have they not read into the fact that he's in short? Logic Man now, he's in a very tough situation. Sees Fleab, does actually find the header. Corey on the Mac 10, almost finding a second. All down to Major now. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Decapitates the Orpha, swinging round the column of the apartment, and I think he's done it on time. Oh my goodness me, what a round! Number 5 is number 5 is a very significant number in this series, both for the Budapest squad and for round count. What a play from both teams, and Torzi's collateral. I thought they might have done it there.
And it was Sangal Esports at the start to get the upper hand, but the wraparound from Budapest 5 was so darn quick, Sangal Esports could not position accordingly in time. They got caught off guard, and that collateral was the icing on the cake. Maybe put a cherry on top because it was that darn impressive. But now coming into this one, Budapest 5, they've expended all means to their budget, and Sangal Esports can definitely take it onwards to find the equalizer. They can just steamroll through the A-bomb site, even though Budapest 5 has stacked up so many players, the firepower is there. Coolio, though, that's a quick pick, and they could turn things in their favor.
Oh no. Oh, please no. Not a round like this. They've already taken back a rifle and a MAC-10, and now the CTs are playing from a T position, mollying them away from ramp. Engine desperately trying to get his way in towards the A-bomb site, but he's being carefully eyed up by a MAC-10 and an AK-47. Any slip-ups now for Sangal will be costly, but Major with a big double removes both of the saved weapons of Budapest 5, meaning it's now a 3 versus 2 versus 2 USPs.
How are these pistol rounds being so darn expensive, though? They're not going to be as expensive as the second round. Tortsy, though, puts a pause on my face, just shushes me for a second and says, no, I'm going to get some more kills here. Just watch. And he grabs another. So there's only 2 players remaining at the end of the day here for Sangal Esports, but nonetheless, that is the equalizer for them.
I feel like we're no longer the clowns with the entire circus. Everything we say just gets completely undermined. And Sangal, they bring it back to a 3-3 scoreline. I thought, no way anything happens in this round. And 3 kills from just, USPs in that one? Brings it to a worryingly competitive state for Budapest 5. Similarly to what Sangal were able to do to them in round number 3, I believe it was. And now we're here. Budapest 5, they are lacking in utility. They are lacking in defuse kits. Sangal, they will have to come up against a stronger opposition now, though. And Coolio forced back on top of the barrels, not in a great position as Paz removes his teammate from play. The stand-in gets mullered, but Muller right on back does Coolio until he gets shot by the short rep. And the B-split looking very successful so far as Torzi is screwed. Or not. Okay.
Okay, indeed. I mean, Sangal Esports, they're not showing any fear, but they need to be careful about the backstab coming in through Corey, grabbing one, but the wide angle is there from Paz, collecting the final kill. But man, let me tell you, this was no easy affair for Sangal Esports. That got messy, but the fact that they kept on pressing W, kept on moving forward, and allowed them to get themselves on site, grab most of the kills, and solidify the round for themselves. Man, that was a crazy round and a half.
These rounds are explosive. This is one of the fastest paced games we've seen so far in Blast, and I'm absolutely loving it. Budapest 5 back down to the Desert Eagles and a PT-50, but I wouldn't rule them out of things just yet. We've seen what they can do with the pistols and the sidearms. Very menacing in the right hand. So is that grenade from Sensei. Fliav down to only 54 points of health. Armor already ruined, but Paz receives a Deagle bullet of his own to the body. Will he be able to continue the good fight? Sensei unscoping at just the wrong moment, but then the Deagle walks away. This whole thing has been a game of mismatched aggressions and weird timings, and Sangal have somehow clawed their way to a 4-3 scoreline from all of it.
Ooh, I mean, Budapest 5, what they want to do here is do what Sangal Esports did to them that second round. Seeing them being able to pull it off with the Deagles, but not to an extent where they can win the round, though. The fact that Sangal Esports are playing it slow and pretty much cautiously, it does allow them to spot out the players, try and test the waters, and figure out which is the place where they can enter without taking too many risks. And I think I like that from them, right? They've already expended that extra player towards apartments. It does mean that they will start pushing forwards. But with Major sticking around the mid, we will be able to grab 2, nearly a third. Tortsy takes them out, though, but that's a barren B-bomb site for them to take.
I have to respect the massive change of pace of this Sangal squad. They're balancing perfectly everything. Fliav takes down Paz as he whiffs a spray he should not have been missing, let's say. And we are left in a 3 versus 2. Off the back of that AK sacrifice, both of these CTs can now pick up rifles and go for the save. That'll be great for their economy heading into round number 9. But Sangal, they are going to net themselves a 5th. They lead by 2. And it is a strong start for them on their T side. Their CT side is currently what worries me.
That might be an issue that they need to be careful of. But nonetheless, that's 2 AKs in the bag of Budapest 5. Like you said, that is around for them. And seeing that they have some nice, well, pretty AK-47s for them to hold on to that next round, I think they will not mind that whatsoever. Heading into it, though, you know, they may want to go for something extra. They need to grab themselves a win here out. Sangal Esports could run away with quite a momentum. And when you allow Sangal Esports to have momentum in their favor, they're going to take it, make it their own, and run away with it.
Oh yeah, and they're determined to make it through to the next round here at Blast. They've put up such a fight so far. I believe the only easy game they've had so far was their first game of the entire tournament, and that was a win versus UMX, because they had just had 2 roster changes, and one of those ended up being a stand-in. So Sangal, they put up a strong fight against everyone else. They probably shouldn't have lost to Ikla Brugge. The fact that they lost 16-0 to them definitely put a dampener on the start of their tournament run. But, you know, they've been putting up valiant fights ever since, and I think they definitely deserve this win against Budapest 5, especially with such a hectic schedule and the fact they're still performing at their best. Logic Man does take damage and will pick up the AWP as a result. What can Budapest 5 do in round number 9? Will they finally be able to put their fourth on the board, looking strong as Corey will open things up?
I love that movement from him as well. He had mid control, but then opted to go towards stairs and catch the ramp player off guard, and that worked out perfectly for them. And now with Tortsy holding that off angle towards Ticket Booth, permits to them to grab yet another. So, Budapest 5 already, without expending any player, grab 2 of their own. That is traits you love to see if you're a Budapest 5 fan. But Tortsy doesn't allow Major to move onwards. Although they do lose one of their own, Fleeve does fall out. It's still not looking great for Sangal. They want to gain access to the site. They want to push forwards, but there's still quite a bit of utility to hold them back. And another enemy that they have against them is the entire enemy of humanity, time. They don't have much on of it. 20 seconds remaining, and they may have to fall. They need to make something aggressive work out, or else this is not going to look out good for them.
They cannot die after time either. Look at this rear flank. Coolio is going to be a thorn. And look at this Budapest 5. They're playing it so well. They're not peeking. They're going to try and kill them after time. But the bomb goes down and that will save them. I mean, it was a great balance there from Budapest 5. I completely respect what they wanted to do. If they kill either one of those players before, after time, that is a catastrophe for Sangal. But thankfully, their economy is okay off the back of 3 of their players. Weapons can be dropped. That's a stunning 4th round on the board for Budapest 5. And Torzi, what an AWPer.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to look as swaggy as all the players on the server, make sure and head over to CS Money, because you can suit up by selling over your old skins to upgrading to something a lot more prettier. But what Budapest 5 want to do right now is make that round scoreline more pretty, right? Bring it to a 5-5 standpoint and hold true to their names. Let's see if they're able to do so. They've got a double AWP setup for them as well now.
Who doesn't love a double AWP setup, especially when it's Torzi on one of them? Sensei, though, he's lining up Fasher on short. The stand-in of Fasher going 3 and 8. It's not his day so far, and it might not be his day still if Sensei manages to rattle this shot off. Fasher gonna hear Major jumping in ladder room. Will he capitalize off of this information? And it looks like he's going to try. Sensei needs to be so careful. He has his back turned right now.
It's all about timing.
Oh, Sensei! He's going to pick off Fasher. Yeah, timing, perfection.
Man, and with that, that sets them up nicely for the push on through. They put extra pressure, which means that they need to have an eye at short while simultaneously moving towards apartments. Yes, the bomb isn't quite there yet, but the fact that they do split the map in 2 means that Budapest 5 need to expend some player towards that A bomb site. They can't really keep it uninhabited. And with another kill going to the way of Sensei, it does mean that can aggress forwards. Though at the same time, Fleeve across the map, grabs another. Coolio gets the headshot onto another player. Still, doable for Budapest 5. If Coolio can hold down his ground, grab an extra player, he may be able to win it through, but the molly causes him to peek all out. He doesn't hold his ground for any longer, and it's the A bomb site plant to come underway. Fleeve grabbing another one, making things close, but has to deal with a molly. Does get burnt down, but it's a bullet to the chest to end his life.
That's a huge round from Sensei, and notice how Paz actually hears the CT rotation, so gives the call to his team that, yeah, the A bomb site is clear. After Sensei decimates the final player on the B site, he's able to rotate over to short, reads into the information that Paz has given to him, throws a Molotov to the murder hole, and then finishes the poor man off. Excellent read from the entire Sangal Esports squad, and Sensei with a ridiculous 4K means they are going to pull ahead again by 2 rounds with a 6-4 scoreline. So much in-depth CS knowledge in that round.
They pull through it as well, because that was a chance for Budapest 5 to grab that equalizer. But yet again, what we're seeing now is Sangal Esports switching up the pace. One-sided smoke works in favor of Fasha. Beautifully done. Now they pulled something off that I haven't seen in quite a long time. Though Engine does bring things back to a more equal standpoint. 4 versus 4 as they do aggress towards Catwalk. There is that extra player in ladder room, which could be a bit of a nonsense towards the defense side of Budapest 5, which at the same time doesn't allow them to challenge mid. This is a massive opener for Sangal Esports, and it sets Budapest 5 in a really bad position because they are lacking the information. They have no idea what's going on and when Sangal Esports will hit and where they will hit, which doesn't allow them to get the rotations in fast enough. Sangal Esports, with an explosive push here, they could have the upper hand, but with AWP and with Coolio pulling up that sneaky ninja card for a second time would really set them back, but they are going to start pushing towards B nonetheless.
Yeah, Coolio, a bit of an ace on this B-bomb site. Could be a lot of trouble if left unchecked, but no, Logic Man finds him. Instead, it's Torzi to remove Paz from play. 3 versus 3 now, but look at this angle from Logic Man. It's very unlikely that Torzi is able to predict this when swinging through the door angle. However, short is now unchecked, and very wisely, Sangal readjust in order to deal with this type of short aggression. Still a 3 versus 3. Bomb timer still ticking away. And as you said, it's the enemy of humanity time itself against Budapest 5 here. Fliap though, Fasha, both pull back a frag. All down to Sensei on the AWP. And I'll be honest with you, an AWP is not the weapon you want for this kind of situation. And Fasha with a defuse kit in the last couple of seconds. Swings on in, gets the bomb, well, deactivated, and Sangal Esports only ahead by 1 after losing the 3 versus 3 in quite a dramatic fashion.
Absolutely. The wraparound was beautiful by Budapest 5. And even though they didn't quite have the information in time, they allowed their opponents to grab the bomb without losing too many players. They allowed them to get on site and then spent all their forces to put into that retake. Beautifully done and intelligent play from the players of Budapest 5. Knowing that they lacked the resources and the information, they knew they had to play collectively as a unit, and it works out for them in the end. Now, Sangal Esports, they're in a bit of a pickle, aren't they? They've got less money to work with, and down a man already with Corey's aggression. Sangal Esports, they have just met their maker because Budapest 5, they're going to switch up the tempo. They're going to pull out a play out of their opponent's handbook. And right now, they may be facing a 6-round opponent here. It's not over for the round. Absolutely not. But knowing that Sangal Esports have lost that element of surprise, they're going to have to make this push grand. Paz leading up the charge, and the cavalry will be arriving as well. Torzi with the first kill. Corey from an off angle. Up upon Palace, getting one, but Sensei draws things back with a kill of his own. Torzi, though, he's going to reign supreme with that AWP. Sensei draws out of smoke to live a little bit longer, but it's all a matter of time. He'll shortly fall, but can he take someone with him? That is a massive question. He cannot, and Budapest 5 take the equalizer.
Torzi is going 17-6 as we head into round number 13. This man is a menace, and I'm not going to say he's hard carrying Budapest 5, but he is kind of hard carrying Budapest 5. Like, so many of these rounds would not have been won without the menace that is Torzi. Don't let it, don't let that smiley face. Well, it's not really a smiley face, is it? That's quite a menacing face, to be honest with you. Torzi looking quite aggressive in his profile picture. Sangal Esports on the flip side, I mean, they're on the receiving end of that dastardly face.
Ooh, okay,
Corey.
Engine. He just aggressed there for a second. He was completely flashed, but as soon as he had a glimpse of what was going on, he dinked one of his opponents. Then aggresses forwards because the only thing he knows how to do is press W. But the good thing about it is that he knows how to do it in an amazing fashion. It works out for him. 2 kills go the way of Sangal Esports with 1 trade coming through their way. They've got the upper hand, and the trickle onto the catwalk needs to come out, but Coolio, the backstab holds true for him. He grabs one out, but still at Sangal Esports with with the upper hand. What they do not have is the bomb. And with Coolio now repositioning, he may be able to be true to that fight. He could come back to it. But they don't quite have the opening. Budapest 5, they know the opening. Oh, Tortzi, they may not have the opening, but he will create it. Now down to a 2v2 for the post plant.
Coolio, I mean, he's been stellar already, especially on that B bomb site. His health is incredibly low, though. He could attempt to stick this defuse. He's got Overwatch from the AWP, but Logic Man is right around the corner. It's only going to take one bullet, but no, they're sticking the defuse. Logic Man! Oh, no! Budapest 5, they steal away another one. That is unreal. Oh, my goodness. X-Warrior, this is just madness from Budapest 5.
No way they just pulled the ninja defuse trick.
Oh.
No way they just do that.
18 health, man.
Oh.
One bullet. One shot was all it takes. But Sangal, they fall again right at the last crucial moment. And as I was going on a tangent last time, I missed Engine's incredible frag towards Connector. But even that wasn't enough to save Sangal in the round. They fall to the ninja from a man who's on 18 points of health. A spam through the box would have been fine. It would have sufficed. No, they get away with murder and a bomb defusal.
Oh man, and that sets up Budapest 5 nicely. Now 7 rounds for them. They find the lead once more and grab the steering wheel. They're the ones pretty much driving this game towards success, but it's not quite over. Sangal Esports, until they see that 16th mark, they're not going to give up. They have some very aggressive weapons to work with. Formidable Tech 9s that we've seen them work with before. They made it work, but right now, already man down. It's going to get a little bit more difficult for them. Tortzi with that AWP misses out on the second drop, falls back instead. Aggression coming out from Sensei, and that's an AWP in his hands. Spray down from Corey, shuts the attack just like that. But it's only one player remaining. That is a formidable weapon to hold, and it's one that he may look to save. But he's deep within enemy territory, tries to wrap around, maybe to grab a kill, but this is not going to be an easy affair. He's gone to a place where no opponent is located, which does mean he may be able to survive, but that deagle might not be the right time for him. Oh, I mean, you could see the wraparound there from Fleeve. He had his positioning on it, but he goes toward mid nonetheless. He's just playing with timing, and it's somehow working out for him. Coolio does close up the gap against him, though. Sensei peeks on forwards. 2 players. He finds one, but falls in the end. Budapest 5 solidify the advantage at halftime.
I am shocked that Sensei even lands that first kill before Coolio trades him out. Can I just say, though, Borzi is a menace. 20 kills. Nearly double anyone else on the entire server, as Sangal only have 1 player in the double digits thus far. Who is this man? Where has he come from? And how can I get him to carry me to face at level 10 is what I want to know. He is nuts. Absolute insanity. And now Fleev taking the aggressive hold on the secondary AWP. Could be good for a frag here. Anti-Will doesn't escape. Goes for the re-aggression. And that is a bit of a mistake on his part. It is still a 4 versus 4. And that's a lot of info garnered. But this info could be costly, as look where the bomb is making its way.
And as many like to say, a 1-for-1 trade does really favor the T's, but they have already aggressed onto the B-bomb site. The bomb is already in apartments, and it's Major trying to trickle in through. While that's happening, Logic Man is looking for a kill onto the A-bomb site. This is a fight on multiple fronts, and right now, Major is losing out in a major fashion. Budapest 5 win things through, but the A-bomb site is exposed. Without the bomb, that really isn't going to matter, but Logic Man, he has to come up with something huge right now. There's a player within Chica's left that may be able to spot him out, but doesn't quite in time. That is going to allow him another chance, but they've got the information. Tortzi or Fasha, they know where he's holding out. They know where Logic Man is going to come through.
I mean, Tortzi was 1 pixel away from seeing Logic Man back over towards that A-bomb side, but Fasha here, yeah, he's got the perfect angle to deal with Logic Man, and now a 9-6 scoreline to Budapest 5 doesn't bode well for Sangal. They just won this map out against a, I'm not going to say weaker opponent in form of NEXUS, but I don't know. NEXUS did not impress me as much as they normally do on the map of Mirage, especially against a team like Sangal. I don't know whether Sangal are going to be able to pull it back on their CT side. They just about managed it in the previous game when there was only a round of difference between them. But Coolio, I don't know, he's vibing. He looks happy.
I mean, who wouldn't after that, right? Because to be fair, Sangal Esports had a pretty strong showing straight out of the bat. I mean, yes, it was a 3-0 start for Budapest 5, but the last 2 rounds of that looked shaky, and Sangal Esports was able to close up the gap straight after that. But the fact that Budapest 5 had the mental capacity to fight through it and punch through the difficulties, they managed to turn things around back in their favor with another streak of their own, bringing them to that 9-6 scoreline. Though, by all means, 9-6 isn't really that far off, right? A good pistol round and a good follow-through could bring things back to an equal standpoint yet again for Sangal Esports. So this is not over, but according to Budapest 5, knowing that this is their map pick, this is a pretty decent start to get things started on.
And if you want a decent start in the world of mobile gaming, why not head on down to the Red Magic shop? You can stay in the lead with 165 Hz refresh rate. The Red Magic 6 series is the world's smoothest smartphone. What do you reckon, X-Warrior? You see yourself copying one of those in the future?
I've never been into mobile gaming, but if I ever do, I think that will be my safe bet, you know? Have that advantage. 165 Hz on a phone.
On a phone.
Man, my monitor is 75 Hz refresh rate.
Oh.
So, yeah, no, that would be the way to go, wouldn't it? But,
certainly.
Yeah. Pistol round coming through, though. Budapest 5 switching things up as they are now the terrorist. Already onto the A-bomb site. Sangal Esports somewhat having a good read, dedicating most of their arsenal towards this area. But their flashes are going to trickling through. Smoke coming in from jungle, but it's Logic Man, the first to find 2 frags. Sensei makes clean work of the rest. Fleeve is the only person to grab a kill here for Budapest 5, but Coolio looks to join in as well. Movement now towards the bomb site. They are at a numbers deficit for Logic Man. Closey wrapping around. What another shot for him. 4 kills for Logic Man in the pistol. It allows Sangal Esports to have a strong start to the half.
You know Elton John's Rocket Man? That's what I want to be seeing right now. You replace Rocket Man with Logic Man, and you have yourself a top 10 banger. Because honestly, what a round from him. He went to the moon there. he wiped that entire A-bomb site clean. As he pointed out, a luscious 4K. And that's a second round AWP being purchased by Logic Man there. And Sensei is going to be over the moon.
I bet.
He's a Logic Man.
Yeah, we're going to make a little theme song about a Logic Man. It would go
dropping down and up in the second round.
He's good at maths.
And moving on swiftly from that musical interlude, Sangal Esports have an AWP in the second round in the hands of the menacing Sensei. Can the teacher become the master in this instance as he wields that big green? In the meantime, Corey eats a bit of nade damage, 20 health down. The round otherwise continues relatively slowly. Nothing really shown from either side. But a lot of short presence here for Budapest 5.
That is huge.
Engine gets quite aggressive in apartments. He could catch a man off guard. I think he sees Coolio there. Oh no, he doesn't see him, and that's an entry frag given up for free. Paz now walks into 3 players heading up short. And Logic Man falls to Fleav. This is a bit of a disaster for Sangal. Sensei goes with Fleav, but now a 2 versus 4. It's not looking good.
Man, apart from that final kill over to the A-bomb site, other than that, the timing for Sangal Esports was dreadful. They pushed up a player towards apartments, even though that would have gained a lot of information and could have gained that extra wraparound power from the defense, bringing those extra players in soon enough. It just didn't work out because that meant there was only 1 player left on B to defend it from the push oncoming towards Catwalk. That easily allowed Sangal Esports to trade a kill onwards, even though they didn't even need to trade. They just grabbed a free kill throughout it and just steamrolled through it. After that, Sangal Esports, they were already locked outside. Sensei and Major had nowhere to go, had nothing they could do. And that just sets up Budapest 5 nicely. That's now double digits for them on the board.
Yeah, Budapest 5 double their namesake to attempt on the board. And Sangal are not looking particularly promising. It's a brilliant pistol round, but obviously a pistol round in this economy only has so much impact. Like, you have the second round AWP and you're not able to capitalize. That's a big problem. Also, I don't really enjoy the second round AWP. Because up against the SMGs, if they can close down the distance on you, you are a bit screwed. And admittedly, Sensei does amazingly in that round to survive with it over and find the kill onto Fliav. But is it really a risk worth taking?
Oh, that is a big question in the matches, but Budapest 5 are going to press W and push on forwards. Corey takes Logic Man out. The difference maker is now down, but Sensei's here to stay, grabbing out one. Quickly traded through by Flea, but still, Budapest 5 ahead in numbers. Major falling back, waiting for reinforcements. That is going to be the take. That is going to be the bomb plant. Sangal Esports, they are on the back foot here. They need something immense to get them back into there, and that could be it. Major takes that one, quickly falls straight out of that. And that could be the end of the round for Sangal. You can see the backstop coming through, but Fliv, he knows what's going on. He knows what's going on, but it won't even matter. Paz takes him out with a beautiful shot to the head, and it does mean that Tortzi and Fasha are there to leave Engine in that 1v2, closing up the gap, trying to get the defuse in. Engine grabs one through, does have the smoke, does have a kit. He's going for the ninja play for yet another time, and he gets it! No way Engine pulls that off. Sangal Esports grab around underneath Budapest 5's hands.
We've had so many ninja diffusers today. It is absolutely wild. I can't believe Sangal win that one. I can't believe anything I'm seeing anymore. We're living in a simulation, X-Warrior, and I'm scared. I'm fearful for the future. Sangal, if they're able to pull that one off, what else can they do in this here matchup? The economy still rocky on both sides. Whoever loses this round is going to be in deep, deep trouble economically. The Sangal, they bought themselves a lifeline off the back of a ninja defuse and an AWP save. That is big, but so is that entry from Fasha through the smoke. No mercy. Sensei trades right on back, but now he's in the severe danger zone. Down he goes, but he finds a frag onto Coolio. That is insane. And now the CTs need to rotate over from this B bomb site. Major spams down Corey to 40 points of health. It's still a possibility for both squads in this one, and these rounds keep getting more and more intense.
They do indeed. How did they just get like this? Oh, man. Exponentially explosive game. Insane stuff. But things have come to a little bit of a closing point where things do get under pressure. Tortzi has to hold down his line, but Corey and Fleet do deliver to gain some room for him. Doesn't even matter. He does end up falling, but Paz needs to draw out a play out of the book of Engine, but I don't think he'll be able to do just that. He doesn't have a kit, he doesn't have a smoke, and quite frankly, he doesn't have the numbers in his favor. And that will mean that Budapest 5 don't take too long to fight back around. They do grab themselves the 11th, and they may put some order in this world and calm things down a bit, because man, this game so far has not disappointed at all, has it?
It's been delivering on all fronts, as have both teams, but Sangal again at a disadvantage as their economy is slowly shattered. Budapest 5 winning a crucial turning point round means they are more than likely going to be able to put 13 on the board relatively uncontested by the Sangal Esports squad.
Now, as we head into the next round, it's yet another buy round to come through. It's a force buy from Sangal Esports. Bit of an interesting choice, seeing that they've haven't got so much funds in it, and the save would pretty much help them to get back into it, but they've already lost one man. Engine will have to hold it down with a CZ, but doesn't quite have the room to perform. Kulo takes him out, and that seems to be simple around here from Budapest 5. Next time around, it is going to be a save for the Sangal side. The Turks don't really have too much room to work with. Not only that, there's a wraparound coming through from Fleeve. He's on that search and destroy party, and he may be able to find them. Now, Sensei, he's got a rifle to work with. The only man with a rifle this round for his team. And he'll really look to save it onwards. But you could also see the extra dedication of players towards that A-bomb site. Coolio already making his way towards Palace. They're looking to pencil these players in.
Yeah, and it's looking like it might just work. Bear in mind, the rifler on... Jesus Christ, Coolio. Coolio finishes what he started. He killed the only rifler in that round as the first man by running down mid fearlessly with a MAC-10. He then finishes by killing the man with the only rifleman in that round for Sangal Esports. And, well, that's just a massive money farm for him and a huge loss for Sangal.
But if you don't want to be dealing with losses when it comes to crypto, I guess you need to go check out Coinbase, because they're pretty much the place to go with anything you have to do with crypto, whether you're knowledgeable about that space or you just want to learn some extra things about it. Earn some crypto over at Coinbase.com. But looking at this Budapest 5, it seems this is going to be a simple round for them. It is not a great round for Sangal Esports economically, and they didn't get to save either previous round. So Budapest 5, they're taking control of this one. They've created quite a gap between themselves and their opponents, and that gap has been increased to 5 rounds.
Well, it appears my prediction of a 13th on the board for Budapest 5 uncontested was correct. And I have quite literally put my feet up now because I think this is going to be smooth sailing for Budapest 5 from here on out. Honestly, Sangal, very impressive in their last Mirage performance. They adapted so well. And to be honest, they started this map giving me very high hopes for them. After that little comeback they netted and then, blow for blow. I believe the scoreline was 5-5 at one point. Then Budapest 5 started to pull away, and that's when the mistakes started to come back into Sangal. And Sensei does get walked straight on past. Major finding another frag. Does look like this could be a promising round for Sangal if they keep this up. 4 versus 2. They have to finally trade one back. And now only a single man advantage for the CT squad. What can they make of this? As Major gets ripped to shreds by Torti. No! Flea denies! And Paz on the rear wraparound is left in a 1 versus 2. Off the back of another insane round. I don't know how they keep getting away with this. And why would you have your back turned as you head back to CT? It doesn't make any sense.
And the backstab now coming through from Paz. Do you expect the Palace play? No one is looking in that direction right now. This could be costly, more than costly. This could be deadly. Torti, though, he's got the right idea with the AWP. Turns in time, catches Paz off guard. And that's going to mean that Budapest 5, they're getting close to that finishing scoreline, aren't they?
Yeah, this has been a miserable game from Paz and Engine. Like, they have a couple of impact frags. I believe the Ninja Defuse came on the back of Engine as well, but there's only so much you can attest to Sangal Esports here. Because as a squad beforehand, they were playing far, far better. It feels like some of them have just dropped off now, and I believe their packets have dropped off as well, as they are suffering from packet loss. Hopefully we won't be having a rematch on Sunday with only 2 hours warning.
Pulling out the card.
Yeah.
Oh, you had to, man.
I had to. It's free real estate at this point. Or Anonymo, man. Like, free up Anonymo. Innocent is innocent. They did nothing wrong. NIP, if it was the other way around, 100%, like 100% it wouldn't have happened if it was the other way around. You just can't spoil $1 million debut, it seems.
And Sangal Esports upset Budapest 5 here in the first map. Now, we did say that these games would be dicey, and fatigue coming into play, things get that much tougher. They're going for that eco play, right? They're going for that small investment into pistol. So they're going to have to make some kills work in their favor, because after that, they'll be working on that 50 point. But with a trade coming out, that's not too shabby from Sangal, though. The kill came a little bit too far. The weapon is way too out of reach. And with Kulia holding down the angle now, but look at the backstab from Paz. How does he find himself in this position? This could be immense.
It's a bomb.
Oh, Sensei as well over in Palace. This is backstab galore, but Sensei, he wins that trade, but the mid-play might come in too late. They've got the information, and Major not quick enough to react. Paz coming through from Catwalk, looking for the kill, misses out on the shot, and that gives them the information. They know where he is, and Cooley will hold down the angle. Spray down coming through, Quarry grabbing it out, flash completely, Quarry down to 17 points of health. And no way they pull this off. Fasher takes one more, an Engine all by himself in a 1v3. That is not happening today, man, is it?
Yeah, I was going to say, Paz plays that to perfection and then plays it so horribly. He continues to shift walk when Budapest 5 are well out of earshot of him. And because of that, he doesn't deny the bomb carrier anything and then misses the deagle kill onto a bomb planter facing away from him. And that allows them to jump around the corner, and now Engine could be walking into a boost here. Okay. He just stopped shooting, and Coolio finds Engine. We're now at a 15-8 scoreline for Budapest 5, and Sangal are looking like a different squad to what we witnessed on their previous Mirage endeavours, as Tortzi goes 24-11.
Man, these star AWP players just seem to pop out of nowhere all of a sudden, right? Tutsi is doing so well so far. And if they carry on with this performance throughout this best of 3, I see Budapest 5 heading in a really good direction, bringing in that equalizer, grabbing themselves a win. And then Nexus may even have a chance to put things on an all-way tie. But man, that would be a really difficult affair if that does come underway. Sensei grabs one, but quickly traded out on the other side of the map as Coolio does aggress forward. There is a little bit of a split going on right now for Budapest 5. They haven't quite elected where they want to head. They're pretty much testing the waters. Now, the trades do go their way in general, but they are still down to that equal mark. They are looking to recuperate. They are looking to put their forces into one front, but they've got some extra time to work with. And until that, Sangal Esports, they can reset and figure out where they want to defend.
As now, he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He's got a bomb carrier and the support heading right towards his position. And they have 2 Molotovs, so they're not going to hesitate to expend one, clearing out ban. And also they can throw another one towards bench, and Paz is isolated on this site. He's going to need backup very quickly. Coolio and Fasha waiting for any CT over aggression, but they're not going to be gifted with any. There's no CTs to really over aggress to this position. And now Flav isn't going to get the first say in things as Paz removes Coolio. Engine finds a second, and it's all down to Fasha now. He does have the bomb in 24 seconds. Is he going to go for this plant? And no.
No, absolutely not. And that was a little bit of an anticlimactic round if you compare it with all the rest of this map, right?
Yeah.
That was a little bit more weird, you know, but that still is around going all the way with Sangal Esports. It does mean that they still remain in the game and still have a chance to stay in it. And you guys have a chance to make your inventory look a lot nicer over at CS Money. Suit up over there and see what skins you can trade in with your older ones. But Budapest 5, I don't think they want to trade the situation with Sangal Esports right now, right? Because they only require one map. And as soon as they find it, that's going to be it. Now, the question is, how long can Sangal Esports hold on to this round? I don't think that will last very long, especially seeing that Budapest 5 are ahead in numbers right now, but, you know, maybe madness will come through again.
I mean, this whole game has been complete pandemonium, and Budapest 5 just happened to have been slightly more organized in their chaos. Sangal, apparently they have had packet loss, which is very unfortunate, and Flashpoint, cough, cough, there's nothing you can do sometimes. The game won't be delayed, and I should probably stop calling out Flashpoint at this point. I'm sorry, I'm straying off. Personal vendettas aside, Sangal really need to claw their way back into this one if they want to secure their second Mirage. They're going to have to take it to overtime. That will mean 6 rounds in a row. And it's a very tall order. I'm not sure if they're up to the challenge. Logic Man, he does have the off angle. A strange position to be holding. Not one that you'd necessarily expect, but the flashbang is flawless. And as is Fasha.
And that's going to be a good take from Budapest 5. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got 2 more players rather than their opponents. And now, Sangal Esports are trying to find the angle in. And so far, Paz, I think he's found the back line. He's found 2 players. Make that 3. The bomb is now dropped. That creates so much space for his team to come in. And that is exactly what they do. Major comes on forwards, grabs 1 kill. But that does mean that Sensei falls within sandwich. Only 1 player per side. With 20 seconds remaining, Coolio is the player that needs to aggress. And the bomb is right in front of Major. He has no util. He has no flash. He has to play it with time, and he grabs the bomb. Man, that movement was fast. And Major couldn't do anything about that. The bomb does go down, and it's all up to Major to bring things back. But it's Major to find the kill. Keep Sangal Esports in the game. He knows it. He did a splendid job throughout that, and will get the defuse in, bringing Sangal Esports to that 10th round scoreline.
You said he knows it, but he looks stunned that he actually landed that shot. He has a quick glance behind him at the wall, sees the blood spatter, and then goes for the bomb defuse. But Jesus Christ, what a round from Major. Sangal, alive, kicking, struggling, but they are struggling towards the comeback. Is it going to be possible? We are yet to find out. I think if Sangal keep up, maybe putting slightly less close rounds on the board, we could be in for this comeback. But a lot more than Sensei are going to have to show up to the plate. Major, a glimmer of hope from him. Again, is it going to be enough to bring the entire squad to a 15-15 scoreline?
You know what, Sneaky? I'm only going to believe it if I see that 13th round, but Sensei does grab the first throughout it. Nade from Major, that does so much damage. Takes Budapest 5 down to 2 players. And no way they just pull that off. And Corey falls to his own flames. Oh, sent to his own demise. And that is going to be dreadful from Budapest 5. Their hopes are being diminished by the second. Sangal Esports, they stay in it.
Corey is no longer in the house as he gets swept off his feet by his own Molotov. That is a tragic way to get screwed in the B apartments. Like, there's nothing you can really do. You can't go forwards or backwards. You're being shot from every angle. You eat a grenade and then your own Molotov. It's just a sad end to a rough attempt at a 16th round for the squad of Budapest 5. However, Sangal, they've bought themselves multiple lifelines here. And I don't know if they are going to be able to see us through to an overtime. But now is certainly a stellar opportunity for them to do so.
Oh, man. I mean, you seem to be a believer here, don't you? It seems like you sense that Sangal Esports could come back.
I feel like there's a semi-strong possibility. I feel like now that they found their rhythm, albeit very, very late into the game, there is a chance. And after what I saw from them in the last couple of rounds in the last game, I don't want to rule them out of anything. I still think Budapest 5 can close this one out, but we've seen crazier things in Blast. Corey, though, does have an excellent position, and he can pull off a double backstab here if he's careful.
Going to work with your word here because I trust you, because Sangal Esports, they are not a team that you need to mess with. Oh, Corey finds the first blood of the round, opens things nicely here for the team, but Major, that's a perfectly timed peek. Grabs the kill onto Corey. Now, to keep things square in numbers, that's a player down, that's a rifler down. But with the aggression shown by Fleeve, it will mean that's going to be an opening. That's some information gained. They know where Major is hanging out. They know that he's got his hands over on jungle, which does mean that they are going to wrap around towards the B bomb site. Look at their movement. Already rotating, but Engine.
Oh.
This could be tricky, but he does grab Coolio. But he's going to stick around, changing up the angle. They are going to walk into his crosses, but it won't even matter. One deagle shot does the job here for Tortzi, and they are going to cross on forwards. Flash drawing out Major from the back of the site. Will try and make this happen. Bomb drop to be taken over. He peeks through, grabs the kill, and somehow it's still alive. Tortzi makes that deagle work, and it's down to 1v1. 5-7 drawn out by Sensi, but he's going to have to make it work. And for the timing, it doesn't work in his favor. It's Sangal Esports. They're still in the game.
Jesus Christ, I've never seen someone get CS going so hard. The timing, he holds the angle so perfectly. Then he's like, okay, it must be safe for me to plant now. No, 5-7 to the skull. It's just too hard to watch. Sangal, they're still in it. They're still kicking. Budapest 5, they somehow still have an economy thanks to loss bonus. But oh my goodness gracious me. What a game we have on our hands here. And a one-way smoke thrown in window will allow the AWP on Sensei to peek up top middle. Paz as well getting aggressive like he did to win the game in the last best of 3 they played. However, Budapest 5 looking to go for an A split here as 3 stack up towards Palace. What can Logic Man do from Ninja? What can Sangal do to curb the onslaught and bring us to an overtime?
What can they do indeed? I believe that is the question. Got limited utility in their arsenal. Try and make it work. Oh, look at the movement coming in from Paz. Have they spotted out the players in Tetris? Yes, they have, but it might be a little bit too late. Paz still sticking around, shutting them down. Sangal Esports somehow hiding out in corners that Budapest 5 will never expect. And it works out. They're hiding out like mice in little nooks and crannies within this map. And oh my word, they're making it work. Though I might be biting my words. Fleeve does bring things back to Istanbul where they can bring it on. But now they've got the numbers. They've got the advantage. But they're split in 2. Engine could isolate 2 kills. He could make it happen. Much noise. Oh my word. But do they know his movement? I don't think they do. Engine, I think he wants to go for a clever play, but it isn't clever enough. I think he's just realized he's made the wrong decision. Bomb now planted towards the A-bomb site, and Tortsy knows of his location. He's got the right timing, but it doesn't even matter! But Tortsy takes things out at the end. It is going to be Budapest 5 to take on the first map of the series, albeit it being a roller coaster, albeit it being messy, but they managed to take it in the end.
What a game. I mean, that gets so dicey for Budapest 5 in those last couple of rounds, and Sangal were looking so damn strong. But no, the noise made by Engine towards that final round alerts them to the fact that the A-bomb site is completely clear. The bomb jumps on out, the plant comes in, and despite a stunning one-tap, everything is shut down by the AWP of Tortsy. He finishes how he starts, strong as anything. And with 29 kills on the board for Tortsy, he had a terror of a game, especially in the first half, where he was integral to that Budapest 5 scoreline. X-Warrior, what an opening match to this series.
Oh, absolutely. It was a crazy first map, and I'm only looking forward to what is going to go up next, right? Dust 2, Sangal's map pick. If they played so explosive on this map, I can only imagine how Dust 2 is going to turn out. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around, because we will be right back after the break.
Am I alone? Am I alone? Or can you help me out? Am I alone? Am I alone? Or are you speaking now? Are you speaking now? Oh, I think I can feel you say, dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Oh, come on, come on. Be wild in the mystery. Oh, you gotta let go, let go, let go. And be wild, be wild. Yeah, I was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still, I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. are mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by. Back home, I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy, come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to Blast Rising. I am still joined by the wonderful X-Warrior. It's a pleasure to have you here still, and we'll be heading into another matchup of Sangal versus Budapest 5. And after a thrilling map of Mirage, I cannot wait to head straight into map number 2, which will be Sangal's pick of Dust 2.
Oh, absolutely. I think from that first map, the only thing that we can take from it is that these two teams are not shying away from a good fight. It just seems that Budapest 5 decided to take a drink of their opponents' medicine and completely copied them on that press W tactic technique. No, we had an amazing show over on Mirage, and if we see quite something similar over on Dust 2, I think that matchup will not disappoint at all. Although you start to think that Sangal Esports may be a little bit more favored when it comes to Dust 2, right? They've got more experience.
Yeah.
They've found more success on this map. How do you reckon it's going to go?
It is their statistically best map, and they have a lot of stats, unlike a lot of other teams, to back this up. If I get my cheat sheet out from over here, you can see it is 23 maps of Dust 2 played in the past 3 months with a 70% win rate. That is like a sort of tier 1 stat line. That's a really impressive stat line there for Sangal, especially in the hectic scene, the ever-changing tier 2 scene that they've got themselves stuck in. So, you know, that's all the more impressive, having to adapt to so many different styles of play from so many different nations. Obviously, there's a lot more regional-based stuff at the higher tiers. When you get to, you know, the tier 2 scene, it's a muddle of really everybody from every region you can, from Europe, from CIS, even NA teams flying on over to join in these tournaments. And the fact that they still have such a consistent win rate on Dust 2, which is typically a strong CIS map, they've even beat CIS teams on this quite convincingly. I think Sangal win this second map and take us to a thrilling finale.
Yeah, it does seem like that is going to be the case. I mean, obviously we can't see until we actually see jump in game, right? But just looking at the mid statistics and looking how so darn good Sangal is on that Dust 2 map, it just goes to show that we'll be having a hell of a show in front of us. Though Budapest 5, they've got one map already in the bag, so it would go to that final decide if it does come to it down, right? It will just come down to train if Sangal Esports actually manage to pick this up. After that, you'll realize that Sangal Esports, this is their third best of 3 of the day.
Yes.
And it also will be their 9th map of the day if it does actually turn out to be that final map. So even though heading into this one, this is quite a pickle of a situation Sangal Esports will be finding themselves in.
I mean, I don't know if you would do it. If I came up to you and said, yeah, you know, you fancy playing 9 maps of Counter-Strike at a professional level today? I know for sure I'd be like, you sure about that one? Like, you know, there's no time to prepare. You got to wake up ridiculously early. Yeah, like, there's no way you can actually plan for every team you have to face when you're playing 9 maps. Like, it is ridiculous levels of Counter-Strike. You're heading into 10-hour-long territory here. Sangal, massive props to them for making that last map so competitive despite all the odds stacked against them. If they can take it on their own map pick here, not only does that give them a massive buffer if they don't win the series overall, because obviously they beat NEXUS 16-5 on their own map pick of Vertigo. If they can do the same to Budapest 5, that at least gives them as much of a fighting chance as possible to make it through on just round difference alone.
Yeah, no, that is a fairly interesting subject to kind of touch upon, right? Because this tier 2 scene does really suffer sometimes, if you will, from teams fatiguing very soon, because a lot of these teams play in a lot of different tournaments and play a lot of best of 3s in a day, in a week, however you want to measure it. By the end of it, you figure out that these guys are pretty much overworking themselves. It's not a healthy matter for them. And if you just figure out that they're just playing games non-stop, at the same time, it also comes to a cost of their preparation time, their practice time, refining their tactics. You know, yes, of course, that improves with their gameplay, but you really don't have time to revise your gameplay to actually improve it later on. You don't have time to anticipate your opponent's plays because you don't spend too much time in preparation for that. So sort of looking at the whole grand scheme of things in the tier 2 scene, some would say that this format, that a lot of these teams are going through right now, is hurting them. Yeah, but at the same time, sorry,
that's all right.
I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here, but at the same time, if you if you look back in the day where Sinners, for example, were playing games non-stop in January, February, they were spamming tournaments one after the other. They were performing out of their minds from top 50. They became into the top 24 in a matter of a couple of months, and you were in a mood that you just say, damn, these guys look insane. They look so good. They never stop playing games. Then I jumped into an interview with their in-game leader, and he said, we're overworked. We need a break, and then we'll come back. They took a break. They come back to it, and they don't look as well refined as before. So, you know, I think that's something that all of these teams are fearing. They don't want to miss out on being in the loop. They don't want to stop being where they are by taking a break. They don't want to sacrifice it.
Another thing that is so worrying is just how much emphasis is put on the HLTV rankings for tier 2 teams to receive invite to tournaments, for example. Because HLTV, you know, as much as they're in the public domain, they are quite an unknown entity when it comes to how they actually work their rankings. And obviously, with all these tier 2 teams competing tooth and nail to get higher up on that scale, not even they know how the rankings work. Nobody except the man who designed the algorithm, or woman for that matter, knows how the ranking system works. And so it's almost they're fighting a losing uphill battle constantly just to stay in a system that they don't even know how it runs. And also, it's another reason why these teams are probably so inconsistent. They don't have those practice hours, and they rely purely on momentum a lot of the time. But enough of our little tier 2 rant here. It will be Fasher to open up onto that A bomb site as Sangal now push towards the site. Coolio does a lot of damage to Engine, won't be able to find the kill, and Logic Man keeps the short players at bay for the meantime. Bomb still yet to be planted. Logic Man spamming towards Ninja.
Yeah, and I mean, he's survived for so long, which does mean that they've got that extra player to play through. And he gets one kill, does get traded out, but that's so much space created for the players from Catwalk. Already, 3 of them trickling in. Movement coming in from CT as well, though, does get shut down by Sensei. That's the play on site down. Fasher takes him out. Sensei still alive to tell the tale, but he doesn't have much health on him. One bullet should do it. Takes Corey his entire caliber to take him out, but they do it in the end. Budapest 5, they take out the first round of the map.
Well, that was quite an intense pistol round there, but Budapest 5, I believe that's the second in a row they take off of Sangal. And this is Sangal's map pick, but with all these pistol rounds falling slowly away from them, it definitely is going to be a little bit frustrating. I think that's the 4th pistol round Sangal have lost today, and... well, 4th opening pistol round that Sangal have lost today, which has often put them on the back foot for these games. Budapest 5, though, they're going to be pretty happy with that performance, looking to continue that fire into the second round. And with that A1S, 3 A1S buys, they're looking more than equipped to do so.
Absolutely, and you know that the D side is a lot more cheaper than their opponents, than the CT side. They've got cheaper riflery to work with, so even after that deficit, that bomb plant was just enough for them to get these Galils, and they can just be so deadly, can't they? They can absolutely devour opponents at this situation. Yes, it's not that M4, but it could definitely do a whole load of damage when it does come down to it. But look at Budapest 5 dedication towards that mid side. 2 players on Catwalk, 2 players towards that double door play, and that just gives space for Sangal Esports to push through. That double smoke does give them some information, so that's some rotations coming through from Budapest 5. But with Paz sticking around here, he could be deadly. No, meets his own demise as Coolio shuts him out, but here comes the push from Sangal.
And as the push comes on in, Corey is left to deny, but deny he cannot as Engine instead rips his face to shreds. Logic Man trading back, Fliev onto another as Tortzi puts him into the man advantage as Sensei snatches it right on back. 2 versus 2 as Fasher waits patiently behind the smoke. He pushes on out, deals with the scout. Major now in the 1 versus 1. Oh, Coolio with 13 points of health seals the deal, steals the round. And Budapest 5 find their second as Sangal are going to be wishing they just dealt 1 more bullet of damage to Coolio.
Yowza, that was close. 1 bullet would have been the difference. Just 1.
That's an insult to how well Sangal played that round. That is so unfortunate. Coolio, imagine if he'd been taken down Paz back when Paz should have won that fight easily. But enough imagining. We're in the moment now. Engine finds a double, but look at how much damage that grenade does. Another one dealt to Major, meaning it's a 5 versus 3, but everyone is clinging on by a thread. Logic Man will have to lead the charge here. This is another force buy straight back in from Sangal.
Oh,
And
man.
well, that's quite the start to the round.
Oh, Coolio from mid already. He's aggressed. He's fine 1 kill. Does get shut down, though. That's a good headshot from Engine. He keeps his entire team alive because if they started lining through with the bullets flying in their direction, they would be dead. They keep on being alive for a little bit longer. And that's not going to be good enough as Corey does aggress forwards himself. But Sangal Esports, they've stuck around. They haven't rotated. And because Budapest 5 do not have the information on that, you can already see Corey taking that control of the mid. Both of them actually holding that mid angle. That allows Sangal Esports to head to that A bomb site. And once they get there, they'll find it completely barren and open for the taking.
Why? Why over-rotate that severely? You have a great chance if you just hold down from mid, especially with how low you've made some of these players. Surely they realized their nade damage was at least significant. I mean, that is a weird read from Budapest 5. And they gift Sangal their first round on the board there.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty much a gift at this point, right? It was here, take it. And Sangal Esports, they'll say thank you.
Have my bomb site, please. Just take, enjoy. Would you like fries with that, sir?
I mean, the fries for this situation, if actually Sangal Esports pushed and got the kills over Corey and Tortsy, that would be the ketchup on top as well.
That would be like 2 sachets of mayo guy. I'm 100% a ketchup guy. All my homies hate mayonnaise, bro.
Really?
Yeah. Unless it's burger mayonnaise. Burger mayonnaise, that's a different topic. But you know, regular old mayonnaise, not a fan. I'll be honest.
All right.
But Major, damn, he loves ketchup. Look at it. Oh, he's hyped.
He's feeling it. Let's go.
He's dancing. The sleeves are all the way rolled up. He's ready for a fight here, and he's very impressed his squad steal away that 3rd round. Moving on to round number 4, though. It's still the game of force buys. It is another force buy from both squads, admittedly less so from Sangal. Budapest 5 have a ropey collection of weaponry, but Basher, that sort of ropey frag. Sensei doubles up, though. Corey goes unchecked, finding another. Oh, and Coolio finding Engine, and it's a second. Goodness gracious me. Budapest 5 ruins Sangal's day. And what a 4th round do we get to witness here on Dust 2.
Oh, that was crazy movement from them. And Fasha, he created so much space with that kill, and that just permits Corey to move up close and personal. Nicely done. Grabs 2 kills, and Coolio with a backline dig. Oh, what a performance from Budapest. And you were criticizing the fact that they forced by. We were thinking, maybe that's too risky. But man, let me tell you, Deagles are the meta, and they're here to stay.
Why am I here, man? Everything I say is just a curse. I've returned to being the entire circus, and I'm not a fan. In this situation, Budapest 5, they're up against another force buy. Every single round, except the pistol, has been a force buy. And Torsi, I don't know how that shot misses, I'll be completely frank with you. That grenade also slightly missing the mark as a Molotov rains on down behind. That gives up a lot of information to these T players. They know this one behind the doors. They know this one on short. And now Paz knows that he has a bullet in his spleen as it ricochets through the oak doors. And Budapest 5 again net themselves an unruly early advantage.
Ooh. Oh, seeing that Sangal Esports had a very short-lived victory throughout it, they will be happy with that frag onto Tortsy. They want to just escalate that, right? They want some extra kills.
I was going to say, apparently Budapest 5 have another game in 50 minutes, so they want to end this as soon as possible. They're determined for that 2-0 against Sangal. But Paz, oh, he looked away at just the wrong moment. That could have been a headshot. He's playing anti-flash. He doesn't check Goose for Corey. Logic Man certainly does. Can he find another head? That's 2 scalps to the tally. 2 versus 4. Nope, 1 versus 4 as Logic Man decides to wake up from his slumber, picking up a 3K in the round. And Sangal find their second. They must have heard me saying that Budapest 5 have places to be, so they capitalise off of the frantic nature of the rounds.
Are you talking about their game against NEXUS?
I don't know. I just got told by someone in chat, and I listened to chat, and now I realise I'm an idiot for reading chat, because their game against NEXUS is scheduled at 5, because they do not expect these maps to go on as long as they do.
Yeah, well, never listen to chat, mate. Never. Never. That is a rookie mistake.
I've been played. Chat, why are you doing me like this, man? Come on now.
Oh. No. Yeah, whatever the outcome of this, Budapest 5 will be playing against Nexus after this one anyway.
Yeah. Even if Sangal win and send themselves through, there'll be a pat on the head match for Budapest 5 and Nexus. Like, well done. You lost, but at least you're not the worst loser.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think about it, Budapest 5 are well on track to bring us to an all-way tie. Now, that would be an interesting affair, wouldn't it?
It sounds like a great restaurant as well, the all-way tie.
The all-way tie, yeah, sounds very nice. Is it like a tie that you receive with your, like, a burger meal or something? I don't know. But coming into this, Sangal Esports, they've got to buy this time around. It's not as shaky as previously stated, but that win does put them up nicely here. They want to find that gap closer there, and it's not that impossible that they do that. Double Deagle set up for Fasher and Corey, but the rest have got some rifles they can work with. Fleeve does have a scout, but against the smoke, Engine shuts him off. And now, Budapest 5 need to play catch-up.
Well, they're steam engineing ahead as Sangal looking to put their third on the board and equalize. Great utility usage for these side takes. And we did discuss how this is a very aim-heavy map. When you have as util as perfect as that when taking A long, like, it's very, very hard to counter. And the post-plant utility as well, it's perfect. Budapest 5, no way back into this. They've already lost their scout and one of their riflers. It's down to the Deagles, who picked up one of those fallen weapons, and Tortsy to save that AWP. Not showing up in the same fashion as he did on the previous map. Obviously, he can't be a one-man army, but he does get rid of Major, and at least that's some economic damage done to Sangal as they hunt these last 3 CTs.
Not a bad game of, well, hide and seek. Seems like every single player of Budapest 5 are hiding in different positions. Like, what I usually see in these scenarios is like all 3 players would hold down onto that B-bomb site and just close it out because it's really difficult to retake, and that is usually why terrorists don't really approach the B-bomb site when it does come to these saves. But okay, that wasn't the case. They pretty much spread out, so in case one died, the rest didn't have to fall. Which I get. It's not too bad of a tactic, but you know, they find themselves in a very, very difficult spot right now. Sangal Esports, they found the equalizer. Not only that, they've got the better weaponry to deal with this round, but with a boost coming through on Catwalk, it may be a wrong play from them because Sangal Esports, they've dedicated all their power towards A-Long.
Yeah, and they've comfortably taken the entire A-Long alley. There is, just one man at the depths of that A-bomb site. Slowly, however, look at this huge information play towards Upper B tunnels. Fasher realizes it's clear, sends Coolio back round to CT, and now the A-bomb site is a big, big problem for Sangal. If they want to push past this, they're going to have to do it quickly and calculatedly. Logic Man instead lost in the smoke as Coolio gets demolished. Oh my goodness, he swings wide, he gets sent straight backing. And now a 2 versus 4 for Budapest 5. Some lovely Deagle shots raining on out, but they want to save these weapons again. 2 versus 3, their health is low on Budapest 5. And, well, the flow is good for Sangal.
Well.
That
is how you destroy a CT side if you're Sangal Esports. But to be honest, I felt like that was a little bit of a little bit of a misplay there from Budapest 5. It seemed like they went a little bit too greedy. They seemed desperate to gain some early frags across A-Long and did look to push that smoke with the M4. But I think the flashes weren't quite there for them. I think the timing wasn't quite refined, which meant that Sangal Esports were very, very comfortable in picking up a couple of kills through that. And because they had the numbers and then because they had the weaponry, they had control of the site. Therefore, the wrap-up was fairly simple from them. Nonetheless, Sangal Esports do gain the advantage right now. 4th round in the bag. And, I mean, Budapest 5, they need to start punching back because they don't want that 3rd mapper.
No, they really don't want that 3rd mapper, and I have just been made fun of chat for trusting them in the first place, which is always nice. It is, of course, Budapest 5 versus Nexus as the next map of the day. Sangal, they are determined to guarantee their spot without having to rely on the scoreline of 2 other teams. And I'll be honest, I think if it did come down to it, Budapest 5 could beat Nexus, which would send Sangal packing if they don't win here.
Ooh, that nade shuts down Major.
Wow.
Some traits do come through, but at the end of the day, it is going to be a 1-for-1. But Paz, well, he was patient enough to not peek through, and it pays off in his favor. Fleeve does get taken out, and now they leave the A long side completely deserted. They decide to dedicate a couple of players towards Catwalk, which might be a smart idea, because now they realize no one is lower tunnels, but at the same time, they could go for a sneaky play from behind. Engine seems like he's aware of this position. And while Sangal Esports are looking to rotate onto this A site, they need to be very decisive with the push. Otherwise, Engine could close them both out. But as Sangal Esports are moving onwards, they lose out on the timing play. They spot him out. Fasha finds some damage, but now surely they will realize what the situation is. Surely they will cross on through, and they will have no casualties in the matter.
I'm not sure about no casualties, but Fasha, that's a brilliant flash to allow him out. Forces Engine off the angle. They are appearing to be... Oh, the timing on that one. They are appearing to still go for this retake, but Sensei saves the life of his teammate and, well, ruins the day of Fasha, the stand-in for the Budapest Fire squad. And that's actually something we haven't really mentioned much. Fasha is a stand-in, and he's still, you know, he's playing his part. We can't say that he's been doing badly, but this also should mean Sangal are doing better than they are. Torzi picking to pieces the poor old Sensei. And it's a 3 versus 2 in this post plant, but that's a 5th on the board for Sangal as Paz gets a bit cheeky on the flank of the flank. And it pays not really anything for him.
And this is where things start to get a little bit more one-sided. But let's see if you can bring things to a one-sided affair in your own economy as you tap into the world of crypto with Coinbase. Head over there. They've got a lot of articles to allow you to learn more about it and gain some more experience. And who knows, you may be able to gain some crypto at the same time. Now, Budapest 5. They've got a shaky buy going on. It's not comfortable at all. They've only got the 2 rifles that they saved up with, but they're going to have to make do with it so far because they've got an incoming onslaught towards mid.
Yeah, this onslaught's looking pretty damn scary. Look at that flurry of util on the map there. All of it heading towards CT, but Coolio deals with one quite aptly, unable to find a second as Corey with the rear flank doesn't catch the bomb carrier. Engine instead finds his head. 3 versus 3 and a very difficult site retake, but there is no utility for the post plant. It's not out of the question that Budapest 5 could make a splash in round number 9. It will be immensely difficult though, and it should be a 6th on the board for Sangal.
Budapest 5 want to come back with it, with a molly coming through. Fleeve needs to connect some massive deagle shots. Fasha, he makes some noise. Tortsi grabs another, and it's all up to Sensei. Rifle down to the ground. Fasha takes him out, and that's going to mean that Budapest 5, they're back on the board.
Yeah, there's plenty of time left on that defusal, and I said the one worry for Sangal was that they don't have any post-plant utility, and that was exactly the issue. They are clueless. They are helpless against a flashbang onslaught. And down they go to a stellar retake, despite the nature of that B bomb site. And Sensei being the last alive with just an AWP, it wasn't the weapon for the job, and he wasn't holding the right angle either. It's very unfortunate. Meaning that now in this 5-4 situation, Sangal aren't, you know, they aren't down and out. They still have the economy to continue, but no doubt that's a knock to their confidence.
Well then, Sangal Esports, they've hit a bump in the road, to say the least. Their engine has got an idea to smother that bump by using weaponry forced against it. Flash coming through though. Corey decides to fight back. One shot found. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Paz looks to find an alternative opening towards this A bomb site. He does hold true for one, but you know, might not be quite good enough as Sangal Esports are looking to trickle through. It's Budapest 5 with a numbers advantage, falling back towards Catwalk, potentially play catch-up after the bomb does go down. They will allow them to cross on forwards as they use most of their utility.
A bomb site now in possession of Sangal means again a post-plant retake must come in strong from Budapest 5. And a smoke to start things off it goes surprisingly deep. That flashbang could be worrying, but Sensei reads into it, peeks away from the angle, comes back in, grabs a frag. Major follows up, leaving us in a 2 versus 2. Fasher coming very fast towards Goose, again shut down by Sensei. A Pliab, that's a dirty AWP shot to find. Oh! There's no way! Pliab, that's disgusting! An equalizer off the back of pure heroics. And a 3K for the secondary AWP is nutty.
Dirty? That's what it was?
That was obscene. That was scandalous. There's no way that should ever have been allowed on our television screens. It's before 9 o'clock watershed.
Oh, man. And that's the equalizer for Budapest 5. Sangal Esports could not afford to lose that. And if you look at the grand scheme of things throughout that entire round, it was a movement. Oopsie, smoke. What happens to the best of us? Back to it, though. You know, it is one of those situations where they had the numbers. Budapest 5 had a good rotation and allowed Sangal Esports to take the site. Yes, it was a little bit risky. They weren't contesting for any refrags, but since they knew they'd have the advantage, at least in numbers, they had the patience to wait for their teammates to arrive in time to be that extra backbone in that take. Though, it turned out to be a very close affair. Was brought back down to a 1v1, and it was a 1v3 of Fleeve to bring things in their favor. It was not an easy affair for them. Quite opposite. It was very darn close. But Sangal Esports looks like they are enjoying this A-long take, and for yet another time, they will find themselves on the site. Fleeve, though, takes a shot in the dark, grabs a kill onto Logic Man, draw back Tortzi, has to fall back from this. Bullets are flowing his way. Although the bomb has found its way on site, is yet to get planted. Rotations are in order, but they're a little bit further back than they were that last time around.
What I'm seeing here is Sangal are fantastic at taking the bomb sites, but they are not very good at sticking them in the post plant. Again, unnecessary peeking, no chance for a trade, and Sensei, all responsibility left on the poor man again. Unfortunate that he doesn't see the man crossing. Does pick off a great frag there, but look who's already pushed up past the smoke. It's Fleab. Another defuse comes in, and despite these rounds being incredibly competitive, as I said, they are not winning the post plants, and it's coming back to bite them in a worrying fashion. Also, Engine the man showing up in this match as Major goes 2 in 9.
It's crazy. It is absolutely mad that Budapest 5 have just shown dominance on their rotations like that. Their retakes have been pretty solid. Yes, the 2 rounds ago, it was a little bit on the shaky side, but that was a lot more decisive from them.
Oh, yeah. Like, 100%. Their retakes on the Budapest 5 side are outshining the post plants on Sangal by droves. And if they keep this up, I am worried for this Sangal T side, because they are not getting much done other than bomb plants and eco rounds.
Budapest 5 knowing that they've got another matchup coming through later. They want to make sure they can close things out quickly and swiftly. +2, statistically, doesn't really favor them. No, they want to change the tide of that statistic, pushing on forwards towards mid. Sangal presses that W key, though. Major pays for it with his life. Although Fasher, somehow he is still alive. By just stepping on a nail, that would kill him off. Only 1 point of health remaining on him, so he's barely alive at this point. Nonetheless, Sangal Esports, they are down a man. And this makes their attack that much more difficult, seeing that they've only got the Tech Knives. But they're going to pull on the aggression towards Catwalk straight away. Tech Knives, it's Logic Man to lead the charge.
Wait, Logic just got a kill with a smoke!
That is beautiful movement, but Tortzi takes him out all of a sudden. All of them have to fall with a spray down of Corey. And Budapest 5 make sure that they have a little bit of a gap between themselves and their opponents.
Logic got a kill with a smoke grenade!
He did?
Logic killed Fasher with the smoke grenade,
I need to see that again.
Can we get a replay? Oh, I mean, that was a brilliant round from Budapest 5. Like, they deal with the aggression so perfectly. They cut all of Sangal down in a line. But that was a smoke grenade kill from Logic Man towards Fasher.
Are you kidding me? Throughout that action, I completely missed out on that.
Oh, no. That's incredible. As is that shot.
Production. Next time, next round, please try and show us that. At least on the kill feed. I need to see it. But at this point already, the trades have come through. Budapest 5 are the ones on the front foot. They've got most numbers in the game. Now, Sangal Esports, They're no slouches. They may want to aggress, but I think third time may not be the challenge for may not be the charm, as they've gone for this A-long attempt way too many times, and it started to not work out. Trade on coming through, and that may be them backtracking.
I want to see them go to B or go through middle again, because this A site is really fallen flat for them now. They do great at taking the site, then they lose in the post plant, then they rinse and repeat, and now look at this. Flia finds a freebie onto Wenchimos, fully blinded, and Coolio decimates poor old Sensei. 1v4 for Major. This would be a Major-esque clutch from him if he was able to pull it off. One of the highlights again of his career. And he will find Flia. Can he continue? Coolio waiting behind left side door. It's not going to matter as Corey rips the back of Major's cranium to pieces.
Oh, man. Oh, that's just a Budapest 5 nicely. Again, I mean, now they've just solidified the fact that they'll be ahead at halftime. Right?
Yeah, they won the half.
They won the half completely. But, you know, Sangal Esports, they've been struggling with tech issues all day, haven't they? They've got packet loss now.
Rough, very rough.
We have to deal with so many games with so many technical issues, so many overtimes. It just hurts. And now they're losing on their own map pick. Okay, this is a map that doesn't really have any really big favorite side, right? This is a map that kind of tends to be 50-50 in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, there's always a comeback, whatever side you're on, though, is the one thing with Dust 2. I feel like it's the most comebackable map, if that's a word.
You know, I'd argue that.
Dust 2 and Inferno are my two most comebackable maps, honestly.
For me, I'd say Vertigo. Because the momentum you can gain on that map is immense. I call Vertigo the momentum map.
I just feel like the nature of Dust 2 is if you Dust 2, you will either lose horribly or you will make it a very, very close game. There is almost no in between with Dust 2.
It does seem like it, doesn't it?
Like it's that one map where, oh boys, we're down 12-3, but don't worry, we can take this to overtime, and then you do because it's just Dust 2, and no one understands how the map works. It's so momentum based,
yeah,
and it's from personal experience, it's the map I have the most overtimes on. Because
is it?
It's always just that map that even when you're down and out, even when you're down 11-4, 12-3, you can somehow miraculously bring it back on either side to an overtime. And even if you do lose in overtime, at least it's a part. Well, okay, you lose your elo, but it's part of the journey.
Yeah, I guess it is, you know, but.
And VP winning down 15-3, 19-17 in overtime against Ents. That's just the pinnacle. That's the pinnacle of Dust 2 comeback stories. HLTV gave them a 0% chance of overtime being down 15-3, and they won the game.
It's insane.
It is.
It's insane. That actually did come through.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that becomes crazier by the second. Like, we'll never run out of records here in Counter-Strike. Never. There's always something crazier that will happen next week or the one after.
I'll tell you what we could do, though. We could go for most team kills in a professional map if we ever got the chance. Then we could have our own record.
Yeah, no, I reckon I'd had a solid chance with that. Yeah.
Most team util damage done. Most teammates flash. Those are the kind of records I could go in a tier 2 game.
I'd join you on that. Completely.
Yeah. Least kills, probably, you know, good -7 from all that util damage I've been doing to him.
Oh. Yeah, no, that's basically the only way I get any sort of record in pro play. Most suicides, I'd probably be the victor of that. Me and my Nova affairs, I'd never.
Oh, dearie me.
I'd never be able to pull anything that these guys are able to do. No, yeah, I'm terrible at Counter-Strike, man. I'm terrible.
I think you get auto-kicked after 3 suicides with no damage done.
You know what? I've never tried it, but I think I will.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Go for it. Have fun with it. And all right, we will be back with you in just 2 minutes as we enjoy this quite literal roller coaster of a technical pause. Way, there we go.
Always makes me dizzy, that.
I know. That's why I want to put this on a VR headset. It would make such a sick ride. We need a
Right?
Counter-Strike theme park. You know, in Asia, in China, in the Perfect World tournament they did last year, they actually had like a themed event with rides. They had stalls. They had party games. They had CS:GO themed drinks, outfits. Like it was
Really?
sick. It was so cool.
I find that very difficult to do because let's be honest, Counter-Strike is lacking in lore quite a bit.
Well, no,
there's
you
not
say
much
this.
storylines to it, right? There is, hey, there's that terrorist, there are terrorists and there are counter-terrorists.
But you
Kill
know,
them.
they've got
Kill each other.
Counter-Strike comics, bro. They've got Counter-Strike comics. They've got the opening intro video for Nuke. What else have they got? They've got all of the maps in like old CS used to be released with storylines. Like, for example, Inferno, there's an oil pipeline running into the town, which is why the terrorists are trying to blow it up. In Cobble, it's a revenge attack on a count, like it's an assassination attempt. In Mirage, it's they want to blow up the weapons in the crates.
Fair enough.
It's like there is storylines. You just got to
And
look
for
for them.
Nuke, they just want to see a massive boom.
Nuke, we would like to see explosion, you know.
Pretty much. But heading right back into it, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the game. Budapest 5 have just been able to win off the half, but there are a few more rounds left in it. Well, 2 to be exact. And with Sangal Esports only pulling out the Tech 9s throughout it, it looks like they may be in a slight disadvantage. This time around, they've got the B site in their sights.
Oh my, could we see an actual B execute, or will it be another rotation back to middle/A? I think we could be seeing an actual B execute, and also not a decapitation, a decimation of Paz in middle. And that's going to certainly put a dampener on the efforts of Sangal here. Flashbang starts to rain on out, but the box denies the AWP any blindness. Coolio, mid-sight, just has to tap away. And this has been a very bad round from Sangal. Not a single point of damage done by them in that one. And yeah, it's not looking too hot for them on their own map pick. I fear for their standings in this little three-way matchup.
Yeah, you do start to fear for their standings because, you know, especially seeing that their game against Nexus was so utterly close.
Yeah.
They don't really have many rounds in their favor. And Budapest 5, they took out the first map with quite a differential. Yes, it wasn't one-sided, but they did have quite a few rounds within them. So winning off their opponents' map pick here and winning in a 2-0 fashion, that would set them up nicely for the victory here, for qualification in the final spot of Blast Rising. But Sensei, the nade damage this round is immense. Sensei, yet another kill going in his bag. Sangal Esports not eager to lose out just that fast. They're looking to replicate the halftime they did have over on Mirage, and it looks like they may. That's exactly what happens. 9-6, the scoreline at halftime.
A 9-6 is not the end of the world. You can string a comeback together from a 9-6. Budapest 5 will now be going onto the T side. Whether or not that will make any difference, I'm not entirely sure. I don't have the HLTV stats up in front of me. I'll tell you what I can do, though. I can look at their history on Dust 2. We head on down to their stats. We have a quick cheeky look at Dust 2. And, well, they have an 80% round win after getting the first kill. That's definitely been something they've been keeping up here. They've been driving it home. They've been lethal, actually. And they have a 75% pistol round win. So if they're able to keep that up and win this next pistol round, that's big trouble for Sangal. That's another converted round, and they hit double digits whilst they're left on 6. But Major, though, he's amping himself up. He's not out yet, but he does look physically tired.
Oh, yeah, he does. But for some reason, he's just exerting so much energy. It has to be addicting. It has to be. It has to be passing through the veins of entirety of his team. You love to see it because having to play so many games nonstop, you need that extra player. Like we saw that with Nexus, right? They have Sound, which he's a massively emotional player. He's going to amp up your team. What Sound sort of struggles with is when they are at a deficit, when they're losing rounds. He's not as vibrant as you'd say Major is in these types of in time. But you know what? You know what could make you happy as well? Skins. Make your inventory look a lot prettier. You know, it just makes up your day, doesn't it?
Yeah, get the skins you lust for down at CS.money. You can either buy in with cash or trade up your old skins with something fancier. But I'll tell you what else is great about Major's positivity. That's going to have a huge impact on a player like Sensei. He's a younger player. He's not one of the major core roster on this Sangal squad. For him to be hyped up by Major like that, such a huge, prominent player in the history of Counter-Strike, it's going to mean a lot to him, no doubt. But Major, unfortunately, unable to live up to his own hype. Decapitated by Corey, and now the CTs are left scrambling. Sensei, though, he finds a kill onto Coolio. And that does keep things still competitive in this round as Logic Man steals one away of his own. Can he find another despite being fully blinded? He's damn well going to try, but nothing just yet. A lot of shots missing for both teams. And look at Sensei's positioning.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Fleeve, he's going to stick around, which does mean that Sangal Esports, they're not going to rotate just yet. This could be just enough time bought up for Budapest 5 to rotate, but I think it's going to get a little bit tough. Logic Man, he finds a lineup. Okay, so Fleeve is down, and now they have to realize that they need to dedicate an extra player towards A, but the rotation's already coming through. Good note for Budapest 5, they've already crossed through from Swan, but they have to deal with Engine, and he's hiding behind a nice vroom vroom car, and he may look to mow them down in a vroom vroom fashion as well. Finds one headshot, finds a second one as well, and just like that, Sangal Esports take the pistol.
The rear flank from Sensei, unnecessary as well. Engine pops out from the car he was built to be a part of and taps some heads away, saving the day. And Sangal, off the back of this pistol, have a far superior buy. That is 4 FAMASes and an MP9 with 2 defuse kits up against a flurry of Tech 9s, a Deagle and a CZ. However, this is a B rush by the looks of things, and it's quite a menacing one unless they stop at that smoke. Because it would have just been Logic Man to really defend that initial onslaught, and I don't know what a FAMAS can do against 5 angry pistol players. Now, Corey shows a bit of mid-presence here.
They're going in, though.
Utility chucked over. Oh, they've gone in dry with Fasher, which is a huge mistake. But now 5 odd flashbangs rain on down. Logic Man just about sticks the reload, switches to his pistol. And wow, okay, Logic Man, hello. That's big from him. Doesn't panic under pressure, finds a 4K, 2 with a FAMAS, 2 with a Glock. And Sangal Esports put their 8 on the board.
Oh, that was a beautiful round there for Logic Man. And I guess at that point, it may have been a slight misplay from Budapest 5 as well. Like the first man to tickle in, there was no flash to follow through from it. He just went in dry. He went in bare. And that meant that they were already acting on a man deficit. And without the better weapons, they couldn't really deal with the reinforcements coming in from Sangal. And that early nade damage is just devouring the side of Budapest 5. Quick work with the MP9 as well from Sensei, putting that extra cash in the bag. Sangal Esports, they've just found the equalizer.
Jesus Christ almighty, that grenade was deathly. As was Major's follow-up phrase. That's at least going to give him a little bit more confidence going into the rest of the game, as it has not been his side so far. And the MP9 cleanup means Sensei's back on the AWP, full utility, full Kevlar, and a defuse kit. The rest of the team buying up around him. This is going to be a testing round for Sangal, though, because it's 4 AK-47s and an AWP up against their FAMAS majority buy. And they're actually switching between an SMG and a FAMAS in CT spawn. Still yet to make their complete minds up here. And now the smoke onslaught begins. Major caught off guard with an aid in hand. Does actually find a frag onto Corey. And the B split is coming in, making it even more deadly. Fasher, Flea find one each. Fasher onto another. Sensei through the smoke and the doors onto A. Salvages a trade frag, but it's still a 3 versus 2. And oh, this could be a deciding kill. Flea deals with Engine, meaning Sensei's in the 1v3.
That's going to be a tough affair for him. If he wants to have any chances of turning this round in his favor, need to find a pick. Now, I think his opponent heard that scoping Tortsy will hold things down. Now, Tortsy hasn't had as much impact as he would have liked this game so far, but it just equalized a scoreline. He's now has 9 kills, equalized with his 9 deaths, and that sets up Budapest 5 up for success. Double digits now on the board for them. But may I just notice something? Last time, in the last map over on Mirage, Tortzi, he was an unstoppable force. Right now, it seems like he hasn't quite found his footing.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's actually the substitute for Budapest 5 who's putting the most frags on the board, a 16-13 scoreline. And this is both a blessing and a curse for them and Sangal. It's the fact that, you know, your substitute's obviously doing a great job, but at the same time, why is he doing better than the... Oh, dearie me, Fleav. That's a bit of an oopsie there. Corey eats an AWP bullet to the spine, and under normal circumstances, he'd be a dead man. But this is CSGO, so he just walks it off, as you do. Paralysis sets in after the round is finished. And we're still left in a difficult 5 versus 4 for Sangal. It's not a 5 versus 4, I'm lying to you. It's a 5v5 with Corey on half HP is what I meant to say, but my lips didn't quite manage. Coolio, that's a big frag. Corey! Major double as Sensei's left alone, fighting for his life on the site. Does pick off another one. 2 versus 3 is winnable. They fear Sensei as he bags another frag. 2 versus 2. Basher cowering behind the boxes. Will he decapitate Sensei? No. Sensei instead gets info on his position as Fleav closes in. Ooh. And that's a brilliant headshot to steal away. Sensei cannot do this all himself. 21 in 12 as Paz is only on 6 kills. Less than a third of his young teammate.
Undeniably a very close round there. And although it seemed like Budapest 5 had control over the entire thing at the start, Sensei, he was holding down his ground. And he's done a stellar job this game so far. But the backup wasn't quite there for him. The reinforcements came in from Catwalk from Budapest 5. And they managed to take out both remaining players, which does mean that Budapest 5 are ahead by a 2-round lead. Now, the aggression will come through as it is just a mere pistol round, and soon they will realize that the B-bomb site is open for the taking. Now, that may be an AK-47 in their hands as Corey tries to remain alive, but already that's 2 kills. I don't think Sangal Esports will run away with a win, but they may at least run away with some AKs, which wouldn't be too bad of an affair for them.
Yeah, definitely. And well, there's a lot of empty B-bomb site to deal with here. If they were to find Torzi, there's the potential for an upset in round number 21. But no, they've left it too little too late. No kits, no armor. These 2 AKs will be their only prize, should they be able to save them. But look who's on the hunt with the big green. It's only Torzi. And whether or not Torzi will check the angle of engine is up in the air. Yes, he will. That's an AK save denied. And a big blow to the economy of Sangal going into the next.
Very nicely done indeed. And now Budapest 5, they'll continue with their winning streak. Sangal Esports not able to do too much out of that as they only had the pistols to work with, but now it's going to be a completely different affair. But if you want your gaming when you're playing on your phone to be a different affair as well, go and head over Red Magic's new 6 series phone, which has an 165 hertz refresh rate. It's so extremely fast, man, that you can just not stop playing on it, I reckon. But coming onto this right now, they are going to push aggressively onto that A alongside Budapest 5. Pulling out a page of the handbook of Sangal Esports, but what they haven't done is that they've pretty much dedicated the rest of their players towards Catwalk. That's putting Sangal Esports in a bit of a pickle now that they're exposed to that long side of things. Bomb hasn't quite gained the room to get planted just yet, which does allow Sangal to wrap around instead. Major picks up the headshot, and the bomb is dropped down below. That could be devastating for Budapest if they don't find the frags. Oh! But Coolio, he lines up on 3! Make that 4! Coolio, you're out of this world, my friend!
That's obscene! There's no way he does that again! That is not the first time Coolio has pulled off a 4K or a finishing spray like that. They fight so hard, but why would you jump up there, Logic Man? He just gift himself to Coolio and gives the round to... that hurts. It hurts to watch. That round was a freebie for Sangal after they get so many fantastic entries, but Coolio happy, deservedly so, as Torzi starts off the next round strong, and it's again to the pistols for Sangal. This is their map, Pickaxe Warrior.
And it's
this was their
bleak.
territory.
It's not looking great at all. And with Coolio again, his confidence has skyrocketed. Now, with 18 kills in the bag, he may look to extend that scoreline, make his KD look even prettier. Major, though, does look to be a little bit of a menace, but Engine, he's an even greater one. Being sneaky behind, does catch up Coolio, and all of a sudden, interestingly enough, Sangal Esports have the numbers advantage. Now, in weaponry, they're lacking, but there are AK-47s all over the map that they can pick up and use for this retake. Things are not over for Budapest.
No, they're not over just yet at all, especially with the bomb coming down and the post-plant utility expended, meaning their reach is extended. It's a messy fight, though, and Engine comes out on top, all down to the AWP player of Torzi. He's very cautious. He knows they could be coming from any angle, and he spots out Major, finds the frag. Sees one below, one above, misses the shot as it ricochets between them. All picked up by Paz, and Sangal aren't done just yet. Attempt on the ball for them as the defuse will come in, and Budapest 5. Well, they still lead by 3. How much longer will they be able to keep that up?
Oh, dear. Now, Sangal Esports, they did a stellar job to come back through that one. And I remember during the interview we had with, at least you had with a Major, with Kremer, he was mentioning how deadly the Deagles can be in the current meta and how good so many teams are with playing them. And he admitted that they lose many of them. But as it seems for this best of 3 series, it seems that they are the ones that are winning most of these. Now, Budapest 5, it looks like they're angry. Tortzi realizes he hadn't had too much impact in this game and bring things right back around in his favor. 2 kills already to his name, which does set them up nicely in numbers. Though Major does bring things to his favor just a slight bit, but it might not be enough. They are lacking in numbers, and Major has lost half of his health. Now, Sangal Esports, they've made a gamble. They've dedicated all their players towards the right side of the map. That gamble could actually pay off.
It might just do. The A-long wait is, well, it's most likely going to remain unless Fliav goes towards B and checks out this completely empty bomb site, and that could be on the cards. He's looking up a tunnel, and Major could get the timing on Coolio, but no, Torzi is the one holding that angle, and the left eye peek here from Major. He's peeking way too slowly. Oh no, a flashbang here would be brutal. They do not want to peek dry. And it's going to be the AWP to set up the flashbang, but Major's in front of it. Oh, but Torzi, he's still going to find the kill despite being the one throwing the flashbang. That is incredible. Sensei now, he's here to deal damage control, but I don't know how much control he's going to be able to deal.
And now Sensei, he's able to find one, but skates away below to survive another day. But the flank comes through from Fleeve, gets 2 kills, one after the other, and Budapest 5. Oh, that is a scoreline we've seen once before, isn't it? 14 rounds in their name, and they only require 2 more to close things out.
I am shocked and surprised that Sangal are down 14-10. Paz having one of the worst games of his career, 6 in 17 on the map pick of Sangal. With his big mistakes in this game, he has cost them at least three or 4 rounds. I can name moments throughout this game where he has cost them rounds, and it is just hard to see with everyone else now slowly rising to the occasion. Torzi, though, will get entryed on by Sensei, who is certainly the man of the hour and the MVP for Sangal, especially in this map. Like, as much as his entries are stellar, will he even be able to capitalize a round off the back of it is the next question, as Budapest 5 looking menacing as ever. Major's stuck on an MP9.
It's not looking great for Sangal, but there's potential with the double AWP setup. Something we haven't really seen an awful lot here from the Turkish side, but they are going to start pushing through. Coolio does get those first flashes into it, but Logic Man, that's an off angle. He's able to run away with one, but the trades are true for Budapest 5. They hold their line and they move forward, though they're lacking in numbers. Major showing no fear and continues to push onwards. Does mean that he does fall, but Budapest 5 can make the decision. They still have time to rotate if they can, but they're well and truly committed to this B bomb site. does press that bomb button once, but does recollect to decide a different position to do it from. Knew he was slightly exposed and goes for the double fake. Now Sangal, they're waiting. As soon as that bomb goes down a third time, they are going to look to peek through, and that is exactly what's going to go on. On through the doors already. Sensei misses out on that shot. That is brutal. Flame takes him out, and it's all up to Engine. That's not going to be the difference maker. Budapest 5 on map and series points.
Goodness me, what a performance from Budapest 5. I definitely underestimated them coming into the map at Dust 2, and I think I underestimated the mental strain of Sangal after playing so many best-of-3 series today. It's upsetting. It really is just how hectic these schedules of Tier 2 teams are, and even some of the Tier 1 teams like Mouse Sports. Imagine having to play just 12 hours of Counter-Strike in a single day. It must be just devastatingly tiring. Even when you do pick up momentum like Sangal had coming off the back of a 2-1 victory, it's just not enough sometimes to claw you over the finish line. And if Budapest 5 win this 2-0, I fear they may be the ones going through to the next, because all they'd need to do is 2-1 2-1 NEXUS, or even 1-2 NEXUS, and they'd make it straight on through.
The Scouts are the ones to be the difference maker here for Sangal Esports. They have to be, and the Paz is the first man to fall. Speaking of Scouts, that is 1 out of 3 gone. One by one, they'll be taking line. Major as well. We'll be just delivering with kills one after the other. But that may allow them to cross on forwards. There's only one player on the CT side of Sangal Esports to hold down the B bomb site, but it's falling back across mid. A pick to come through from there would be his downfall. Flea pulls out the pistol, doesn't quite work out for him. Logic Man takes him out. That could be a strong weapon now in his hands. AWP now for him, but Sensei makes things work with the scout. Budapest 5, they changed their mind. The B bomb site is now under their pursuit, and they may be able to hold things down. There are 2 players on Sangal Esports left, and that's all that this Turkish side have at their disposal to work with.
And Corey's in prime position, but gets flashed straight on out. Sensei, he's looking frantically for these players, but he turns the wrong way. Corey, a huge frag, all down to Logic Man, and it's not going to be enough. 16-10 to Budapest 5 as they dismantle Sangal on their own map pick. That is our first 2-0 of the day, and that is costly for Sangal. They would have to get, well, Budapest 5 would have to be 2-0'd by NEXUS if Sangal wanted to go through off the back of that. And now, well, NEXUS actually have a chance again of making it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, they're basically Sangal Esports' fate is now destined within the hands of NEXUS, a team which they earlier beat. Man, I think we were in for an interesting matchup. Of course, I won't be casting. I think you'll be joined by Neokai for that one to be completing the trifecta. But it's quite honestly a very interesting turn of events. Like, I didn't think for the world of me that Budapest 5 would show such a promising result over on Dust 2. I think it just caught us both off guard.
Yeah, I'm still in shock. I'm sure you can tell by my facial expressions. It's just like, where has this even come from? Did Budapest 5 do preparations for this match? Did they just play their game? Did they just catch Sangal on a really rocky off day because they're so tired after 2-1 series already? There's a lot of factors at play here today. I mean, Sensei, he was definitely not a factor to that loss. Paz only finding 6 kills in a 16-10 scoreline. That is a damaging blow to Sangal. Like, as I said, there was 3 prominent rounds where if he'd found a kill where he certainly should have, that could have been a different game entirely. One of the ones was when he was sitting holding a headshot angle in mid with a Galil. He gets cut down by an MP9 facing the wrong way. Like, that is not a kill you can afford to give up. And there's just a collection of problems there. No doubt coming with fatigue, especially as it gets later in the day for, I believe, Turkey's 3 hours ahead of us right now. So, you know, it's into the evening for these guys right now. They've been going for a long time. Either way, we are going to be joined very shortly by the coach of Budapest 5 for an interview. What are you going to be asking him?
I think I'm going to keep the questions until the actual interview, but I'm really curious to see how these guys have kind of been able to adapt together, right? Because Kronos hasn't been with this squad for a long time. I think he's only been the coach of this of Budapest 5 for approximately a month. So yeah, no, I think that's a very interesting prospect to look at in retrospect. And actually seeing that they were confident enough to pick Dust 2 does make me wonder what other new things this squad does have at hand, right? Because let's be honest, Budapest 5 has been a team that has struggled immensely throughout 2021. Yes, you'd kind of see that they've struggled to find the right player, bringing in Camion for Bandito, but from Bolitor, sorry, and the replacement of Color in early February, right? So this squad has kind of been finding some difficulty in seeing with which player they work with the best, and seeing Camion perform, being a person that would be of interest, is also a fairly interesting prospect. So yeah, Budapest 5, they're in a bit of weird situation right now, and I think the fact that they got themselves a win today is a promising factor, but we want to see that consistency, don't we?
Oh, 100%. And with a coach who, you are right, he's been in for less than a month. He's not even on their HLTV page yet. Hopefully he's able to take them to new heights. And talking of the coach, he has just joined us in the interview room. So Kronos, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Congratulations on your victory, man.
Thank you very much.
Very, very interesting to see you guys actually perform in such a way. A very quick 2-0 when I think everybody would have expected a third mapper. You guys absolutely nailed it on Dust 2, just to say the least. So props to you for that. But first things first, it is something that we were talking about. You've only joined Budapest 5 officially about a month ago, right? So
2 months already indeed, but yes.
Oh, okay.
2 months. Okay. So coming into this squad as a coach, what do you think is the potential of Budapest 5? Because quite frankly, for the past few months, they haven't had the best of times as a squad.
I think the players are really talented, to be honest. I think the team has 3 beasts, 3 players, really skilled players that don't have nothing to envy to bigger names, you know, and one that it's really good and it's also really smart. So I think I have potential with the team. We are struggling finding a 5th that fits the team and help to grow right now, and I'm happy because Fashir accepted to help us today, and he's a great player. He performed really good, and I think this is something of a proof that what we can do if we find a suitable 5th.
I mean, yeah, definitely. He had a great performance today, especially on Dust 2. He was one of the kingpins in your victory there. But just going back to how well you did on Sangal's best map and their map pick, were there any specific preparations you did for the map pick of Dust 2?
Be honest, we didn't have preparation for this match. Yesterday I was busy with my other job, so I couldn't prepare anything. And the thing is, I've seen so many games from Sangal, and I know more or less how they play, their play style. But to be honest, the players did all the job. I just give some input during the pauses and the freeze time, but they did all the job. They were so motivated, they were so focused today, and it's all on them. They played really good today, and they deserve the victory. And if I have to be honest, I really think that maybe Sangal are tired. They've been playing the long all day.
Yeah. It must have been a factor completely, but you take advantage of these situations. Next week you might be in that position. So when you get the chance, you take it, and you did take it in a very, very good fashion. And I have to congratulate that. I have to congratulate you for that. It was an absolutely amazing performance from the boys, and make sure you congratulate them for us. But you've got another matchup coming through next, right? You've got NEXUS. How do you feel about coming into that matchup? Because there's a potential of an all one way tie.
I feel really confident, to be honest. I respect them a lot. I've been with them for a while, and I know the players. The last lineup, not this one. I don't know Sound or Blitz, to be honest, but I know Cello, I know BTM. They are great players, and it's fine because they have like same map pool as we do. We just switch one map. And I think I already know what we are going to play, and if BTN didn't change anything, I know more or less how they play. So I think we can take the victory this one.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, as do I. That's great fighting talk. And something I didn't actually ask Sangal, but what are your squad's aims for the future? Whether that be in terms of ranking or you've already talked about finding a suitable fifth, but like, what are your aims in the coming months?
I just have contract for this season. This is a Premier season, not Premier. This is a advanced season, and we'll see. But we aim to get at least 2 relegations and fight for Premier. But I'm aware that today, right now, advanced season, it's really hard. There are a lot of big names there, and get players will be really hard. But this is our goal. This is where we are aiming for. And this is our objective. We have to reach playoffs and we have to reach at least relegations.
Yeah, that's solid. I really like that. It's down to earth and very reasonable, and I think you have a good chance in achieving it. You guys look on good track. So good luck with you on that regards, and thank you for joining us on the interview.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations for the cast. You were great.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Very kind.
Very nice to hear. But yeah, have a nice, have good luck into the next matchup. But for that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading out of the interview as we have some final words before we end things up. Sneaky Beaky, Mr. Tom.
Yes.
What was your summary of that matchup, and what are you looking forward to for the next one the most?
Well, to sum up in one word, unexpected. I thought Sangal would be putting up much more of a fight, but obviously a huge congratulations to Budapest 5, because that is some of the best Counter-Strike by far we've seen them play. And bear in mind, we barely raised the fact that Nanasha was a stand-in. So the fact he's able to pull off a performance like that as the team stand-in, you know, massive props to him. And no doubt massive props to the team for accommodating his play style, because that is what you have to do when you're playing with a stand-in. You can't just, you know, force him to play in a predetermined role that he's never touched before. You do have to be lenient, and I'm assuming that's what they did. It worked perfectly for them, and they smashed it today out there.
Absolutely, it did seem to be the case. But as we did previously mention, one more matchup coming right ahead, so you make sure you stick around. Budapest 5 versus Nexus coming right up.
Raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. Thing or two before I came on you moon. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live and fine. But when our ways lift our lives over the hill, I passed you by. Home. I can't forget your shining eyes, the world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy, come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streak the road is right. A soul of passion. A soul of passion. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. I left the pages in my schedule, but they're falling hard. Find me on your way out, I'll be right here. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. The sky is sunny, but the clouds are running in my head. I'm thinking maybe I would rather play the part instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting underway in just a moment into game number 3. It's been an exciting day in this group, it has to be said. And of course, I'm the third of the casters to join the main man, Sneaky Beaky. How's it going, brother? You've had a quite an exciting day. It's been a really interesting group from what I followed so far.
Yeah, it's been an interesting group and an interesting group of people joining me on the desk. So, Neo, thank you for rounding out my selection of 3. It's a pleasure to have you back. I had you on Saturday for the whole day, and now you're here to round things out with me on this wonderful, actually incredibly rainy Monday where I am.
Yeah, so
you wouldn't see from behind the
pretty poor
blind
weather.
that's always down.
Yeah.
But the weather's been wild, as has the gameplay. Let's loop it back into CS.
Exactly.
The 2-0
games.
was phenomenal from Budapest 5. I didn't see it coming. X-Warrior didn't see it coming. I don't think many of the molding betters saw it coming either.
Hey, it happens. But I mean, I caught the end of that game and bits here and there, and it was a very, very exciting match. And as you mentioned, not really an expected result as well. Has to be said, Sensei, again, had an absolutely unreal performance. Ridiculously good AWP. And if I'm right in saying, it's actually his birthday today. So, I mean, unfortunate result on his birthday, but a very, very good performance. Yeah, just turned 18 as well. I mean, there's so much talent there.
Man, he's younger than me.
Yeah,
How?
ridiculously good player. Everyone might say it's either today or yesterday, one of the two. But even still, I mean, ridiculously good player. But unfortunately, on the result with Budapest 5, they've now pushed into this matchup. So this is where this matchup is slightly weird, right? So Budapest 5, if they take a map, it could be a 2-1 to Nexus.
Yeah.
But if Budapest 5 take a map, they're through to the playoffs, guaranteed. Nexus, if they take a 2-0 here, they go through to the playoffs. So it's a bit of a strange sort of situation here where it could actually go and either way. It's really down to the wire in this group, and it's an exciting way to round up the day.
It's not often where it comes down to the map count. That is a very rare occurrence in CS, and it is just part of this I'm gonna say interesting format that's been adopted by Blast for this event. I have never seen a team get 4 chances to be eliminated before.
Exactly,
which is always nice for the team who keeps on losing, but it's a bit demoralizing as well, you know?
Oh yeah, to a degree, but I think it does bring this element of excitement though, right? I mean, we are literally, this game is fundamental to how this group plays out.
Yes.
It means a lot here, and well, I mean, it could actually go either way. It's like deadline day transfers in football. It's right down to the wire, and well, it's an exciting way to finish it off. But of course, speak about the teams a little bit. Nexus, the team from Romania, coming in with a world ranking of 99th in the world, coming against a team you just saw on your screens, Budapest 5 from Hungary, 79th in the world. So the differences in terms of world ranking, but I think in this sort of situation, it actually is not too much of a factor.
Yeah.
Nexus, despite being the higher ranked teams, from what I've seen so far generally, are one of the actual kind of favourites coming into this game. They're a very, very good roster.
As in the Nexus squad, they've just jumped into the top 100 for the first time in a little while. And that's obviously a good confidence booster. They are on a 4-loss streak, actually.
Yeah,
and had a worrying performance against TTC, which is a team I've personally never heard of.
They're not bad. They're not bad.
Sparkle. Okay, fair enough.
I've crossed them once. They're not actually a bad side. They were a mix turned into an actual sort of org now as well. I think they've just changed their name. So I can vouch them slightly. They're not a bad side. In the sort of tier 2, tier 3. Oh, I can't tell you off the top of my head. I do recognise some of the players. I can probably have a look for you here now, but they're not a bad side. But as you mentioned, I mean, coming off the back of 4 match, it's not really what you want to see, is it really?
I feel like Budapest 5 are looking really spicy right now, especially with such a fantastic stand-in.
Yes.
They just come off the back of a 2-0, like a really good 2-0. So that's no doubt brimming them with confidence. Also, they haven't had a break in between matches. And sometimes even in, professional sports, having such an extended break between matches where you lose your warmed up feeling, it can be damaging to your overall performance. And obviously it's not on the extent that your muscles are no longer warmed up. You might pull something. I mean, you might do something to your wrist if you're a flicky AWPer like myself or Snacks way back when. Guardian as well, but
But I mean, it's one of those things. We saw it yesterday, right? Oh no, yesterday on Saturday when we were casting Gorillas. They came in against a side who had just finished off the back. If I'm right in saying, who was that one that we saw? Gorillas played against on Saturday, and they ended up losing to the first time round. That was
Apex.
Nordavin. That was
Nordavin.
Yes, so that was Saturday, right? So Nordavin, they came into that first game, a very, very strong performance on them. Took that one into 2-0, then came in against Gorillas. Off the back, as you mentioned, still warmed up. Gorillas had that extended break in the morning where they hadn't played a game. Nordavin looked very confident and took down Gorillas 2-0. That was a big, big sort of, not an upset, but when we talk about the level of players, right, especially with, Flusher, etc., tier 1 actual players.
Unexpected scoreline.
The big thing on our screens right now, the map picks for today. Train coming in as map number 1. Followed by Overpass. Again, the map that we saw 3 times on Saturday as well. And then finishing off, if we get there, which will be the map of Mirage. One thing to mention, if we end up on Mirage, it means that Budapest 5 are through to the playoffs.
Yeah, it already means we're through there. So that'll just be a stat booster for both teams.
Exactly,
I'm really, really excited to see this shift in the map pool, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, look at this. So we got Train to start things off. I'm not sure what the asterisk is there for. I'm assuming that's it's slowly being replaced by Ancient.
It means it's being dropped out of the pool, which... do you know what I have to say? I'm actually quite happy about.
I hate Ancient. It's awful. It sucks.
I'm a Train hater. I do not like Train. I think it's very one-dimensional. So I'm glad to see it changed up. I have to agree with you. I think Ancient's a bit of a strange one. I did expect Tuscan to come in, to be perfectly honest. But, I mean, a bit of a strange one. Tuscan was getting play tested as well. So I was like, okay, cool. He's coming back in the map pool. That's a map that's been...
man.
Oh, new Cobble, though.
2017 Cobble. Bring it back, bro. I want it back.
2017, I agree with you. That was a good iteration of Cobble. The memories from that map as well. Oh, fantastic stuff. I have to say, the new A-bomb site, though, it's a hard no from me.
Oh, the coffin cart thing. Awful. No. It's such it's a barren bomb site as well. It used to have so much depth to it. But sorry, Cobble, we're back to Train.
Exactly.
Train is statistically a bit of a hit and miss map for Budapest 5.
Agreed.
They have a 38% win rate over 8 maps, which is, I'm assuming, 3 out of 8 wins. It's not the worst, not the best. I'm sure they can make something work with it because obviously Dust 2 wasn't their best map either. Heading over to the Nexus side, it is of course their pick. Train is their second best map. They played it 11 times. They have a 46% win rate on it, which is slightly more promising and a slightly bigger pool of maps to gather from.
Yeah, for sure.
Heading over to the Budapest 5 pick of Overpass, I'm overjoyed to see it, but it is statistically the worst map for Budapest 5 with 6 games played and a 33% win rate. Very interesting to see.
Yeah.
But that is also the instant ban for Nexus. So the fact that that's even slipped into the pool,
What is going on?
Do you know what we're seeing here, right? We're seeing not the normal situation when it comes to map picks and bans. Normally you try and pick for yourself, right? And you play around what the other team do where they try and pick for themselves. We're seeing the polar opposite here, right? We're seeing instant ban of Vertigo. Nexus do not want to play Vertigo against the likes of Budapest 5. We can sort of understand why, right? If you don't know how to play that map, you're going to very, very much struggle. So they're actually playing to hinder their opponents rather than benefit themselves. So they're trying to play on the opponent's weakness. And I think for Nexus in this situation, it's actually quite a smart play because, as we mentioned, they need to 2-0 here. They don't care about what the decider map is. It doesn't matter what the decider is. They're playing to hinder Budapest 5. So well, it's a questionable pick overpass, right, for these two sides. For Nexus, it's an opportunity, right? Train, for them, they're going to be feeling relatively confident coming into Train. A map, as you mentioned, their second best pick. So for them, relative levels of confidence. They need a very, very strong start, and they need that momentum to transfer across in towards overpass. For both of these two sides, I'm expecting to see a very, very puggy map number 2. As you mentioned, it's not their greatest pick.
No, but the thing that worries me is there are no officials for Nexus in the past 3 months on Overpass. There are none. This is a map
worrying.
they have not played, and the fact that they've even let this slip through the cracks, because this is their instant ban map.
Yes.
Like, they need to win 2-0, and they're playing as if they're going for a 2-1 victory.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't make sense in my mind. I think they would have had to have let Vertigo slip. They would have had to just go for the fight on it. They didn't lose to Sangal too badly on it. They probably wouldn't have beat Budapest 5 on it. But Overpass?
It's a risky pick here. Because for Nexus, I can sort of understand it to a degree, right? If they really, really do not like Vertigo, of course, as you mentioned, they've had very, very mixed results here and there on Vertigo. For them, if it's not one of their go-to picks, if they know coming into that game they are going to, like, most likely lose to Budapest 5, I can understand getting rid of that one early and then playing up to chance. But coming into Overpass, that is going to be questionable. I'm hoping that it's a map in which these last 3 months, even though they haven't played it in officials, that is something that they've been working on, right? We always mention about trying to get this depth in your map pool, right?
Definitely.
So if they have maybe put the time in the prac service, you know, had the scrims against other decent sides on Overpass and know how to play it roughly to a degree, I think maybe there's a chance here. It's a very, very risky play. Nexus, an opportunity for a 2-0, especially with Train, their first map, but Overpass might be questionable.
A bit of a sticky one, I'll be honest.
Have to agree.
This is, and I mean, we haven't really talked about Mirage because obviously, if we get to Mirage, Budapest 5 win. Mirage is a great map for Nexus. Mirage is a great map for Budapest 5. Very similar stat lines on it. Nexus have now, this would be their 15th game on it. Yeah. I don't think it's even worth covering it, though, to be honest.
It isn't. It means nothing, does it, essentially?
It means absolutely nothing. It is just going to be a stat-boosting map. And, so obviously it has to be a 2-0 for Nexus. If it's not a 2-0 for Nexus, they are out. Budapest 5 are through. Yeah. And I don't think I've ever been in that situation before.
No, I have to agree with you. I don't think I've ever been in this sort of situation where these first 2 maps are so important to this degree. Of course, we see plenty of 2-0s in situations like this, but when we're talking about it has to be a 2-0. There is no second chances here.
The best of 2.5.
Exactly. If Nexus do not 2-0, we reiterate, they are out. They are not getting this playoff position because it will be Budapest 5. It's crazy. Look at the scoreboard here, right? This is the knockout stage. It's all coming down to the wire. And even we kind of spoke about this off screen, right? But in an alternate universe, it could have even come down to the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. We could have been looking at a replay day tomorrow for some of these teams. But thankfully that has been avoided after Sangal are going to go down 2-0. If it was a 2-1, it could have been a very, very different story.
Yeah.
But no, it's a 2-0 for Budapest 5, and they're looking to... I'd say they could definitely pull off another 2-0 here.
Yeah, the thing is, I think coming into this game, based on form, Budapest 5 are the heavy favourites. As you mentioned, Nexus, coming off the back of a 4-loss streak, not really the greatest momentum heading into this one, against a side which is so on fire. Budapest 5, we've seen the last few days, but they have been looking really, really good. Of course, we've had a few mixed results here and there, but overall, they've been looking pretty strong, and I think we could definitely see... I wouldn't count out a 2-0, but even still, right? If this is a 1-0...
Do we stop the count? Like, do we just it's done, guys, go home, take a day off or something?
If Train goes the way of Budapest 5, these other 2 maps mean quite literally nothing apart
Yeah.
from just a little bit of a boost to an ego. I mean, Nexus, they could technically take it 2-1 off the Budapest 5 picking up Train, but it means absolutely nothing.
I
It's
feel
essentially
like-
just a boost to ego.
In terms of competitive integrity, it's probably best to just play that one map, to be honest. Like, is there... I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
like it would be
competitive
so
integrity is
disheartening for Nexus.
All the rage at the moment as well.
Oh, it'd be very, very weird to force a team that's already so downtrodden after coming so close. Like,
Yeah.
if you don't have any hope actually, but
But
play,
there is
dance,
the other
monkey,
side.
dance.
Yeah, of course. Okay, there's that, right? Which is quite unfortunate. It's like, yeah, you've lost, but you will be playing on. But the other side, right? For the likes of Nexus, so let's say Train is picked up by Budapest 5, right? Of course, we know Budapest 5 are making it through to the playoffs. That's it, right? But for Nexus, we mentioned they don't have any stats officially in the last 3 months on Overpass. So for them, it's a real opportunity to start making this map pool for them slightly deeper. And that's such a big thing to any side trying to branch through the tier 3, tier 2 kind of scene at the moment, trying to push their way higher. As you mentioned, they've just made their way towards the top 100. So if they can have that just experience on Overpass, which they are going to get regardless, right? It's going to happen. They are going to get the experience. But if they can, start trying out strats which can maybe help Overpass not be an instaban anymore, maybe just be one that they float and they don't care too much about, then it actually does help in the long run. So for Nexus, if Train doesn't go their way and Budapest 5 are guaranteed into the playoffs, then the next 2 maps, if we even play the next 2,
it's just a scrim.
It's just practice. And for them, I think it's a good opportunity for a side who have just branched the top 100.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's a great opportunity to go, oh yeah, you know that map of Overpass we've never played? Well, since Train is no longer in the map pool, we may as well find another one.
Exactly.
And Ancient is a horrid map, poorly optimized. Yeah. I have a deep-seated hatred for this map after I went 6 in 24 on it yesterday.
See, I actually quite like it to a degree. Like, I think it's got potential. I do think this needs to be a few changes. I think the changes to the A bomb site they made have worked because the previous A bomb site was like Overpass A bomb site. It was so open. It was like you planting open consistently. So I think in that sense, the changes they've made with the little cubby area that links towards CT made things a little bit easier. I still think there needs to be a few tweaks here and there, and that's what we're going to see coming over the next few months, right? With it's starting to be introduced in towards this sort of scene. We are going to start roughly seeing Ancient and the strats come out, but
I'm dreading it as a caster.
Really? Oh, okay, yeah. I've had a look at the call-outs. There's a few weird ones. We're gonna have to spend a bit.
Cubby.
We're gonna have to spend some time revising. I feel like I'm back in school, revising for this map. But I do like that we're getting some changes to the map pool because I was starting to get to the case of it was getting a slightly bit of a stale map pool. I'm surprised, I have to say, that Mirage wasn't the one to be changed. But
it's the most played in the game. They can't really take it out. You know?
That was that's the bit I agree with. For the casual people, it is the go-to map, and I can see why they've kept it in that sense.
But Train is still playable for now. I know they did my boy Cobble so dirty, but like Train for now is still playable for the casual players. So they could just do the same with Mirage, to be honest.
No, I have to agree.
I don't know. Ancient is the wrong fit completely for the current meta of camouflage skins. The fact that it's so poorly optimized. We don't want a dark map in the current meta of CS. And look at Train. It's not a dark map. They've even had lighting updates. It's good lighting. It's played in the daytime. It's the potential for so many executes. And whilst I'm sure there's many on Ancient as well, they're just very difficult to pull off.
No, I do have to agree. I do think there is obviously, this is the thing, right? It's just in the map pool. So there is going to be tweaks coming here and there. But hopefully it works out for the better. We see obviously the teams up on your screen. We're just about to get ready, getting underway. Map number 1 of Train. I'm looking forward to this one. This map means so much. Budapest 5, if they pick up Train, take away Nexus map pick, they are through to the playoffs. But Nexus, they need a 2-0 here.
Oh, it's going to be a difficult 2-0 to find. Budapest 5 looking absolutely fiery going into this one today. Fasher as well, a great addition to the roster, however temporary he may be. I don't have high hopes for Nexus here. Maybe they take Train, maybe they don't. Either way, this should be a Budapest 5 series. And as we head straight into the action,
it will be Budapest 5 starting on the CT side of their opponent's map pick, and Nexus are bolting it towards this B-bomb site.
Yeah, they're looking to already get that sort of momentum in their favour, get the aggression. Don't allow Budapest 5 to set up. Coolio will be tested here over towards the B-bomb site, as you mentioned, as they post up in towards Upper Brown Halls.
Yeah, they're setting up for this full-on execute, and already they walk towards Catwalk, but Torsi starting off strong with a single one-tap and another. Can he find anything else? He probably won't have to, as Coolio is there to seal the deal. Zello trades back one. SXE tries his damn best to find another, and we find ourselves in a 2 versus 3. Bomb makes it down to the site, but look who's on the flank. There we go. Corey on the flank seals the deal. First on the board to Budapest 5, and, well, Neo, that's quite the start for the Budapest 5 roster.
What a way to start it, right? I mean, they're showing their dominance. They're cementing already a pretty decent foothold in towards Train. They have been gifted as well that CT side of Train. Now, that is something that I'm slightly questioning here. I mean, well, not to a degree, but I mean, I think Budapest 5, if they can get a very, very good CT side here, they're going to be looking very strong heading into that T side. But Nexus, of course, this is their map pick, so they don't get the choice of starting on Zello. Never mind, we'll come back to that point later. It's Zello who opens things up, and Fasher, well, we'll see you next round. Sound finds one of his own as Blitz just on Coolio. What is happening in this round? Nexus are lighting up the server into round number 2, and, well, an ecstatic way to start things off.
Jesus Lord, I think that was the wallbang. I think that was like the proper wallbang with a scout, not even an AWP.
Timing.
That is naughty. And now the 2 versus 5 for Budapest 5. Yeah, well, Nexus on the force bite, causing absolute havoc in Fleav. Oh, they read this so well. Zello in the backlines, sitting in a main, sees the man, sees the utility drop as well.
Brilliant.
And he actually connects the shot.
Yeah.
This is madness. Corey in the 1v5 with that lone M4 has so much to do.
How is this even went in this fashion? I was going to mention that Budapest 5 were coming into this next round with a significantly better buy. Now, the M4s coming out, some FAMASs as well. It was a much more stronger buy for Budapest 5. But Nexus, they said, we don't care. Come out with the scout. Zello finds 2 already. I mean, what a start for him as well with a wallbang coming through. Corey trying to keyboard his M4 will be...
no.
Oh, he won't even be good for the frag. It's SXE finding it with the MP9 at that close range. That MP9 can be a threat, to say the least. Are we going to see it? Oh, it was through that wall. He spotted just the leg. And he found the frag. What a way to do it. Zello finding another wallbang as well. He's been loving life in the server in round number 2. Nexus, they answer right back.
That was just stunning. That was a stunning round from Nexus, and a flawless round from Nexus. So their economy is smiling down upon them quite nicely. Zello, did he just get another tag?
Did he get 2? No way. Did he get...
What?
Oh, and BTN. I think Zello might have gone 2 there. We might have to have a look at that one after the round again. I think he may have got both. He may have got both of the tags there.
There's no way he finds his second wallbang from the same spot, but Corey goes down to him either way. And Blitz does not check his angles. That will come back to bite him. SXE certainly does. 2 versus 3 for the CTs. They're playing retake. And Neokai, I think I'm just as stunned as you are about the scouts in this round. Jesus, no!
What is happening? I'm completely stunned. Fasher, he's already found 2. Needs to find 2 more as Nexus are sitting here in the 2 versus 1. But the information has been gained. Sound can just wait and finish things off as Sound finds 2 for himself. Now, the thing I'm still questioning was that 2 tags with the scout? I'm confused to say the least. Either way, it's Nexus who've taken a 2-1 start. They've turned this on his head. I guess the shot there.
Oh, that's great stuff from Fasher there. But the thing is, we're after Zello. I don't know what Zello did, but Zello did something, and it was well cool, is all I'm saying.
I think he may have got both of those wallbangs.
Collateral wallbang tag? Like, I'm lost on this. And that's great flashbangs there. And Coolio and Tortsi find a frag each. And those are some big guns saved on over from just a USP rush.
They've dropped the bomb. That's the biggest thing here. They've dropped the bomb of the T side. They're all trying to find something. Sound good for one of his own towards Corey, but Zello really trying to find the headshot in that angle tucked in towards the bin. with the bomb dropped, how does he play this? He can't really overextend too much.
Julio, that's a fantastic position and a very rare one to see someone in, especially on the CT side.
Yeah.
That is like the T default save spot. I've never seen a CT hold from there before. And it works perfectly. That's his second kill of the round. This was a 5 USPS round from Budapest 5, and now Sound is in a 1 versus 3 against 3 rifles.
Yeah, you can tell that this map means literally everything because both sides are putting everything on the line here. There's no playing things safe, playing things calm and collected. They're going all aggression in. Sound faces a 3-man swing in towards Ivy. It's Budapest 5 tying things up 2-2. And Snaky, what a way to start off this map.
That's not even the battle of the 4 spies. That is 5 USPs and a flashbang, stealing away a buy round from Nexus. And that is an unforgivable round to lose.
Yeah, agreed.
Like, okay, yes, you lose 1, maybe 2 maximum down Ivy. Losing the second player, that's a bit unlucky. The first player, he's just not in a good enough position to ever escape. The fact that you lose all 5 of your players to a USPS buy, that is unforgivable. And now Blitz jumping down removes Corey, and it's the pistols again wreaking havoc. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I don't think these two teams do either.
Yeah, it's a real slugfest here, and well, already it's a 4 versus 4 ensuing as they are making their way slowly up towards Brown Horse. Coolio will be tested. It's already been tested once in that first round. Flashbang comes over as well. Oh, it's a smoke, may I say. Going to jump Molotov in towards the close angles. He repositions to hold upper, but he will be tested in just a moment, and he won't find even a single frag. Sound opens things up with 2.
Basher, though, he trades back with 3, and it's all down to SXE, and Fliab says no. I don't know what no is in Hungarian. I don't know what no is in Romanian, but I believe that word transcends language barriers. And I'll tell you what else transcends language barriers. The fancy skins that you could be having in your inventory thanks to the good people at CS.money. Get the skins you lust for and flex on your friends and foes with a gorgeous inventory like that of Fliab, for example. That's a nice Tiger Tooth flip knife. Very, very snazzy.
Yeah, exactly. Very snazzy indeed. HE coming in towards A-Main. Won't quite find anything for the Seaside. They're going to be into a full eco here. The M41's just about finding the spray. Coolio left on 22 points of health for Blitz, looking for the Zeus frag. Oh, what a reaction from Fliab! Of course, when he gets the tag, but that is insane.
Yeah, no, that was a nuts shot. Like, the reaction speeds of these people are beyond recognition. And Coolio, well, he's just having another day at the Rangers. What can I say on that front? BTM will try and retrieve that deagle, but you show your fist and you get a bullet to the teeth, or not. Coolio is, yeah, sends him packing. That's the bullet to the teeth I was talking about. And a 2v5 with Blitz on a Zeus. It's looking interesting. I don't think much will come of it.
No, I have to agree with you here. It's a bit of an awkward situation, especially with the 2 remaining players for Nexus being on 7 and 9 HP. Make that 9 and 0 HP. Blitz still holding in towards Pop Dog with the Zeus, looking to just try and find something for the meme, essentially.
For the memes, yeah. I mean, oh no, the timing would have been perfect for the Zeus. Oh,
that's so
no.
Unfortunate. He held it for so long as well.
Oh, that's just depressing. I just feel bad now, man. I just feel bad for Nexus. Like, they fought so hard. They fought so hard every game, with so many of them being like 1-2 losses.
Yeah.
I feel like they do deserve this victory. I just don't see it happening against a team like Budapest 5, who are looking so on form today.
Yeah, no, exactly right. That form is such a big factor, especially when you think of, in terms of confidence, momentum, all of these factors which heavily affect CSGO players. Confidence being one of the bigger ones, right? Nexus to coming off the back of a 4-loss streak. Budapest 5 coming off the back of a very, very good performances recently, and it's showing as Flia finds the first frag, and Budapest 5 find the man advantage.
They do indeed, but can BTN trade it back, or will he himself go down? No, neither way, actually, as now they continue back to this B-bomb site. They haven't had much success here before. Will they finally have some success this time around? And Coolio, he's looking to deny, and that grenade is a big one. Oh, that's a lot of chip damage. Zello, Sound, and Blitz all feeling the brunt of that one frag. And now, as they look to come down towards ramp to this B-bomb side, BTN and Blitz, they take so much damage, but they do isolate Coolio and find the kill. Corey, oh my god, Corey,
Oh, no.
This is a god play. Doesn't deny the plant, but he's all the way behind enemy line. Zello now pushing his way down the ramp as Flea pulls one back, pulls back another. Torzi seals the deal. 3 left alive for Budapest 5. Their economy is going to thank them, and Nexus have been denied their third.
Yeah, it's going to be a defuse coming in with 3 remaining players for Budapest 5. They're starting to really build up that long-term economy, which is a very, very big factor on the CT side. CT side, of course, oftentimes a harder economy to build up. There's a few more expenses you need to pick up. You know, the kit coming in, the M4 being more expensive than the AK, etc., etc. Right? Those sort of factors, they add up in the long term. But Budapest 5 coming into round number 8 with a pretty healthy economy, to say the least. So for Budapest 5, things are looking very good as they lead against Nexus by 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's looking great for them, and Budapest 5, no doubt looking to continue this streak all the way to the playoffs. They need one round, they need one map of this best of 3 series, and what better way to find one than on your opponent's pick. Flea finding Zello, Fashir onto SXE, one of the prime performers today for the Nexus squad, but it's just harsh to watch. Sound does claw one back. Flea, though, in the back lines, smoked off, but not properly at all. That's a missed shot, but he doesn't miss twice. And Budapest 5 find their 6th as Nexus are struggling on their own map pick. I believe they tried to make this map pick a curveball, and it is sort of coming back to bite them.
Yeah, no, I do have to agree. I mean, Nexus, it's a little bit of an awkward situation now for them, right? Obviously, this is their map pick. They're on that T side, which is significantly, may I say, harder on a map like Train. It's a pretty CT-sided map. It can be at times, as I mentioned earlier, a little bit one-directional, and we're seeing it here, one-dimensional, may I say. As Budapest 5, they're leading 6-2. They're looking very, very confident, and that momentum that we talked about that they've had over the past few weeks, they've been looking very, very good. Well, it's transferred across here. Nexus, things are getting slightly concerning.
Yeah, I think Nexus need to put at least 7 on the board on their T side, and that's looking increasingly less likely, especially now they're in another 5 versus 3 situation. BTN eating damage. Corey does go down to an excellent nade from Sound, and that's something I did compliment them on before. Following the grenade down the hatch as your opponent tries to readjust means you take a bit of damage yourself, but you're also surprising your opponents and usually finding a frag. Coolio! Big play from him, denies B-bomb site presence, and it's all down to BTN on 12 points of health.
Yeah, a lovely little double there as well. And in doing so, as you mentioned, it leaves BTN with it all to find in the 1 versus 3 in the all ball. Easily find that final frag. Torsi waiting like a lion on a deer, and it's going to be Budapest 5 putting 7 rounds on the board, a 5-round advantage. You mentioned that you think for Nexus, you know, they'd have to put roughly about 7 rounds on the T side if they want a chance heading into the next round, the next half, may I say. Well, they haven't really got too many opportunities left. So far, the maximum that Nexus can pick up is 8 rounds, and slowly, round by round, getting worse and worse, especially now if you look at the economy for the T side. It's not the greatest. Just the pistols most likely going to be picked up into the next round, as Sound and Blitz can't really afford properly. Zello can maybe pick up a Galil and armor, but it won't be a confident buy for Nexus. They've called a tactical timeout here, and I think it's about time.
I feel like they should have been calling tactical timeouts a long time ago, because tactical timeouts, they interrupt the flow of your opposition. You know, the impatience of having to wait despite being heavily in the lead, having a great streak. Tactical timeouts, they have a lot more use than just time to talk. They really can be a heavy focal point in any game of CS.
Yeah. They mean so much, right? And they can very, very much start to play on momentum. I think if you have a side like Budapest 5 who are really running off the back of momentum at the moment, just by calling a timeout, it can in fact swing momentum in your favour, especially if you go aggressive off the next round and pick up a couple of frags to open things up early doors. Nexus, they can maybe use this to their advantage, but Torzi, he's holding and waiting, and this could become a real issue if SXE peaks.
Oh, Torzi. I was going to say, it's rare for him to miss 2 in a row. He does do a bit of tag damage though, but yeah, Kai, they're going down Pop Dog here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen the aggressive Pop Dog play too much. We haven't seen our Pop Dog burst. Oh, the flashback from Corey, though. He was so aware. He stopped all the momentum in the tracks. That is perfect timing from Corey as Fasha finds the first kill onto his BTN.
And now they're being funneled. They're being absolutely funneled into the firing squad from Pop Dog. And whilst Corey is blinded, he drops off the train, doesn't want to give them anything. Zello, unable to deal with Fasher on the off angle. And oh my goodness me, this is an abomination. Nexus, they are the walking wounded. They've put up such a fight today. The fact that they're still standing astonishes me. Because every single game they played in Blast Rising, bar one, I think, has been a nail-biting 1-2. Like, it's hard to watch. It's really hard to watch.
Yeah, I know. Again, I have to agree, you've hit the nail on the head there. It is at times hard to watch. It's going to be Budapest 5 putting 8 on the board. You said Nexus, for them, they have to pick up 7 to have a fighting chance heading into that second half. Well, they need to be flawless for the rest of this half to pick up an 8-7 half. It's slightly unlikely, let's say.
I mean, it's not impossible, but the realms of possibility are rather subjective, especially in these circumstances. Zello, that's a brilliant entry, though. Can they capitalise off the back of it? Sound, the new kid on the block, currently the only person really performing to an acceptable level. Zello had a stunning start, but slowed down immediately when he got onto the big green from the scout. He was actually playing better on the scout, which is always worrying as an AWPer. And now in this 3 versus 3 situation, it's not as dire as other rounds we've seen for Nexus, but the health advantage and util advantage just about still lying with Budapest 5. And I say util advantage because they only need to use theirs to defend rather than actually take these bomb sites.
Yeah, no. For Budapest 5, still they are slightly spread thin here. Blitz is making his way up towards Upper Brown Horse, sort of leading this charge. And Molotov will come through in towards Pop Dog, trying to force them back off that angle now. They need to make a decision. 45 seconds left on the clock as well. It's not a lot of time left to play with.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time at all. And, well, it's a lot of time for Budapest 5 to reflect on what they could be doing with a playoff spot. What was that from Blitz? He just does a walk around. He looks like a cat marking its bed. And, well, he certainly falls down like a sleeping kitten. Except this time he's dead. I don't know where I'm going with these comparisons near Kai. I'm clutching at straws here.
Hey, no, it
Nexus,
happens.
they get the bomb plant, and that's all that matters for the time being.
Yeah, now with this bomb down, how do Budapest 5 want to play this? Of course, their money very, very good in that long term. I mean, Coolio, he has 11k left in the bank, so it won't be too much of a problem. Okay, now the smoke comes in towards A main. This causes issues for Nexus because one player has to make a decision. Does Zello risk pushing through that smoke? If SXC goes down, he will be forced into, and this could be a really awkward decision, but not a lot of time left. SXC finds the first frag, looking to make it 2 as well. Corey in for the trade, taps the bomb. One player spotted, but Zello, he will find the final frag as Nexus put a 3rd round on the board. And, well, we mentioned there's potential here. It was improbable, but still possible for
One
Nexus
step
to find 7.
closer to 7, baby.
Exactly. Nice little vocals there. Brought to you by Sneaky BET TV.
Thank you kindly. I did actually used to be a singer.
There we go.
Embarrassingly less good than I used to be. But
It's called puberty, isn't it? That voice.
yeah, it's
No
rough.
longer angelic.
What can I say? I did opera. I used to do opera.
Oh no! You know, it's like X-Warrior was the same. Don't even know that.
Who now?
X-Warrior, who you just casted with.
He did opera as well.
I'm pretty sure he told me he did. Yeah.
What a Chad. Yeah, we love opera gang. What can I say?
What can I say? Oh, nade coming through. A lot of damage done towards SXC. Fasher going to drop off, try to put things a little bit more passive, or Blitz will find the opening frag. It's Nexus. He's round number 12. Getting off to a very, very good start here.
Oh, and
I was saying
Coolio
that.
tries to deny that good start. It is still a 4 versus 3. Torsey, he's not been quiet, but he's not been standout. But Corey and Fleet, okay, well, that's a round for Nexus. I can't finish my sentence. And it is a 4th on the board for the squad. They are halfway there to equalising with Budapest 5, and only 3 more are needed on this half to stand a pretty solid chance of a comeback.
Oh, we're halfway there. But next,
living out of prayer.
yeah, Nexus doing a decent job of trying to get back into this. Sound putting up a pretty good performance so far. Currently sitting 10 and 10. The only player who is equal and not negative, essentially. Sound, if I'm right in saying, he's the ex-Game Agents player, and a pretty good play. I cast him a couple of times for Game Agents, and he was very good then.
Lovely.
And now he's looking decent for Nexus, but still a 4-round deficit. It's quite a lot to work with, especially now that they're in the 5 versus 4.
Well, I'd say 7 is what they needed because it's their map pick. They could probably make things work with 6. Their economy will not be very good if they lose this one. So if they were to lose a round, preferably it would be number 15 for them. Coolio, though, a great angle to deal with this onslaught towards ramp. Torsi as well with the smoke will cause even further havoc for Nexus. And now in this 5 versus 4 situation, Budapest 5 are very, very spread out, with the majority of them towards the A-bomb site still. This could be a blessing or a curse, as perhaps Nexus are changing their mind on B. Even more so with the util raining down, the Molotov as well, a massive hassle for them to deal with. Grenade drop down from ramp, won't do any damage. And Neokai, this is a very slow burning round.
Yeah, no, this... well, they've played the tempo very, very slow here, but now Coolio, he will be tested over towards B.
Well, they push out onto the site, and Coolio, I wouldn't even call that a test. I'd call that a tickle. SXC does claw one back, but 2 versus 4, 20 seconds on the clock. Coolio has already done more than enough, and Torsi, just to add insult to injury, chimes on in. SXC doesn't expect the man to be middle of the bomb site, and it's 9-4. What a way to make a living.
Yeah, exactly, indeed. And, well, 9-4. Budapest 5 back in control now, and Nexus, well, back in a bit of an awkward situation.
But if you want to be in control of your mobile gaming, then why not stay in the lead with 165 Hz refresh rate on the new Red Magic 6 series, the world's smoothest smartphone.
Oh, love to see it. 165 Hz, better than my monitor, so get hands on a little Red Magic phone, the world's smoothest smartphone. But Coolio, nade coming through in towards upper brown horse. That's a good chunk of damage. The Molotov as well will cause problems, but SXC does not care. Through the fire, through the flames, finds the frag as BTN finds one of his own towards Corey. Torsi in there for the trade, however.
Goodness me, it's still a possibility for Nexus, but Budapest 5 on the retake. They're hot on the heels, and Sound almost gets taken out on the cross. Will he even get the bomb down? Just about. A delayed reaction on the HUD for me there. As Sound does take a lot of damage from that grenade, and probably even more so from this AWP bullet, but the AWP misses. That's a big mistake. Fasher eventually finding the kill, meaning Torsi, the timing. Oh, the timing it's not going to matter. Nothing matters anymore. It's all down to BTN in the 1 versus 1. Molotov towards Fasher's position, and that should be enough to seal the round.
I should be indeed. I mean, timing, getting the better of the players here, and BTN, he will just try and stay alive here. Oh, they could still get it, but he has to stick the bomb here. Fasher has to stick it, and the M4 on S. BTN will find the frag. Very, very nice round from Nexus, and manages to stay alive as well. If that bomb had gone off, he was not surviving that. But Nexus, they put a 5th on the board, and heading into round number 15, the final round of half number 1. It's Nexus putting 5 in, an opportunity for a 9-6 half here.
Yeah, it's an opportunity, and with the weaponry to back it up, I'd say 6 is more than possible. I think Budapest 5 needs to be a bit more cautious than they have been. The retake almost successful, but just not enough time. A brilliantly done Molotov there by BTN. Either way, Budapest 5 are going to lose a man very early on. Zello, that's a nice frag. Now the 5 versus 4. His Nexus are geared up to take that 6th.
Yeah, they geared up here. A couple of shots coming through. Blitz doing a good shot of damage, and he actually going to find Corey through the spam in towards Pop Dog, finds a frag and brings it now to a 3 versus 5.
We love a good 3 versus 5 here, especially if you're a Nexus fan. No doubt, many Nexus fans here have been waiting for their team to show up today. They do pull a map off of Sangal. Can they pull 2 away from Budapest 5? Coolio now in the 1v5. Nice spray transfer attempt, but Zello shuts it down early. Coolio, 14-9. That's a pretty spicy scoreline to be having, as Fliev has a 2 KD. In the meantime, couple of players need to start picking themselves up on this Nexus squad if they really want to hammer it home on the opposition on the opposite side.
Yeah, this could be a quick result into how we're getting our playoff finish here, right? Budapest 5 looking pretty comfortable, has to be said, on Nexus' pick of train. And if they carry on with this momentum in their favour, well, it is going to be Budapest 5 taking map 1 away and guaranteeing themselves a playoff position. We have to reiterate because it's such an important factor.
I mean, yeah, again, it's still a little shocking that all of this series could come down to just this map. And Budapest 5, with a decent lead, stand a relatively good chance of doing so. However, it is the half switch. Nexus are now on the CT side. And, well, who knows what could happen. Nexus on the CT side of their own map pick could be a formidable force. Budapest 5 cannot take their feet off the burners.
Yeah, can't take their feet off the gas here for the current time being. We are just in a quick technical timeout, so hence why there is a slight extended break here in between half time. But hopefully we're getting underway in just a second as round number 16 will begin. I think this pistol round, it's pretty monumental for Nexus, right? If they can pick up this pistol round, they can tie things up 9-9 in terms of economy, right? They'll be coming into next round significantly better buy. Of course, Budapest 5, they'll probably adhere to the meta, and in doing so will force buy themselves. Losing that breaks that economy. That's Nexus tying things up 9-9 and maybe even push for a 10th, which gives them a real opportunity to get back into this.
Yeah.
And on CT side, it's very plurable.
There's a lot sitting on this pistol round, especially if Nexus can win the conversion. If they don't win the conversion, that's when things get very worrying. If they can win the pistol and the conversion, and probably the third off the back of the T economy, that is when we are looking at a very, very competitive or potentially dominant CT half for Nexus. Just quickly, though, to fill you all in on other news, Gambit have just lost to Team Spirit in the CIS RMR 2021 qualifiers. Not qualifiers, second round of Swiss.
Wow. So, I mean, that's what I love about that CIS region. There's so many teams there that can cause such a threat. Gambit, of course, being the number 1 seeded team in the world currently. Well, going down to Team Spirit. If I'm right in saying, they're top 10, if I'm right in saying, I can't remember the exact position, if that is correct.
Entropic is... I was about to say Entropic beat Na'Vi yesterday as well, 2-0, which is insane.
Do you know what? I called that, though, I have to say. I mean, obviously, it wasn't on stream, but I just say, I've been a massive supporter of that Entropic side since they were Winstrike. I've casted them so many times, especially since 2021 started. I reckon I've casted them at least 20 times. Such a good side, and Elian is ridiculously good player. Yeah, I mean, I really, really am a big fan of that roster. And when they were going against Na'Vi, who have had very middling form in recent times,
you're telling me.
Yeah, I said that we could really see an Entropic upset here, and well, it actually happened. It's a really, really big result for them, especially being that first game under the new org.
I know it was absolutely stunning, and I mean, I was really happy to see, because I'm a big supporter of the EPG family as well. They've come so far with no backing, and now they have an organization. They have the potential to be huge, and also I think Spirit are like 17th in the world at the moment or something.
Oh, okay.
They've had a pretty big dip, especially after losing to Virtus Pro in DreamHack Masters and getting knocked out.
Yeah,
but actually, talk about Blast events as well. Who do we think is going to be making it to the global finals this year?
Yeah, it's hard to call it, but we've seen so many teams who were once, dominant powers in the scene really have rough patches. I mean, one to mention straight off the bat, FaZe. I hate to say it, but
they're Sprout 1-2, yikes.
Looking terrible. And they're through map number 2 as well. They were like 14-9 up or something like that, and they threw it. I mean, FaZe, I hate to use the word, but they've been looking like terrible. Just terrible.
I'm telling you, FaZe is still the retirement home of professional players. Like Carrigan, he's going to die on that FaZe roster. I'm so sorry to say it to Carrigan like this, but
it's unfortunate, isn't it?
His fragging isn't consistent enough to be the IGL that can achieve greatness in today's meta. You need like a consistent Blame F rather than a Carrigan who is a brilliant mind. He's just not good enough in the fragging department a lot of the time. And he does have his moments. He does shine through sometimes. But honestly, I don't think he was the best pickup for FaZe.
Yeah, I think as an IGL, just purely an IGL, He's very good at calling,
Yes.
right? That's obviously what he's known for. But I think this new meta now, you need the fragging IGLs. You can't just be a very, solo tunnel vision player of IGL, I call, that is me. That's essentially why, I mean, again, a player that I love to bits. My profile picture on Steam, but Zeus, that was his biggest fault, right? A very smart player, but a very lackluster fragger.
Yeah, I mean, you say he's a very smart player. There's a Score Esports video on him, which is like the dumbest mastermind to ever play CS or something. Because Zeus, he did some very weird strats, but they somehow always worked in his favor. And his work ethic as like a captain in IGL, especially towards the later stages of Na'Vi, were laughable, to say the least. And I feel so bad for Simple, because they lost the Face It Major because of the old guard on that Na'Vi roster not taking it seriously.
Yeah, it was a bit of a questionable major run there for them. Some of the plays were not as we would expect, let's say, but either way, the tech pause is coming to an end in just a second. We'll get it on the way in round number 16. Hopefully the issues aren't too big of a problem. We've seen a few issues here and there in the CSGO scene recently. Luckily, not with Blast. Fantastic tournament organisers. No problems over here.
Fantasy Expo, shout out to you guys as well. You are amazing. Big Vu, much love. Producer Big Vu.
Behind the scenes, keeping us up to date with, well, everything. Much love, Big Vu.
And producer Big Food did reply to our sentiments there. And I'll tell you what you can do. Instead of listening to our little sentiments over here, why not head on down to Coinbase and see if you can make yourself some profitable crypto investments. Maybe become the world's next cryptillionaire, or just do what Sound is doing and tap away with that USPS. Corey's head taken clean off. And now Budapest 5 are looking hungry for this 10th round on the board. Torzi claps on back. I don't even know what's happening on the kill feed anymore. 4 versus 2 situation for the CT side. And Blitz finds another. Basher, 1 versus 2. Oh my goodness, there's a possibility. Basher demolishing in this round. Already 3 kills to his name. Can he clean up Zello? Yes, he can! Basher, that is legendary. 10 on the board to Budapest 5. And Nexus, that was a round they could not afford to lose.
This is Fasha's world and we're just living in it. What a round. Individual brilliance from the new man on the roster, finding a quad kill off the Sound found 2 to open things up. Fasha replies with 4 of his own and in immaculate fashion. What an individual showing from him. Isolated his fight brilliantly, and Fasha has done a stellar job of putting Budapest 5 up to 10 rounds on the board, and Budapest 5, the momentum still very, very heavily in their favour as they look dominant in map number 1.
All my homies love Fasha. The man is a stand-in and he can still pull off plays like that. What team is Fasha on right now? Is he a free agent?
I think he's actually trialling here, if I was right in saying. I'm not sure if that's actually true. I know he's definitely playing as part of, obviously, standing in here, but I have a feeling it was becoming more of a trial, but I'm not too sure if that's exactly correct. It's just, on the grapevine, let's say.
That's, well, you heard it through the grapevine.
It was ex-Lingby Vikings for a little bit. We spoke about that on Saturday.
Yeah,
and,
fair enough.
Had a fairly okay kind of performance over there. He's one of those players who we are seeing starting to pop up a lot more now. A player who dominates in places like FPL, right?
Hold on.
Hello. Oh,
Blitz,
no.
Oh, dear. Okay.
He's find the frag, though, and he drops the bomb. Okay, this actually could become and work in his favour, but Torzi's waiting to pounce, and he'll find the trade.
Zello now, excuse me for the voice crack, has a lot to deal with, and the timing is horrendous for the man. BTN now on the other scout, forced to do so much. A 1 versus 3, it just looks like a bridge too far on the Okai. I think this could just be Budapest 5 slowly walking away with their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, no, I do have to agree with you. And actually, as we mentioned earlier, Budapest 5, if they pick up just one map, if they pick up this map here, it's Budapest 5 who will go through to the playoffs. The flank coming through. Torzi will shut down BTN, and Budapest 5 put a very, very comfortable 11th round on the board. They have been looking stellar so far in map number 1, and I'm sure it will carry on exactly the same throughout the rest of not only this map, but this series. Budapest 5, they lead 11-6.
Well, 5-round lead for the opponents, or at least the opponents of the map pickers. Can they continue a pretty stylish style of play so far? Grenade thrown in early towards B upper brown horse by Corey. He spots out a man with the Desert Eagle. Doesn't actually do any damage through the wall there. Bit of a surprise. But now a 3-man rotation heads to B. Bomb hasn't made up its mind just yet, but it's slowly shifting towards brown horse as a lot of space is made by Fliav in Ivy. If he sees Zello on top of the train, that's game over for the A-bombs. Oh, hello. I believe Zello spots the man first. But
Fliav
decimates him anyway as sound caves in the face of Corey.
Yeah, no, this is becoming quite interesting. The Mac 10 looking to make it even more deadly. Finds 3 in towards Connector, putting 4th on the board. He's looking for the 8. It's all on to one man. Sound Torzy will spot him and he will go down as well. Actually, Coolio quicken for the trade. That's Budapest 5 putting 12 rounds on the board. They lead with a 6-round advantage over Nexus. So one thing quickly I do want to mention, I've seen it being discussed in the chat, so it's easier if we just say it on the stream. So here's how things will play out in terms of this matchup. Of course, the final match of the day for Budapest 5. Any map they pick up here, if it's a 2-1 in favour of Nexus, it's still Budapest 5 who go through to the playoffs. If they pick up map number 1 against Nexus, they're guaranteed, no matter how the other 2 maps play out, they are guaranteed to go through to the playoffs. Nexus, for them to go through to the playoffs, they need a straight 2-0 here. No matter what the rounds are, a 2-0. Sangal, they will not make it to the playoffs. That is how things will play out. So if Budapest 5 pick up a single map, they are through.
If Budapest 5 win this map, do you think we can get the producer to DM the players and say, can we have a show match?
Show match, negatives only.
That'd be so much fun. Yeah, like we have to call the strats.
Yeah, me and you IGLing either side.
That would be so much fun. Yeah, Julie's only voice, or like auto snipers only. But you know, we should probably get back to the game at hand as Fasha decimates 2 more skulls. Zello, that's a lovely flick onto Fliav, and Zello, that's a lovely flick onto Fasha. He's keeping them alive in this round. Can he find another one? Yes, he can. Zello, is he on for the ace here? He's got the perfect positioning for it, but no. Oh, okay. It's a 4K. He gets very close. SXE steals a kill away from him. Nexus do put up a 7th, though, and that was a dominant 7th round on the board.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. A dominant showing there from Nexus. They've answered right back at the absolute best time.
Yeah, there's no better time to win a game, and there's no better time to upgrade your inventory. So if you are looking to get the skins you lust for, why not upgrade your inventory today through CS.money? You can either buy your skins with cash, or you can upgrade using skins you have lying around in your inventory. And if you pay with cash, you can get a 30% deposit bonus, courtesy of our friends at Blast and CS.money. Click the link below and do that whilst Blitz tries not to eat a grenade.
Exactly. Head over to CS Money. You can find yourself some nice skins like that Jaguar right there.
Rawr. And I'm never going to make that noise again.
Yeah, please don't.
I will not. Don't you worry. As Fasha heads into B upper brown halls, he just wants to find a nice little entry here. Cello on the receiving end of some bullets. As Fasha is on fire, just ruins the day of sound. SXE, it's a good trade, a really good trade. Puts him in a nice position to continue a round streak. And that's a stellar grenade straight on back towards the Budapest 5 squad. If they want to capitalize on anything in this round, they're going to have to go relatively quickly. And they do. Corey, it's a lovely drop down bop dog, and they listen to my advice from beyond the grave.
Yeah, nice shot there from Corey. Finding one of those towards Blitz, bringing it back to a 4 versus 2, but still Budapest 5 in a very dominant position. But SXE, this could work in his favour. It's all about timing on who sees who through the smoke first. Fasha will spot the head. Zello, good for the trade, however. Brings it now to a 3 versus 1, but it's going to be a tough 3 versus 1.
I'll tell you what, I prefer to have Fasher on my team than Flusher with the way he's playing right now.
Yeah.
Very similar sounding names, very different play styles and personalities. Honestly, so impressed by the young gun. I'm very impressed by everyone on the Budapest 5 squad today. Torzi, especially in the first map, Fasha as a stand-in going 21-12, putting up an obscene number of multi-kill rounds. And now with the bomb down by Budapest 5, all Zello can do is save that lovely-looking Orb Dragon Lore, which you can also cop from CS.money, don't you forget.
Exactly. There we go. Heading over there.
Well, there's not much else to do in this round except watching Orb get saved by Zello. No one anywhere near him. That's the 13th on the board now, guy.
13th on the board, and Budapest 5, again, still looking very, very comfortable. They're keeping that 6-round buffer as well, which makes things very difficult for Nexus. Heading into this next round, it's just that one AWP saved across and a pretty awkward buy everywhere else, essentially. We're going to see the upgraded pistols be picked up by the rest of the Nexus sides. They look to try and keep a grasp on this game of Budapest 5. This is a very, very good opportunity to put 14 on the board.
Yeah, now is as good a time as any, and Fasha is very hungry for frags.
So confident, isn't it? I think that's such a big factor into why we're seeing him play so well. The confidence that's exuberating from Fasha at the moment has been just immaculate, to say the least. He's playing out of his mind at the moment and not allowing Nexus even an opportunity to get into this game.
And Pliav, he checks his corners. SXC gets nothing done. 5v4 again, and BTN, that's a stellar little 1D he finds, but Corey's hot on the trade. Fasha, it's another one to the tally. He's unstoppable. I honestly don't know what we can do to deny Fasha his just innumerable fragging. Apart from that 1D from Blitz onto Coolio, but it's the wrong man. And God, down he goes. Fliav, he just seals the deal. Seals a piece of lead into the skull of his not-so-formidable opponents in Nexus, and Zello last alive again. A familiar story of him saving the AWP, but it's a flip side of the map.
Yeah, just going to try and keep it. I mean, obviously, it's a very, very expensive investment, so just trying to keep this AWP ticking over into Nexus, and he won't manage to do so successfully. Budapest 5 went and cleared all other 3 out of 4 corners. Unfortunately, didn't find him, but it's Budapest 5 putting 14 on the board, now having a 7-round buffer.
Well. Double the scoreline and double the hertz of some people's monitors. If you want to head on down and grab yourself a Red Magic 6 series, the world's smoothest smartphone with 165 hertz refresh rate, it's just an unstoppable machine when it comes to mobile gaming. And I'll tell you what else looks like an unstoppable machine, Neokai. I think you know my answer. It's only Budapest 5.
Exactly. They are pretty much untouchable for the time being. Nexus, who on the preferred side of CT side, are getting completely outclassed there. We reiterate it again, Budapest 5 only need this one map and they guarantee themselves a playoff position, and BTN finding one. But it's one of those towards Fasha, making things a little bit more of a competitive game here as he's going to fall back in towards Sandwich, make that back red swing from Pop Dog though, finding the damage onto the second, and he finds a second kill. Now, the damage on towards SAC becomes problematic in this 3 versus 3 because a strong gust and he's out of this round.
Pliav is a monster with that spray. Obviously, he can't realise it as a man behind the smoke. He does obscene damage too. But it's a comfort, at least, for Budapest 5 as a squad. Bomb is hanging back for the time being. Doesn't want to show itself. Keep the element of surprise very much on the side of Budapest 5. Nexus can do nothing but wait. They send a lone defender to the B bomb site. As SXE and Zello look to lock down A, they see a foot. What will they do off the back of this information? Zello picks off the frag. Are they going to realise that there's a player on top of green and another man in sandwich? I do not know, but there's a lot lying on SXE's head here, especially now Zello goes down. SXE picks up one with the AWP. With only 15 seconds left to go, a fake plant comes in. That's huge from Torzi. That is a monstrous frag to be finding. And now SXE, he's pushing on round. I don't know why he's waiting so long. He knows the bomb has to go down. And Torzi! It's a huge clutch play from the man. Pliav and Torzi, what a round as Budapest 5 find their 15th on the board. And that is the most emotion I have seen from Torsey this entire tournament.
What a way to clutch it out as well. Immaculate from Torsey. Played it to perfection. The tap plan, brilliantly, very, very smartly played. Allowed him to repeat, find the frag, catch the opponent off guard. Then he got the bomb down planting towards mid-train and just isolated that fight. Even though it was low HP, the old quickscope, good enough for frag as Budapest 5 are on to map and playoff point.
Shout out to Chevon Crack in chat for constantly backing the boys, singing the Halfway There song, even in the midst of total failure. Corey, a double entry, and Torsey continues on the trek. A very short trek, maybe more of a hike, as this game has been a very swift wrap-up, all down to SXE. He finds one. What more can he do? Picks up Fashion, now in the 1 versus 3. It's a possibility, but no! Torsey denies, and ladies and gentlemen, Budapest 5 seal the deal. They make themselves a spot in playoffs, and now the rest of this series is just for fun.
Yeah, the rest of this series, unfortunately for the likes of NEXUS, means absolutely nothing. Budapest 5 have guaranteed themselves a place in the playoffs now by picking up map number 1, and, well, what a way to do it as well. You see the emotions from towards there. With a very, very good map, but it has to be said again, Fasher, what a performance from him.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best we've seen all tournament. We've seen some... I mean, every team in Blast Rising seems to have one exceptional individual.
Yeah.
And Fasher, despite being the stand-in, was that guy today. And he came in with fight. He came in fighting. He just dismantled this NEXUS squad. And I don't know if NEXUS are even going to want to play in this next map, to be honest. It doesn't mean a thing for them. As I said,
heartbreaking.
It would be great for us to be able to grab a team each, have a bit of a show match, cause some strat roulette. But I don't know if that's going to be able to happen.
Highly
Either
doubtful.
way, just a big congratulations to Budapest 5. And I guess have fun.
Yeah, it's like we mentioned this earlier, right? For NEXUS coming into these next couple of maps, if they even get to the final of Decider, but Overpass especially, it is an opportunity for them to practice on a map in which has not been in their map pool the entirety of 2021 so far. So for them, I think even though, of course, it's heartbreaking that they cannot get into the playoffs no matter how this game plays out, I think for them, they are still going to be glad of the opportunity to just try and practice a little bit on Overpass. It's going to be seen as a scrim here. So for them, they can obviously be quite sodom about the result, right? Obviously, it's quite sad they can't get to playoffs, but they can see the silver lining. They get to practice against a very, very informed and a very good side of Budapest 5 on a map which they haven't played at all in 2021, a map in which they are not comfortable on. So it's an opportunity to improve as a team.
Yeah, it is, but this is the very reason why round robin format for tournaments has now been phased out due to the opportunity for, you know, a pointless game, for example. And a pointless game, as iBuyPower once proved, is a bit of a risk. And also, as a couple of the Wings Up squad managed to prove in earlier tournaments, it's, you know, it's obviously, I don't think there's going to be any throwing going on, but what is there left to play for? You've been eliminated from a tournament, and this was like the 4th elimination attempt. I mean, NEXUS, as I said, they can attempt to boost their stats here, but honestly, there's just not much for them to be able to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a strange map, but as I mentioned, an opportunity to hopefully have a little bit of a fun time on towards Overpass. Either way, we're going to be heading to a very quick break before we get underway in map number 2. It'll be Overpass, the pick of Budapest 5. So stick around, and we'll see you all in just a moment.
I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. I can imagine what a weight you bear, but me, I'll be just fine. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. I left the pages in my schedule, but they're falling hard. Find me on your way out, I'll be right here. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. The sky is sunny, but the clouds are running in my head. I'm thinking maybe I would rather play the part instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a rather unusual situation where Budapest 5 have already made it to the playoffs, but they're still up to 2 maps left to play. One of those being Overpass, which was picked by Budapest 5.
Yeah.
That should be a win for them, as it is a map that has not yet been played by Nexus this year. And I don't think their iteration have ever played it more than once, if ever.
It's a strange one, isn't it? It's a bit of a weird situation, but yeah, as you mentioned, like, it is a weird situation that we're in. So Budapest 5, no matter how the rest of this game plays out, Nexus could 16-0 both of these next 2 matches, and it would make 0 difference. Budapest 5 are going through to the playoffs. That is guaranteed. There's no debate in that. Hey, you see that they're up on your screens. But yeah, Budapest 5, they are going through to this next stage, going through to the playoffs, and congratulations to them for it. They've had a very, very good run coming through, and, well, they've guaranteed themselves a playoff spot. However, we've still got at least a map to play, maybe even 2, depending on how this next map plays out. We're heading into Overpass as well. As you mentioned, Sam, I mean, Nexus, they have not played Overpass at all in the last 3 months. Not on HLTV. They may have played it in the scrims, which of course we don't really have any data on, but they have not played at all on an HLTV situation. So for them here, it's a bit of a strange situation. They're playing on a map which they're not comfortable on. But at the same time, something that we mentioned at the end of the last map, that this is an opportunity for them to get essentially a scrim, but a HLTV scrim.
No, pretty much. And as much as we did try, and actually, no, to be honest, I think there's still the opportunity for Nexus to win this map.
Oh yeah,
I really don't know what's going to happen when they come into this one. It's very hard to predict a result on a result that doesn't really pay dividends towards anything. It's really, I say it's really down to Nexus on how this game goes. Because Budapest 5, you know, they probably already cracked open the champagne. It was a rocky road for them, but they finally made it somehow to the Blast Rising playoffs.
Yeah, do you know what though? Deserve. They've actually been looking pretty good recently. I think momentum has really taken a toll on its team. We saw it in there on towards Train, a map in which we know Nexus are very comfortable on. Budapest 5 dominant pretty much all the way through. A very, very strong performance from them. And coming into Overpass, I'm expecting to see more of the same. We have already seen Budapest 5 play on Overpass on Saturday, and they looked pretty confident then. I mean, of course, they were against Nordavind, so a little bit of a tougher opponent, let's say. But still some real moments of brilliance there. Some silver linings in that loss that they picked up against Nordavind. So,
yeah,
I think there's an opportunity for them here to really assert their dominance. We saw it a little bit on train already. Nexus, they've got a tough task here coming in against this side who are in such good form on a map they don't play.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. There's no real hope left for Nexus here. The only hope is that Budapest 5 are so lax after already qualifying that they just come in and slap them with a puggy style of play. And whilst that would be very entertaining to watch, in fact, it would be very entertaining to watch Nexus win, but it would also be equally as heartbreaking because it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
congrats, you've got to win, but it's okay. Go enjoy your scrim. Is my advice to Nexus here.
For Budapest 5, though, of course, as you mentioned, you know, they could play this very lax. They've guaranteed themselves already into the playoffs. But I would actually really like to see Budapest 5 show some, some respect, essentially, to Nexus. Of course, they know they're already through, and at the same time, Nexus, they must be quite heartbroken because this was an opportunity, their last opportunity as well, to make it through to this playoff stage. But for Budapest 5, I would love to see them just show some respect. And you know what? We'll give them the respect they deserve. We'll give them a proper game. We won't take the mick here. We'll actually play this properly, the way it's meant to be played.
Yeah.
And the way they played against Nordavind, of course, that was a loss against Nordavind. But as we mentioned, a different level of side. But I would love to see Budapest 5 show the respect that Nexus, to a degree, do deserve because they're by no means a bad side. But either way, we're getting on the way in round number 1 of map number 2.
That was a cheeky set of B-hops there. Sorry to interrupt.
No, we do love a little bit of a KZ god.
But yeah, Budapest 5, they're looking pretty stellar, having fun. Corey just deletes Zello, and Fascia deletes SXE. He's on for more. He finds more. Finally, a trade from Sound, and he's a Sound lad, I'm sure, but only a single trade frag isn't the best when Budapest 5 already have an A-bomb site.
Yeah, already have an A-bomb site. Fascia getting off to the start. Well, the way he finished on train, a very, very dominant performance from him. Sound now, can you be careful as he makes way into a short water, relatively scot-free, but as we mentioned, the A-bomb site is completely compromised. Bomb will go down momentarily as a retake will ensue, and BTN's already taken a good chunk of damage. They're trying the first frag though on towards Fliav, and now in this 2 versus 3 situation, there's actually still potential here for Nexus.
Yeah, and if they retake this one together, they play for trades. Admittedly, they will need to get 2 for the price of 1, and Corey immediately denies. Corey...
How?
3k in the round, an excellent pistol from him. And Budapest 5 continue to vibe. What can I say?
Yeah, loving life, Budapest 5. They pick up a pretty confident pistol round. They're getting off to the start the way they finished on train. Dominant in doing so. It's 2 for Fascia, 3 for Corey. That's Budapest 5. Economy-wise, starting to look very confident indeed. We're going to see the AKs collected by Fliav, Fascia, and Corey, supported by a Mac 10 and a Galil for Torzi. A decent amount of utility for Nexus, though. Not finding too much in terms of the fragging department, so their economy coming to next will be pretty lackluster, and Fliav opens things up, dropping the scout of Zello.
Well, I mean, the scout, the most heavily invested into weapon, already dropped out of the round. Again, things looking pretty promising for Budapest 5, and now the rifles, they push on in. Fliav finds BTN, and this is a defeated Nexus side, both literally and figuratively, a defeated Nexus side. Blitz pulling some antics at the bottom of ladder and connector. SXE, he's going to go for some 1-digs. Corey and Fascia, they double entry now. It's all down to Blitz, and he's probably just going to blitz his way out of this round as quickly as possible. Moving in towards the monster position, seeing if he can catch a player off guard. But there's no one really here for him to deal with.
Yeah, no one really here to even face the fight. The bomb's gone down in this 5 versus 1. It's been a dominant round number 2 in favour of Budapest 5. It looks to make it even worse. Sonic Corey will dome Blitz out of this round as it's a flawless second round on the board for Budapest 5 as they remain flawless in map number 2. Their pick of Overpass. They're starting on that T side, which to some teams, it's actually a preferred start. So they're looking pretty confident here, and economy-wise, looking very, very confident indeed. For the likes of NEXUS, it'll be the second part of this double eco for them heading into round number 3.
Yeah, just quickly, chat, let's cool it with the regional politics. I feel like we all just need to take a step back and enjoy the ride that is an interesting knockout best of 3, to say the least. But come on now, let's cool it off. There's no need. And as we head our way into another 4 versus 4, SXE pulls off a nice pistol 1-tap. The bomb will be going down on B, and NEXUS creep their way back towards A, probably going for a heaven retake here. I think they're doing strat roulette now, to be honest. They're having fun with it. They're crab walking towards the B bomb site and seeing what they can get done.
Yeah, maybe trying to look, see if we can find just an exit frag. If they pick themselves up an AK as well, it's good for that economy. We speak about it time and time again, but it's one of those factors that sort of makes up your momentum. And, well, with the bomb going to go off, it's going to be a 4 versus 4 situation in which Budapest 5 managed to escape essentially scot-free here. No frags only found towards the end. They're looking to maybe make things a little bit more awkward. Fashion finding one. He's actually going to be swung here, and he might go down. He will. BTN is going to find the frag, but he'll go down to the bomb, and it'll be just SXE to survive, but with only a pistol in hand. Not quite the round NEXUS were hoping for.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, regardless of what NEXUS were hoping for, if you want to take control of your economy, then why not tap into the world of crypto with Coinbase? Over at Coinbase.com, you can invest as little or as much as you want into the world of cryptocurrency. And you can also earn cryptocurrency just by learning how the whole system works, reading through advice written by the experts for free over at Coinbase.com.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And, well, into round number 4 already. It's going to be a bit of a better buy for the CT side. We're seeing the 3 M4s picked up, that 1 AUG, and the AWP supported by Dello, who is actually the only positive player. What a shot from Flea after opening things up, though.
Yeah, and as he opens things up, the A bomb site is also completely open. There's a player in long bathrooms. He's just vibing. Blitz is just having a giggle. And, well, I mean, he continues to jiggle pick the angle, assuming he's going to wait for the bomb to go down. He'll push up with his teammate. Now, Torzi, the menace himself, is holding that angle down. Blitz needs to be so very careful of this. Completely unawares, walks in towards Torzi. Torzi goes back, finds the shot, finds the kill. Basher taps away onto Zello. It's a dismantling. It's a decimation. Budapest 5 are cakewalking. They're moonwalking through NEXUS, who are... Yeah, I think NEXUS may have given up slightly.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of their morale, they must be feeling pretty defeated here. This was their last shot at making it through towards this next stage, and unfortunately, well, it's not quite works that way. Budapest 5, they have guaranteed themselves a playoff place, and NEXUS, we mentioned as well, this is not a map that they're very comfortable on, so for them, they're just, you know, just testing the waters, I guess, on a map which isn't their most comfortable.
Well, I mean, in the meantime, if the chat has any interesting questions for the pair of us, you're more than welcome to go ahead and ask. Tag either of us in the comments, and we'll see if we can get back to you. As NEXUS... Dorsey, that's just dirty. He's going to find the header blitz. And now a B stack for NEXUS as they sort of invest into round number 5. And they will push out towards B short water. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is here. No doubt playing for trades. They are going to hear a man towards Connector, and Fasher, if he's not careful, could get 1D to Oblivion. And that is what will happen. An AK saved over for the NEXUS squad. Means it's back to a winnable 4 versus 4. But whether or not they'll want to go for a retake is another question.
Yeah, it's definitely winnable here, though. The bomb will go down, and actually they're making the decision they are going to try and go for this one here. They're making their way over, looking for something. The spam coming through, not going to find anything. It's Corey finding one, Marcelo one of his own. The quick trade, bringing it back to the 3 versus 3, but Corey looking to make even more of an impact on this round. The spam from Sound, though, finds the frag, and Coolio now is going to be surrounded from all angles. Finds the first, isolates the fight in towards Dumpster. We'll find one, spots one in towards top Dumpster, on towards Bank as well. Stays alive for the time being. They're playing Ring Around the Roses, and Zello finds his own frag. It's all onto one man in the 1 versus 1.
Bliav, he's playing with his prey. Zelo doesn't have enough time to defuse. He misses a shot. I think he forgets to left click. And that's a said and done deal for Budapest 5 as they pick up a 5, keeping to their namesake. I like the. I must say, I'm quite a fan of the man who said, "Imagine being an expert in magic internet money." To be fair, cryptocurrency, it's not magic, but it is internet money. There is a lot you can do with cryptocurrency. You know, you invest a little and come out with a lot if you're careful.
Yeah, but of course, you know, do your research.
Yes, we are not experts. The people over at Coinbase.com are. So
by learning, you can earn some cryptocurrency as well. It's a win-win situation. Corey finds the first kill with Sound in for the trade, looking to make even more damage and more of an impact. He finds a double.
And they continue this on to their first round on the board. It is the CT side of Overpass. And after giving up the initial 5 rounds, it is always nice to come back in on the 6th. Budapest 5, though, they're still playing pretty strong. I wouldn't rule them out of the thing just yet. A team flash towards Fliav does allow him to walk at a connector. There's no one to really contest right now. But, well, Budapest 5, they are still at the disadvantage. This should be a Nexus round on the board.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting here. I mean, especially with under a minute left on the clock and Coolio on low HP. They are doing a good job of locking things down. Torzi waiting for the smoke to fade, but, you know, they can take their sweet time in. Now it's going to fade away. BTN playing in towards that short position, waiting for a frag. They tried to go for a boost, but that's a sound cue given away, and I think it's a pretty much decided round. For Budapest 5, they may even go for a save here. Of course, that economy is significantly better, but Flash comes over, and Torzi finds the first.
BTN pulls one back though towards short, and it is a 2 versus 3. The rotations are coming in thick and fast, and I thought that was a team kill from Fliav, I'll be honest with you, Neokai. It isn't a team kill, it is just another on Vitali. Fliav, that's disgusting. Cello, he's removed from the game, and it's now down to the 1 versus 1. Blitz spamming through the smoke as the bomb will be planted just in the nick of time. Blitz doesn't push on in. I don't know what he thinks about this being a fake. Fliav now dancing around that bomb site in the 1 versus 1. Falls off the short, and he's left in a 1 versus 1 against Blitz, who's had a not so good start to Overpass.
Yeah, no, do have to agree. It's not been the easiest of starts here. Oh, Fliav. Oh, going to find the frag. He's done it in an excellent fashion. In the 4 versus 3, he clutches out 1 versus 3 there. And, well, it's brilliant stuff as Budapest 5 remain flawless.
Oh, look, Kronos has a cute little dog in the background.
Oh, look at that, a little supporter.
He's woken up from his slumber, and that's something I can't say the same for Nexus. Yeah, Sound ain't too happy. I think Nexus realised that they're just playing for the sake of playing, and that would get on my nerves as well, I'll be honest with you. Like,
It's slightly heartbreaking for them, to say the least. But,
it's not fun to watch, is it?
Well, I mean, we can maybe make the most of it. Fully, I'm going to go for the flash in towards Monster.
I when I said it's not fun to watch, I meant more their webcam reactions. It's quite harrowing, really.
Yeah, you can tell they're obviously quite upset, and you can see why. I mean, they needed a 2-0. That was their last saving grace, and unfortunately, it's just not quite worked in that favour.
Yeah, that 1D does, as Blitz picks up his first kill of the game. Now the 4 versus 4 situation leaves us in interesting territory. Flashbang in towards connector for Blitz will allow his teammates to peek round the corner, but it looks like an A finish for Budapest 5. And Nick, I apologise. I believe I interrupted you earlier.
Did you? Oh, I don't know. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. Either way, BTN does spot one in towards mid, but a pop shot doesn't quite connect, and Blitz has gone for the retake here as he makes his way in towards bank. Molotov will hinder his progress, however, as Corey will successfully get this bomb down, and the post-bomb positions begin to be set up. Blitz avoids that flashbang perfectly, though, and Fasha will be dropped.
Julio trades straight on back, as does Corey. They're looking for more. They're looking for utter decimation, domination, and Corey is rewarded with it. And it's just a never-ending cycle of pain for Nexus as Budapest 5 put 7 up on the board, and they look to take away their own map pick of Overpass in a dazzling fashion. Can we see our second 16-0 of the tournament? I would be up for it.
Yeah, this is the thing as well for Nexus. Of course, the morale is pretty low after they know they can't make it through to the next stage, and then on top of that as well, this is a map they do not like playing. It's a map which they haven't played in the last 3 months on HLTV, a map in which they don't obviously play a lot at all. So for them, they are being outclassed by a side like Budapest 5, which this map is in their map pool. And Sangal picks the first with a quick trade, the double swing. Good to bring it back to a 4 versus 4, but Blitz might make things a little bit more awkward.
Yeah, it could be a bit more awkward, especially as Vasher pulls out utility on the push. Now it is a 4 versus 3 for Budapest 5 to wriggle their way out of. Make that a 3 versus 3 as Fliev appears as if by magic. And now as we continue down this treacherous path, BTN is going to look to find another frag to the tally. He will take down the AK player of Fliev. And now the 2 versus 3 is on the cards. It's been won before. Can they win it again? SXE, not if he has something to say about it. Finishes off 1 and a second. No 16-0 today, as Nexus are going to continue the fight.
Yeah, continuing the fight, and Nexus thankfully putting a round on the board for them and bringing this deficit down to only 6. Of course, it's a long, long road to recovery, but we're not going to count them out just yet. We'll give them a fighting chance.
Yeah, show me the way to Amarillo, Neokai.
Exactly. Show me the way. Is this the way to Amarillo?
Sweet Maria waits for me.
Yeah, I'll be hugging my pillow.
Sweet dreams of Amarillo.
What a tune as well. I wanted that one in a good decade.
Banging song, banging tunes. You know, very dodgy karaoke bars. Always a classic. Ever been to a school disco?
Yeah, exactly. Big memories of Peter Kay as well.
Big tunes. Peter Kay's Carpool as well. That was a banging show. That was a lot of fun.
Good show. Good music in that as well.
Would recommend if you like the.
It's very English humour, though. I would say. I think.
Yeah.
Americans, to a degree, don't really understand that sense of humour. Like the difference between the American and the UK.
Americans
office.
with sense of humour? Question mark.
Yeah, it sounded very negative of me. Of course, it's lovely American humour, but different styles of humour. Let's go with that.
Yeah. Ooh, Torzi picks off Zello. And Zello, which was pronounced cello by Kronos, makes me think that my whole life has been a lie. Perhaps it is pronounced cello.
Maybe, actually. Should we go with that? Should we go with cello?
Should we go with cello? Should we switch up the game?
Yeah, we'll spice it up a little bit. Keep everyone on their toes.
I mean, cello has been instrumental for Nexus. This cellos, dearie me.
Okay, no, you can leave now. I'll take over this cast. Oh, look at this. Go for a knife. Do it. Go on. Just spice it up. You know you want to go for a knife here.
Oh, there's no way he actually makes it. Oh, the bomb's being planted. No, he goes for the denial instead.
The timing as well. They won't be able to get the bomb down in time. It's brilliant. He has to go for the kill in the 1 versus 1 here. Fliev's low on HP. He has to go for this kill here. SSE, just stay alive and you win this. Stay alive and you win this. Oh, and he finds the frag to make it even better. It's a second round on the board for Nexus. And, well, SSE's played that perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, he really does. SXE is never a man to go down without a fight, and he continues to prove that here and now. Torzi is a shame, hits some banger shots. I cannot believe nobody is prepared for the long flank. And Fliev is so far away, he can't even jump in to help his teammates. Now the economy's actually pretty dicey on the side of Budapest 5. Nexus may want to consider pulling their way back into their opponent's map pick. But again, it's not one they have any experience on. It will be a very tough endeavour.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest comeback into this game. Still a 5-round deficit. Oh, but look at this. They're going for the aggressive play, and Sound looks to make things expensive. The ult falling back may have cost his teammate his life there, but Corey will find the trade. Cello, nice shot. For Corey again, finding yet another, and the AK spraying towards heaven. As Fliev finds one arm, Molotov drops into a shore. They got the sound cue on the information, and BTN's left in a very awkward situation.
AUG in the 1 versus 2. He spams on down, and both of these players are but a hit away from death. He will force his way out. He walks straight past the bomb planter, and Corey, will he expect a man over towards water? No, he will not. Fliev now in the 1v1. If he swings round pillar at the wrong angle, it will be his demise. Both players now relatively low. It's 2 bullets for BTN and 1 for Fliab. Down goes Fliab to BTN. And a bit of knife wielding for the fun of it. That's going to be a 3rd on the board for Nexus. And they are starting to treat this a bit more like a pug or a scrim now.
Yeah, it's good to see as well. And also, at the same time, it's good to see Budapest 5 actually showing the respect as well. Of course, mention for them, they know they've already made it through to that next stage, but they are still showing respect to their opponents who they've essentially already defeated. Cello, nice couple of shots from him, but it was Corey who did pick up that trade before he himself was traded out. And in that 1v1 situation, it was essentially about who saw who first.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's just a brilliant readjustment from BTN as well. Does clip him through the wood. There was time for the T to adjust himself, but no, well played by BTN. And the game continues. Julio looking for that frag through the smoking underpass in connector. But it's Cello to start things off with some gorgeous plays in middle blitz as well. Spinning round, doing 180s. He's like a Beyblade in connector. Deals with absolutely everybody, leaving just Torzi in the 1 versus 4.
Yeah, now Torzi is in a bit of a rough situation here. It's a 1 versus 4. And Nexus, this is an opportunity for them to maybe pick up a 4th round on the board, and it's looking very, very much like that. Torzi has to pull off something monumental here.
And that's pretty good to start off with. 1 versus 3, completely winnable. And if there was ever a map to do it on, I would pick Overpass as my preference. I think Overpass and Vertigo are the best maps to be in a clutch situation on, in my humble opinion. Admittedly, that's a little biased because that is just going off of my own Faceit stats. I feel like it's a lot easier to isolate fights on Overpass and Vertigo. Vertigo because people are still adjusting to the map, despite it being in the pool for over a year now. Overpass because it is such a big map. There is so much room to make plays on, and often players are isolated in their rotations, and you can catch them off guard. That is the beauty of Overpass for a clutch style player like Zipex, for example.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think both maps, they do have this sort of their benefits, let's say, and well, either way, it's Nexus putting a 4th on the board, and this means for Budapest 5, it is going to be a pretty rough eco coming into next. They're going to have just the upgraded pistols, maybe a small amount of utility, but I'm not expecting a lot at all. If they're prioritizing the Deagles, a little bit of armor as they try and find something in round number 12 for Nexus. They've done a good job of getting back into this.
Yeah, no, they haven't ruled themselves out. It's a lovely little smoke down there towards Monster. And Nexus are looking to deny an 8th on the board for Budapest 5. And up against 5 Deagles, you'd like to hope they'd be able to pull off such a feat. But Torzi, looking rather menacing, peeks in with the Prince Stream. Some fancy purple gloves to go alongside as Corey does the same. Love a good print stream, does me, especially with stickers. Rather shiny, rather snazzy.
Agreed. Especially when you can pick it up from CS Money as well.
I like that. Saucy plug.
What can I say? Gotta plug the sponsors.
You do. Actually, speaking of sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you like to Elite Gaming for sending me one of their chairs. Massive shout out to the guys. It's a pretty comfy seat. I would recommend hop on down to Elite Gaming today and nab yourself a chair or enter the Blast giveaway and see if you can get yourself one for free as a winner of that. Blitz and Cello, though, they're looking to win the hard way through fierce fighting as Corey trades one back at long last. 4 versus 2 against the Desert Eagles means Blitz steals away the bomb and Corey, meaning Fliab is now down to the 1v4. With nothing more than the hand cannon.
Yeah, a lot to find here with just the hand cannon. It's not really the easiest situation once again, but if you can make things a little bit more expensive for Nexus, well, that's one way to do it. He'll be traded out quickly by Blitz, however, and, you know, just making things a little bit more expensive, I guess, is a slight silver lining in the round, but it is going to be Nexus putting 5 on the board and bringing this deficit down to only 2 from what was looking like a complete and utter stomp. They've now made this a significantly more doable round, or doable map, let's say.
Indeed. I mean, we were calling, 16-0 back when it was a 7-0 scoreline, but now with 5 in a row for Nexus, Budapest 5 have ground to a bit of a halt. And, maybe Nexus could look at adding this to the pool. I feel like the circumstances in which they need to trial this map could be a little different. But no, this is a nice little scrim to get things started. Corey narrowly misses his grenade onto the CT rotating to be short water. But now, in this 5 versus 5, it's looking pretty promising for Nexus, I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, absolutely agreed. Nexus once again getting off to a good start. That dink does help as well. Fasher dink down to 46 points of health, and that's not the way you want to start off round number 13 with Nexus so hot on their tails.
Yeah, I think Budapest 5 got very complacent. I got complacent watching the game and ruled Nexus out far too early on. They are still going to fight for this one, even if the result is painful for them to fathom. They are going to go down fighting just like the Nexus we've come to know and love in Blast Rising.
To be fair, can't count them out for a map 3 just yet. It would be cool to see Mirage come out from these two sides. That would be a very, very puggy affair.
I definitely feel like it. The day has been long and these players have been in the server for hours now. Fliev, though, he's determined to close things here and now. That's a nice double entry for him. And now the 5 versus 3 situation.
Yeah, now already a couple of shots popping off, and Torzi finds SXC, leaving 2 remaining Nexus players. And I think they're going to make the informed decision to fall away, keep hold of these weapons, sticking over into the next round. Despite Blitz having a pretty decent economy in the long term, it's not quite the same situation for Sound, who only has $600 left in the bank. And Corey went chasing, but won't quite have the speed to catch up. But in fact, hello, this could become awkward. If he finds a frag here, oh no, Blitz. He'll shut things down. Fliev dropped, and what was looking like it was going to be a flawless 8th round, he actually gifted away an AK over towards the CT side.
There's not actually that much money on the...
And that's made it worse as well. Sound had only 600 in the bank, and now he only has 2 grand. It's just 1 AK being saved across into the next.
It's not the end of the world. Look how much money Blitz has, so he can drop over some FAMASs. That is a 3 FAMAS buy, and someone else can invest into the SMG here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... It's not the best situation for Nexus on the webcams. Blitz looking pretty happy with his performance in that previous round, though.
He's been playing well.
He has been playing very well. As has SXE. He's had a couple of banger moments, a couple of clutches, but oh, dearie me, look at Cello. So defeated. Julio, though, a bit more of a smile on his face. And now Budapest 5 find themselves in the 8-5 scoreline situation. Where are we going from here?
Yeah, now where do we go from here? Budapest 5. They do have, well, they've guaranteed themselves at least a lead heading into half number 2, right? So, in that sense, there's real positives, I guess, for that side, but they want to make this an even bigger scoreline. They could even technically still pick up a 10-5 here. We are into the penultimate round of half number 1. BTN with the MP9. This kind of raid, that's where it really is in favour as he picks up the first Fashion for the trade, but Blitz the trade of his own. As Nexus take the man advantage at 4 players to 3.
Oh, and Blitz, he's going to continue his reign of terror down towards Short and Connector, leaving Coolio and Tordzy, who haven't had the best games as a collective, to clutch this one up in the 2 versus 4. Coolio. Oh, dearie me. Takes down Cello, looking the complete wrong way, and cleans up onto SXE. Tordzy with a brilliant entry onto the site itself. And now it's all down to Blitz in the 1v2. Flashbang over the top. Won't be blinding him just yet. Torty going to get caught out by the aggressive AK play. But no, it's not going to matter. 9-5 to Budapest 5. And as I said once already, what a way to make a living.
Yeah, exactly. What a way to do it. It's a 9th on the board. A 4-round advantage that Budapest 5 held here. And now heading into round number 15. They could put 10 on the board and get double digits already.
But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get the skins you lust for, why not head on down to our sponsors at CS.money and look at that. Perfect timing from Torzy as he inspects the butterfly knife fade. If you want to cop one of those yourself, or perhaps an AK-47 Redline, head on down to CS.money and you can pay using cash and get a 30% deposit bonus thanks to our friends at CS.money and Blast, or you can pay using the skins you have lying around in your inventory for a pretty good fee and a very fast and easy to use interface.
Yeah, you never know. You might have a skin lying around that has some worth. They had literally no idea about. I actually unboxed the pistol. I thought it meant it was worth nothing, but because of the trade-ups, it's worth like $100.
Jesus, what pistol was that?
The one that trades up to an AWP fade. It's like pink and it's pretty ugly.
Oh, so you got it from the Ancient
case.
Collection. Oh god,
Oh.
SXE, the double Deeks coming through. That is Stella from the Desert Eagles in round number 15. And wow, Nexus cleaned up house.
Wow, that was a lightning quick round with the Eagles there. Headshots galore as Nexus really putting a statement out there that they're not giving up just quite yet. Even though this map essentially doesn't mean anything towards their playoff position, they're not saying no, they're not giving up, and they're looking to really put up a fight here in map number 2.
I mean, yeah, with those Eagles coming on down, that was nutty. I did not expect those to come on in. Either way, Budapest 5 still lead the charge. BTN, he's happy with himself. He knows he hit a disgusting shot in that last round. And as we look to head our way into the second half of Overpass, this is actually my favourite map to play and to cast. I feel like it's a very evenly sided map, and whilst it's evenly sided, there's also plenty of room for comebacks, as I discussed earlier.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I mean, definitely plenty of rooms, especially on this map, because I mentioned this earlier, right? Some sides actually prefer the T side of Overpass, may I say, over the C side, even though it's generally seen as a slightly more CT side of the map because the rotation times are so quick.
Yeah.
Some teams do actually very much prefer the XU style of play that you can play on that T side, and we might even see it here from Nexus, right? I mean, we can't count them out for the time being. Once again, though, we are in a quick tactical timeout here. Or maybe it's a technical pause before we get underway into half number 2. And, it's Budapest 5 who lead 9-6. This pistol round, once again, of monumental importance.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty indifferent to what side I start on Overpass, to be honest with you, because there are so many utility executes that you can pull off on the T side to make it such a competitive half that, if you play with a bit of flair, play with a good utility set out, you should be able to win relatively easily on either side with a bit of practice and a couple of squad mates. However, if you want to stay in the lead with the 165 Hz refresh rate of the Red Magic 6 series smartphone, then why not cop one of those today and try your hand at mobile gaming? It's a up-and-coming industry, especially in the Asian region, actually. PUBG Mobile has absolutely soared to new heights. And they have some pretty spicy prize pool tournaments over there as well. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, try out the world's smoothest smartphone, the Red Magic 6 series today. And, maybe you can find your heyday in a mobile game.
Exactly. Well, they're making their aggressive up towards B. Nexus trying to cause issues here as they push forward. Cello's actually still moving forward. He has actually stopped yet as the 3 T-side players are really going for an aggressive play over towards Graffiti, trying to get as much control of the site as possible and really lock in these post-bomb positions.
Yeah, and they're going to want to dig in deep with these... Oh, good lord, excuse me, my voice is testing me today. Coolio, though, decapitates poor old Blitz, and now the 5v4 on the retake. Health is interesting across these players. Oh, Corey, the blinded spam! Takes out BTN. Coolio to follow one up, and what a retake! A flawless retake from Budapest 5!
Yeah.
There's no stopping these lads. It's madness.
Yeah, they are looking so informed. We mentioned how important this pistol round was as well. More so for Nexus, right? This picking up pistol round was an opportunity for them to tie things up 9-9. But now, with Budapest 5 flawlessly retaking that site and, defusing that bomb, it is going to be a 10th on the board. Budapest 5 hitting that magic double digits number, and now the pressure really starts to build on towards the Romanian roster because they have got a tough task of getting back into this. Fortunately for them, they did get the bomb down, and in doing so, it means that they will be able to force buy into the next. You're going to see 3 Galils, 1 AK, and 1 Deagle picked up to go against a slightly similar buy with the MP9s and M4s for the CT side.
I'm going to favour Budapest 5 in this round. I'm just going out on a whim here. Torzi has great positioning, and he finds a great opener onto A long. Smoke drop to delay the push towards his positioning in bathroom. SXT opts not to spam through, and Torzi opts not to push it. He may be getting a couple of sound cues here, though, as does Corey. He sees the shadow, sees the head, finds the kill. And now Torzi, this is where he pushes through the smoke. That's so well played by him.
And not only that, he gets the nade damage as well as he drops Sound to 27 points of health. I mean, Sound's going to be able to pick himself up an M4 as a slight consolation, but now in the 4 versus 2, this is looking very much so like it's going to be an 11th round on the board for Budapest 5. Done a fantastic job of shutting things down in towards that bathroom position. We're already seeing some really strong performances, most notably Corey, up to 18 currently.
Yeah, Corey, 18 and 10, a very, very respectable scoreline for himself. Is doing so much for the team of Budapest 5. Now Budapest 5 in a 4 versus 2 just have Sound and BTN left to deal with. Make that just Sound, who doesn't make a sound, but it doesn't matter as he goes down to the vicious A1S of Fliav, and we're left in an 11-6 scoreline situation. Nexus really on the back foot here in terms of economy, in terms of morale, motivation, fragging, everything really is in Budapest 5's favour.
Oh, no, I do have to actually agree. You've hit the nail on the head there. It's all in favour of the Hungarian roster here, and they are looking very, very comfortable now, especially with Nexus coming into this next round with a middling buy, to say the least. They got the upgraded pistols, a small amount of utility which already been expended, and well, it's already looking awkward as Torzi finds 2, one with the HE, one with the M4. Pretty quickly, however, by Cello, but Fasher and Corey will find frags of their own before Cello is now left in the 1 versus 3. Fasher will clean things up, collect himself an M4 A1S as a slight prize for doing so. And with Budapest 5 putting 12 rounds on the board, a 6-round advantage.
Yeah, it's a pretty significant one. But again, just referring back to chat, I do want people to stop calling Nexus, terrible team, useless team, dog disband. Because put yourself in their shoes. You've just played some of the best CS of your lives and fallen ever so slightly short from beating Sangal. And in the first map against Budapest 5, you give it your all, knowing that there's not much you can do against them. And then you're deflated going into your opponent's map pick. You know there's no chance of you qualifying for the rest of the tournament, yet they're still giving it somewhat their best. They're tired, they're frustrated, and they've had a rough tournament run. Like, they've become so close so many times to taking on titans like Copenhagen Flames, but they always seem to fall at the last hurdle. So the fact that these guys are still standing is a testament to their goodwill and determination and skill as individuals. So let's have some more support for Nexus in chat rather than just flaming them like that. SXE gives you more of a reason to support the cause. Torzi, that is a beautiful second. No, Torzi! There's no way he wins out the 1 versus 4. He's already put 3 on the tally. Can we see an ace here on the last matchup of the day?
He's trying to find something. He finds another. The last round he played was bathroom. It's all about timing here. Torzi waiting. Just playing around the angle. Sound, I don't think... Oh, he may have just spotted him, actually. So by timing, he's found the 8. Torzi has played that to perfection. That is a round of dreams from the Budapest 5 player. And in that situation, when you never, ever should expect him to win that, he has played that to perfection. Isolated every single fight in the 1 versus 5. Torzi has had a round of a lifetime there. That's a round to remember. And that sums up Budapest 5's performances so far in Blast Rising. They have been a side that you do not want to mess with. And Torzi especially is looking, well, an unstoppable force. What a showing.
I just want to have a replay of that on loop. That was nuts from the AWPA there. And now Budapest 5, they're ahead by 7. they're living their best lives. They're enjoying the thrill of Overpass. It's not a map they get to play too often. This is their 7th showing on it. And it's always nice to, boost the stats, add another win to the tally, get Corey and Fliev up in the HLTV ratings. And, well, the decimation continues. All down to Sound and Fliev. Yeah, he says no. He denies. And Budapest 5 are winning by 8.
It's a very good job of doing so. It's Budapest 5 putting 14 on the board and a very, very big deficit now for Nexus to try and get back into this. But one thing you can control is the cryptocurrency. Tap into the world of crypto with Coinbase.com. You need to earn a little. You can put in a little or a lot, and you can, well, if you know what you're doing, get a decent amount of money out of cryptocurrency. You can also get paid in crypto to learn with Coinbase.com. So head on over to our lovely sponsors, Coinbase, and download the app. Get learning about one of the new, hottest and upcoming markets.
Yeah, I mean, cryptocurrency is a crazy, crazy world, and it's always best to go in with expert advice. I am going to call it magic internet currency from now on, though. That has stuck with me.
Yeah.
Because it is a crazy concept, as is the fact that Fliev has just doubled up there, and it doesn't even look like he's broken a sweat. Fasher, they're inting, they're feeding the man, he's enjoying it, and he's not actually had a very good overpass, but it's not going to stop him from picking up a 15th round on the board with the boys of Budapest 5.
Yeah, 15 on the board. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? It is map and series point in favour of the Hungarian side. They have looked brilliant today. And, well, brilliant throughout Blast Rising because they've already guaranteed themselves a place in the playoffs. And, well, this is just the cherry on top. The sweet, succulent taste of victory as they head into the playoffs coming up very, very soon. Budapest 5, what a showing for them. And this could be finished in a matter of moments. It could be a 10-round lead. A 10-round victory as BTN actually go into vote for the swing here, but it's fashion to open up things up. Picks of the 5 vs 4 will be traded out. Does deal a little bit of damage, but SXC will go down to Corey. It's now a 4 vs 3, and well, Nexus, they're in a tough situation here.
Well, on the 4 vs 3, Fliev and Coolio bring it down to a 1 vs 4. Sound. He's not had a great showing this game, bottoming the scoreboard despite being the highest rated player on this Nexus side. Or at least he was until very, very recently when Cello decided to pop off through the rankings, through the roof. He's trying to make a drop without making too much noise. The irony of his name being Sound. This is just an unwinnable situation. I feel like he just needs to go in, see if he can get as many of these lads as possible on his way out and make a bit of a statement showing for himself in what is almost definitely the last round of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to try and get back into this. And
well,
there we go. It sums things up. Sound. He was left in what seemed like a pretty much of an impossible decision there, and it will be a 16-6 victory for Budapest 5. They take the series 2-0. They'd already guaranteed themselves a playoff position, but they very confidently take map number 2, and what a way to do it, hey? Brilliant performance all round.
Yeah. Budapest 5, they performed in the game that actually mattered. That train map, it was so dominant. It was a beautiful game. Massively well played to them. And, well, commiserations for the squad of Nexus.
Heartbreak.
You can see, again, Cello, so rough that they have to play in that match, you know. He looked so downtrodden the entire time. Even when he did pull off a nice play and the camera zoomed in on him, it just wasn't enough, you know. There was no morale behind the squad. We've already mentioned they're a very emotional team, this Nexus side.
Yeah.
And they are all in the same room. So if one person's feeling down, nobody really wants to bring the squad up. It's very, very difficult to really gather any momentum. Budapest 5, though, they dominate this third place group in the knockout stages. And they will be heading off to the playoffs. Very, very well-deserved spot in the playoffs for them.
Yeah,
Sangal pipped at the post, and Nexus unfortunately lose both games of today.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Just entire series and group from Budapest 5. They're looking very, very confident indeed. And well, let's see if that confidence can transfer itself across into the playoffs. they're a side that we mentioned were coming off the back of a real good run of momentum as well. And if they can carry that momentum on into the playoffs, they can start really putting up a fight against sides, like Northern we saw yesterday, 44th ranked in the world. And again, Northern looking on a bit of a heater as well. If they can start putting up fights against that kind of side, that's when they start pushing higher. They can start maybe making their way slowly towards that top 50. And that's when, the snowball effect starts to take place. We saw it with the likes of Skade, the now Entropic side, all of them have had these sort of snowball effects from being, just about in the top 100 to snowballing into Entropic are now 14th ranked in the world as of the latest update. So, I mean, in such a short amount of time, you can snowball yourself with good results and good consistency, and that's what this side are looking for. Budapest 5 are looking for consistency. When they find that consistent ground, that's when they start really putting up a fight against these top teams.
And a stable fifth man. Because today, another stand-in appearance, Fasher doing a stellar job, great stuff from him.
Yeah.
But yeah, they need a stable fifth man. The coach is only here for the advanced season, but I'm sure his contract would be extended if they if they make it to Premier, if they continue a strong run in Blast Rising. I'm losing the ability to speak. It's been a very long day. I'm thankful for all three of my co-casters today filling in for White. You've kept me sane, you've kept the matches entertaining, and you have saved my vocal cords from complete collapse, as it has been a very long month of casting for myself.
Exactly, a busy one indeed. But one thing I do want to mention as well, while we are just waiting, I think we're going to have an interview coming up on your screens in just a second, talking about the MVPs of today's match. And the MVP was, in fact, Fliav. He finished off the entire series, with a 1.48 KD, 1.48 HLTV rating, 93.3 ADR, and a plus 19 KD. What a performance by Fliav. Torzi just in behind with 1.46. But we've just heard in our ears, we have someone joining us, Kronos. Thank you very much for being here.
Hi guys, hi, how are you?
Yeah, doing very well.
Good,
what a performance as well. Just to start things off, a 2-0 dominant fashion. I mean, I'm sure it was already sort of celebrations after map number 1, but how does it feel to guarantee yourself a place in the playoffs?
We are really happy, to be honest, but to be honest, we felt really confident playing Nexus because I know them really good, and I know as soon as we took victory on train, I know we were going to take Overpass because they never played. I think they gambled taking out Verigo because we played good against Sinners. And in our record history, we are not playing that much Overpass, and we got crushed by Navi Junior, so maybe they gamble, I don't know. But we played really good, in my opinion. I think we did a good performance, so I'm really happy.
I mean, yeah, you have every reason to be. That was a pretty big stomp of a series to follow up an excellent performance against Sangal. Obviously, you're very proud of the boys, and you must be very proud of your own hard work. And well, what are your prospects of placement in the rest of this tournament now you've made it to the playoffs? Okay,
to be honest, I'm not sure, because it will depend on with who we play,
True.
If Fashiri is available and he accepts to play with us, we will have to bring him some input, because we did it really fast. He joined us today, and he don't really know our strats. Indeed, you have seen that his performance on Overpass lowered a bit, because Overpass is a more complicated map than the others.
True.
But if he accepts or he's available to help us, I think we can reach, I don't know, I don't even know, to be honest, the teams that got to playoffs, but I think we can get 1 or 2 stages.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, a very good performance from Fasher on train. And as you mentioned, if you can sort of implement him into the team, I reckon he can be a nice addition to the side. But, of course, the big thing is you are heading to playoffs. In general, for Budapest 5 now, you've had a decent run of form recently as well. What is the next steps for this roster? I mean, you've had a good victory here. You're heading to the playoffs in Blast Rising. What's next for Budapest 5?
Okay, I think this is the same question you made me in the last match against Sangal, but I will answer the same. Our goal right now is to get to playoffs at EC Advance and or get to relegations. This is something we would get satisfied with. But of course, watching how we played with Fashir today with just 1 day training, it's something to be happy. Right, I think we did really good. The environment of the team was so different. Nobody was stressed, and the chemistry within the players was really, really good. So We'll see, but I have to be realistic. So the goals remain the same as the beginning of the season. So it's the same. Reach as high as we could on this Blast Rising. Get as much as invited as we could to play more and grow and become better, and try to get that playoffs on EC Advance and relegations.
And is there any tournament that you would actually like to receive an invite to?
For example, we're struggling because we are not getting more invites to Sweet Snow. I don't really know why, but they are like inviting all the teams that, in my opinion, they are ranked lower than we are. I don't know the reason. I tried to contact the organization to see what happens. Maybe it's some fake, or maybe they don't want us. I don't really know. And apart from that, I think we have some invites, have some absolute tournament or something like that. We are playing 2 tournaments, local tournaments from Hungary, and really long tournaments.
Yeah.
But I don't think we will have some problems in tournaments.
Well, either way, I mean, again, congratulations, making it through to playoffs, a dominant performance, especially on that second map as well. It was brilliant stuff, and the gamble worked off in your favour as well. Unfortunately, not for NEXUS. But just before we leave you, is there anything else you want to say to, there's quite a lot of fans, in fact, in the stream, big Budapest 5 fans in the stream. Anything you want to say to anyone who came out to watch?
I just want to say that thank you to everybody for supporting us, and the ones who are not supporting us, thank you anyway for watching. You are the ones who make great the community, and you are the ones who make these tournaments be real. And I don't know, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for your kind words to me.
Yeah, no worries. And okay, I'm going off of chat here. This could be completely wrong again. They fooled me once before. Is it Torzi's birthday today?
Yes, today is Darcy's birthday. He's turning 19.
Bless him. Well,
there we
happy
go.
birthday.
Happy birthday to
happy
him from
birthday,
the pair of
Darcy.
us.
Yeah,
Yay!
happy birthday, and a stunning performance individually from Torzi as well. A 1.46 HLTV rating, plus 20 KD as well.
2 last words?
Yes. Feel free.
I just wanna say GG to NEXUS. I've been with them. I'm friend of BDN, Cello, and Sexy, and I know they are great players. They are doing good lately, so I think they will step up, and they are a really good team. So I really appreciate them.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's very kind of you then.
No, they've been playing great recently. They're just struggling to get that sort of last edge in their games. They struggled to close out a couple of them, and I hope that's something they can overcome in the future. But also, I hope you can overcome your issue of a 5th man and make it into ESEA Premier. That would be fantastic for you, and you definitely deserve it with the way you're playing today. If you can keep up to that level of consistency on a regular week.
Yeah. We will try to keep the consistency, to be honest. If we keep playing like that, I think we can play really solid, but we'll see where is the top. To be honest, with this lineup, I don't really know. I had a few thoughts about what was the top with the last lineup, but with this one, I don't really know. So we will see eventually.
Yeah, well,
right,
thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Again, humongous congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Say happy birthday as well. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and well, best of luck into the playoffs.
Thank you. See ya, boys.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us again. Have a nice evening.
Same for you. Bye.
Oh,
well, Neo,
what a man. What a man.
It brings us to the end of a very eventful day. Thank you for being co-caster number 3. It is always an honor to have you on board. And, well, that was another pretty interesting interview.
Yeah, I mean, what a man. And you can tell he has such high hopes for this side, right? As you mentioned, I do hope they find that permanent 5th. And if it is Fasher as well, it works in their favour. He's a very, very good frag and a very versatile player as well. Yeah. He can play the entry role, he can play the support role, he can play the lurk. I think he definitely is not a bad player to pick up, and a young star as well. He's got lots of time to grow as a player and a lot of potential there. Hopefully, they can figure out who they want as their 5th, whether it is Fasher or not. And we'll really start to get that consistency, because I think this roster, if they get that 5th cemented, right, and get that consistency going, start snowballing the results, I can really see some good results coming out of Budapest 5.
Yeah, I completely agree. But that does conclude our first set of knockout stages. Neokai, it's been a wild ride today with some very stunning 2-0s, but I think it is time for us to round out the show.
Yeah, it is.
I have been Tom, or Sneaky Beaky Taylor. This has been the wonderful Neokai Kane. And Neo, is there anything you would like to say to wrap up our lovely day at Blast Rising.
Oh, no, nothing in particular. Of course, Tom, thank you very much. Welcoming me onto the mic once again, and to Blast as well for bringing me back on. It's been an absolute pleasure back here again, and I hope to see you all soon. We've got playoffs coming up soon, so it should be some very exciting games, and I hope everyone at home enjoyed what we've had all today. That's a very exciting day and right down to the wire, but that does conclude the show. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much for joining us here at Blast Rising, brought to you by Fantasy Expo, and we'll see you all very, very soon. From myself, Naokai, and Tom, we'll see you soon. Peace.
I think I can feel you say, dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know, and be wild in the mystery. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know, and be wild in the mystery. Come on, come on. Be wild in the mystery. Oh, you gotta let go, let go, let go. And be wild, be wild. Yeah, I was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still, I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. find. But when our ways lift our lives over the hill, I passed you by. The black bull swoops on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast, then it turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we've got to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a globe but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a globe but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a globe but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a globe but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends